Hi my friends, welcome to the channel English Professionally, and this video is called How to Learn 20,000 English Words and More. Okay, so thank you very much for your support, likes and shares. So really, let's talk about this very important subject. Okay, are you ready? I hope so. So really, why are you so sure that I need to know 20,000 English words or more? Really? So it's a good question. Why? Why are you so sure? So why do you really think so? Well, I suppose you misunderstood me a little. It means that I suppose or I think you didn't understand me correctly or you didn't understand me rightly. So misunderstood. You understood it another way, okay? So no way am I going to tell you this. No way it means that I don't want to tell you this. I'm not going to tell you this. So, and we use no way to make this sentence sound stronger. So no way, and then you use the opposite word order, okay? So normally we say I am, but if we have this structure, no way, we use the opposite word order, am I. We call it inversion. So no way am I going to tell you this. So this lesson, is for all students. I mean, this information is very useful for all students, but actually the language in this lesson is mostly for intermediate students and higher, okay? So good. So no way am I going to tell you this. Yeah, no, I'm not going to tell you this. No, okay? So the most important point is that, or the most important thing is that it depends on your, it depends on your aims, needs, purposes and demands, okay? So you know that aims and purposes, actually they are similar, very similar words, okay? So aims, needs, purposes and demands, it depends on what you want, okay? So maybe you don't need actually these 20,000 English words, who knows, okay? Anyway, it's like but, anyway or but, if you really want to have a strong advanced level, so very good advanced level, you need it, really, you need to know 20,000 English words or more, just I think so, okay? And I can tell you that I suppose I know about 2,000 or 3,000 English words. So about means that I'm not sure, maybe 2,100, maybe 2,800, I'm not sure, okay? So 2,000 or 3,000 English words, and I feel two things at the same time. Two things, okay? So the first feeling is that it isn't so little, it isn't so little, 2,000 or 3,000 English words, and the second feeling is that it isn't enough to understand real English speech. Really, it isn't enough, it's good, but it isn't enough, really. Okay, so my friend, you are absolutely right. It means that you are right, and I'm sure you are right, okay? I'll be very sincere and straightforward with you. Okay, what is sincere? It means very open, So I am actually telling you what I think, and straightforward, it means that I will say it directly. So I will tell you how I feel, I will tell you how I think. So I'll be sincere, I'll be open, and I'll be straightforward. I'll tell you these things directly, so as I understand it, as I see it, okay? Or with you, why you need to know such a large number of words, okay? So you know that there are also very effective methods of learning English words, so that they remain in your memory forever. So that, a nice phrase. So it means that you want them to be in your memory forever. So you say to stay or to be or remain in your memory forever. So I mean that you can learn English words, so you can learn maybe 20,000 English words, 10,000, 30,000 English words. But I have a question for you. how long will you be able to remember these words? So 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. So we have another method, we have another idea. So you need to remember it. And all these words will be in your memory for all your life, forever. So it's another thing, so it's more difficult, but it's what you need. Okay? By the way, let's discuss it. As it's often said, step by step. So as it's often said, it's passive voice, as people often say, so step by step. So, we'll talk about, the first thing, the second thing, the third thing, and so on. And I expect to hear something special. Just maybe you can tell me something like that. So I expect to hear something special, or I think I'll hear something special and extremely useful. Expect to hear something special and extremely useful. It means very, very useful information, so which you really need. Okay, good. Sure, it means of course. Unfortunately. So it's a very sad fact, it's a pity, it's a very disappointing fact. Most students learn English ineffectively, so they don't learn it effectively. It's a very sad fact. It's a very sad story, and we can't deny it. We can't say no, that's not true. Okay, as a consequence, or as a result, you can say as a consequence or as a result, they get stuck, so they stop, so they can't go on. Yes, they stuck. And I've got accustomed to listening to things like that. So I've got accustomed to, it means that, so I often actually hear things like that, and so it's normal for me. So I've got accustomed to, or I've got used to something, to doing something, okay, to things like that. So it's a normal thing for me, yeah? So, and I often actually have to listen to these things, to things like that. Oh, I'll never be able to learn English. So be able, we use it in the future instead of can. So can in the future is will be able, I'll never be able to learn English, so I can't learn English. English isn't for me, and I'm just wasting time trying to learn it. So it means that, okay, so English is too difficult and it's not for me, so wasting time. So I have time, maybe I tried to learn English, but I don't have a result, so I need to stop. So I'm wasting time, so it's stupid trying to learn it. Okay, so it's a real pity. It means it's a sad thing, it's a very disappointing thing, and it's often considered. You can say it's often considered, it's passive voice, or it's often said. People often say, so people often consider it, that we need to come to terms with this fact. So come to terms, it's another nice phrase. Actually, it means that we need to accept. So you can say come to terms or accept the fact. Yes, and accept this harsh reality. So come to terms, it's a nice phrase. I think that's mostly for advanced speakers. Actually, it's very nice, if someone uses these phrases, someone knows this phrase. So come to terms with this fact, so we need to accept this fact, we need just to leave it as it is and accept this harsh reality. So reality, so which isn't so good, which isn't so pleasant, so unpleasant thing, so bad thing. So it's a real thing, but it's a bad thing, okay? And so it means that it's often considered, so people often want actually just to have it. They don't want to change anything, it's this idea in short. And as far as I'm concerned, or as for me, I have a completely different point of view on this issue. It means that I have a different idea. I have a very, very different idea, so I think differently on this issue or on this matter, on this subject, okay? So I believe, really, I believe everyone can reach a strong advanced level in English. Everyone, absolutely everyone, and learn 20,000 English words or more if you learn English really effectively. It's possible, and this thing, is regardless of race, So what is regardless of race, nationality, age, income, social status, and other factors? It means that it doesn't depend. It's a nice phrase, regardless of something, yeah? It doesn't depend on these things. It's no matter. So no matter what your nationality is, no matter how old you are, so no matter what your income is, it doesn't matter at all. So it doesn't matter, okay? So it's possible to reach this level, a strong advanced English level for everyone. Okay, good. So, I start feeling really optimistic. So optimistic or positive, so you believe that you'll have a good future. What should I do to increase my vocabulary? So what should I do to make my vocabulary larger? To answer this question, I'd like to hear something from you. Okay? So I mean your background. So your background, a very nice word. So what is it? So as you might know, or maybe you know it, as you might know, it's about your past experience or your previous experience. So experience which you had earlier, or in the past, skills and so on. So what you can do, skills and so on. So I need to know something about you, yeah, to give you a really good recommendations or good advice. Okay, so okay, as it has already been said, it's a very nice structure. It means that I have already said it, but it's in passive voice, present perfect passive voice. It has already been said. So we use present perfect because of already. As it has already been said, it means that, okay, so as I have already said it, or as it has already been said, I know about 2,000 or 3,000 English words, okay? So I took a list of 6,000 English words and tried to learn it, okay? So I think that maybe you also tried, to learn a list of English words. Yeah, it's interesting to know about it. And so I have a question for you. How was it? How was it? So did it work? So did you learn all these words? I was absolutely happy. It means I was very, very happy, but only in the beginning. As 90% of those words, as means because 99% of those words were familiar to me. It means that I knew those words. They weren't new for me. They weren't unknown for me. So okay, so I knew those words. Then, or after that, more and more difficult words were appearing. So really I saw very difficult words, more and more, which was often leading to a splitting headache. So which was often leading to. So lead to, it means that I had it as a result. As a result, I had it, a splitting headache. So we can say terrible headache, but splitting, it sounds strong, a splitting headache. So it's such a terrible headache. It was such a terrible headache, splitting. So it was unbearable. Unbearable means I couldn't bear it. So I couldn't tolerate it. So it was unbearable. Okay, and I got fed up. With this learning method. So fed up with, it means that I got really bored. I got really bored with it. So it became very boring for me, and okay, and that's enough, or that was enough. So I didn't want to continue learning like that any longer. So that was enough. I was fed up. I was fed up. It was unbearable. Okay, so really, and maybe we can say I can't stand this method. Okay. It means I hate this method. Okay, and what can I say? It's quite understandable. It means that it's easy to understand it. It's quite understandable. So no surprising at all. Yeah, I'm not surprised at all. So maybe you were thinking, okay, so he'll be greatly surprised, but no surprising at all. So, and I want to tell you something more. So there are two major problems students face, or students have. Yeah, very nice phrase. So two major problems, or two biggest problems, so the most important problems students face or students have, and you also need to be aware of it, and you also need to know it or to be aware of it. Personally, I don't trust these lists. Personally, it means if you want to know my opinion, yeah, I don't trust these lists. It means that I don't think that these lists of English words are really good. Yeah, just it's my idea. So not all of them are really good. The problem is that many of these words are not for daily use, yeah, and unnecessary, really. So I looked at some lists, and you know, I think that's actually not good. So I wasn't satisfied at all. And you need a reliable source. You really need a reliable source. So a source which you can rely on. So you need to trust this source and to be sure that this source is really good. So this list of English words is really good, and it can lead you to a result you really want, yeah, or you really intend to get, or you're going to get. Okay, so I think that's clear. Okay, well done. So secondly, or the second thing, if you're going to learn this or that list without examples, yeah, so just words, a list of words, it's absolutely ridiculous. So it's such a bad thing, such a terrible thing, it's ridiculous. So it's absurd. So actually there is no reason for doing it, okay? Honestly, so I want to be honest with you, honestly, okay, honestly, I consider it a huge waste of time. So I think it's a huge waste of time, a very big waste of time. So there is no point in doing it, there is no point, it's useless, So you can have a look at our great video, yeah, or great video, yeah, 2000 English words with examples, or 2500 English words with examples, yeah, please have a look. And keep in mind two things, so please have it in your mind, yeah? So you need examples, and you need appropriate words, but not inappropriate. Appropriate means common words, popular words, but not inappropriate, not uncommon words. It's what you need, yeah? So it's a problem of many lists of English words. So yeah, so we have just talked about it. Okay, so however, don't think these lists of words will solve all your problems immediately. Okay, don't solve. Yes, it's good, but don't think so it's the only right way, is the only solution. No, simply enough. So it's a good phrase, yeah, for speaking. It means it's a simple thing, simply enough. It won't work this way. It won't work this way. So these lists can be perfect for revision, but not for learning from scratch. It means that these lists can be very good. So if you know these words and you just want to revise some words, maybe you know 90%, 95%, it's good for revision, but not for learning. If from the beginning or from scratch, from zero, okay, not scratch, from scratch, if you know nothing, yeah, I don't know, but some students think, okay, just I'll take this list of words, 3000, just I'll make cards and I'll remember everything and I'll know English in 10 days. No, it doesn't work this way. Why do people think so? It's an illusion, it's a myth. So you need to use other techniques. So what are you talking about? Okay, what are you talking about? Please listen. I'm going to tell you one phenomenal thing. It means very, very important thing, and this thing is of great importance, and it's like a discovery. It's like a scientific discovery. It's a very big discovery. So to remember English words, you need to listen to them in context. Yes, a very important thing, to listen to them in context. Reading is good, yeah, but without listening, it's 5 or 10 times less effective, yeah, it's 5 or 10 times less effective, and it's what we are doing right now. So we are listening, yeah, you're listening to it, and you're reading. It's 5 or 10 times more effective, I believe so, yeah, if you want to remember it, yeah. So it's a memory of your ears, yeah, not only your eyes. It's a very important thing, and you see actually and you hear the correct pronunciation, and it will be in your memory much longer. Okay, so how can it be? All right, I'll say it more precisely, or I'll say it more exactly. So more precisely, more exactly, I'll give you more information, I'll give you more details so that you can understand it really well. Okay, so just imagine this situation. You read some conversations for intermediate students and you translate it, yeah, and you translate it some words, okay? And you're absolutely certain, or you're absolutely sure that all these words and phrases will be in your memory, but you'll have to change your mind. It means that you'll have to, it's like, you know, it's like must in the future, but you'll change your idea, you'll change your point of view when days, weeks and months pass. It means that later you'll understand that this method doesn't work. Yeah, when you translate new words, you're sure, okay, just I know these words, I remember them, but then time passes, yeah, and you try to remember words, phrases, but it's so difficult and it's often impossible. And you know that you're likely to forget. It means that really you'll forget most of these extremely useful words and phrases. So really you'll forget most of these extremely useful words and phrases if you only read them. There is one more thing which is bound to happen, right? You haven't misheard me. It's certain to happen. So, you know, these phrases are similar, so you can say bound to happen or certain to happen. It means the same. It means that these things will definitely happen. So they will happen, and I'm sure that these things will happen, and you haven't misheard me. It means that, so actually, you heard this information and don't think that this information isn't right, don't think that this information isn't correct. No, this information is good, is reliable, you can trust this information. So I understand what I'm talking about. I'm not a crazy person, just I control my words, I control my speech, and so I know what I'm talking about. And yeah, it's certain to happen. Yeah, very important thing, you will never be able, it's, you know, it's like can in the future, you will never be able to use all this vocabulary in your speaking effectively. Yeah, a very important thing. Okay, so if you just read something, okay, maybe you'll remember some words, but it will be very, very difficult. It will be very, very problematic. It will be a big problem for you if you want, actually, if you are serious about, learning English effectively and improving your speaking skills. So you won't be able to remember it while speaking. So only reading isn't good. So you need to listen, and few students understand it really well. So yeah. So I don't know why, okay? So, and what are you talking about? What are you talking about, really? I mean that if you really want to learn English words, so I mean that it means that I want to tell you, yeah? So what I'm talking about is what I'm talking about. If you really want to learn English words, you need to use them in your speech, writing. So in your speech, writing, very important things. And you also need to listen to them. Not only reading, but listening a lot to English words in context. So speech, writing, and listen, but listening a lot to English words in context is a crucial point in terms of your understanding. Okay, so is a crucial point means the most important point, the most important thing. It's a crucial point, the most important thing, okay, in terms of your understanding. In terms of means actually, if we are talking about your level of understanding, so concerning in terms of your understanding or concerning your understanding, okay, so in terms of, so you are talking about it in terms of your understanding, so you need to focus on it. Okay, so good. Only listening. What about reading? How can I learn all these 20,000 English words? Well, you need to do the following. You need to do the following, or you need to do these things. We need to read and listen to it at the same time. So don't read only, don't read only books, without, some MP3 files or some audio files. Don't do it, just read and listen, okay? So at the same time, so read and listen at the same time, and different texts, conversations, topic, and translate these words, It's very important to translate these words, okay? If you read them not in the original, adapted texts, conversations, topics, yeah, that's for English learners. All right, so good. What you also need to do is the following. So you need to write down these words, okay? So you see new words, yeah, you translate these words, and you need to write down these words and revise them from time to time. Yeah, so write down. So if you, for example, see a new word, for example, so maybe this one, so bound or certain to happen, so you need to write it down. You need to have, you need to keep a vocabulary notebook, and you need to write down all these words and to look at it and to look through these words from time to time. So it's a very good method, yeah, and revise them from time to time. So please write down all new words, all new phrases, and look through it from time to time. Yes, it's good. But don't write down only words, or not only words. You need to have examples. So please write down examples. So you need to have examples before your eyes. Yeah, really, because it's very important during the revision. Okay, so you can say maybe, I did the following. So I read without listening, and I didn't keep a vocabulary notebook. Okay, so I read without listening and I didn't keep a vocabulary notebook. So it means that, okay, so you read, but maybe you translated, but you didn't take notes, you didn't write it down, so not so effective. And I believe it's ineffective. So it isn't effective. So you didn't do three most important things, yeah? And you can ask, okay, you may ask, what are these things? So you didn't listen to all these text, conversations, and topics. Yeah, we talked about it. So you need to read and listen, not only reading if you really want to remember these words, okay? Listen, you need to listen to all these words, and yeah, it's the first thing. The second thing, you didn't write. You didn't write down new important words and you didn't revise them. It's also a very important thing. Just, yeah, please do it. Don't think it's unimportant. It's very important. So write down new words, new phrases, and look through actually your vocabulary notebook from time to time. Please revise it, and you'll remember it much better. And third, you didn't listen to these materials again while doing other things as a background. It means that you didn't listen to these materials again. For example, yeah, so you think that this lesson is quite good, yeah, no problem. Just write down your words and your phrases, then get back to it after a while or after some time. Just listen to it again or watch it again, and okay, you'll say, okay, I have no free time, no problem. But I'm not telling you that you need just, to sit on your chair and just to listen to it. You can do other things. So while doing other things, you can do other things and listen to these videos, to this playlist as a background. So no problem, and try to understand. So it's a really important thing, and if you didn't do it, so I believe it's ineffective, and it was ineffective. Okay, so I can't get it. I can use this method and I expect to learn 5,000 English words or maybe 7,000, but why 20,000? But why 20,000? A good question. I'll explain it to you. When you know more words and you know 10,000 English words or a little bit more, you can focus on listening real English, not simplified. So it's a real problem. So if you don't know many words, you can't listen to real English, so you can't turn on the radio, or you can't start watching some programs in English, so without translation, without subtitles, so you can't understand. Maybe you can understand the main idea 50%, but it's too little. You need to understand minimum 95%. But if you know this number of words, so if you use our tips, our recommendations, if you follow these tips, so you can focus on listening, yeah. So you need to listen more and more, real English speech, and not simplified, okay? So you'll be able to understand a lot from the context, while listening in contrast to other students who focus mostly on grammar and reading. Yeah, so you'll be able to understand a lot. It means that it will be possible for you to understand a lot. Okay, so you'll be able to understand a lot of many things from the context while listening. So you know that teachers often say, okay, so read more, and you will understand many new words from the context. And I can tell you, yes, that's a good idea, but you need to listen more, not only reading. And my idea is the following: so you need to learn more English words, and you need to listen more, and to understand English context from the context, but not reading context, but listening context, okay? In contrast to other students. So it means that other students do the opposite thing, yeah? They focus mostly on grammar and reading. So maybe they know many English words, but they can't understand. They can't understand real English speech, and as a result, their progress is very slow. Okay, but it isn't your case, or it won't be your case, it won't be your situation if you follow these tips. Okay, what are the recommendations can you give? So to sum up, or in conclusion, it's the following. So to make the process of learning English words easier and more enjoyable, so that you can enjoy it, so to learn really 20,000 English words or more. So learn English words in context for different levels. It's a very important thing. So don't learn only difficult materials. Learn them step by step. So simple, then more difficult, and so on. Learn English words in groups. For example, words about money, words about environment, words about job, and so on. It's also a good idea, but for different levels. In context for different levels. Next, you can revise some lists of English words with examples for revision. So you know that we have this list: 2,000 English words, 2,500 English words. So it's a good idea. If you're really keen on reading, so it means that if you really like reading and you don't want to listen to it, so it's okay to, that you can, or maybe you can only read, but listen to what you read is an advantage. So it's desirable, okay? So it's desirable to read and listen, not only reading. But if you maybe don't want, to listen to this or that story, text for some reason, okay, no problem, just read is better than nothing, okay? Next, watch movies or TV series with subtitles when your level gets higher, or without subtitles. But the main idea is that you need to start doing it. So when your level gets high, first do it with subtitles. So, and when you're actually become absolutely sure, yeah, and you'll have a good English level, very good English level, advanced, so you won't need subtitles because you'll be able to understand without them. Okay, next, good. So watch more educational programs, not only movies, yeah, to make your vocabulary really large. The problem is that the vocabulary you meet in movies, in TV series, is rather limited in contrast to many educational programs. So actually you need to have a wide range of vocabulary, but not a very primitive, vocabulary. Well, and learn grammar books for different levels too. Why? So they are full of lots of new interesting words. Do you know this fact? That really grammar books are full of lots of new interesting words. They contain lots of difficult words too. Next, speak more on various topics. Yeah, it's a very important thing. You know, when students communicate, so they often have a conversation like this. Okay, how are you? Where are you from? So what are you doing? But you know, it's a very primitive language. So I mean that if you are really serious about improving your English greatly, so you need to talk on different topics or on various topics. Yeah, you need to practice different vocabulary, grammar structures, and so on. And please try to use different vocabulary with more advanced speakers. It's also very important. So improve your level, and so find more advanced speakers too, so that you can learn from them. So you don't need to pay. You don't need to pay. You can learn English for free. That's true, and we can't say no. That's not true. It's really true. And it's really a good idea. Well, what's next? So when you read something or listen to something, yeah, also pay attention to English phrases. So pay attention to it means also actually have a look at these English phrases, try to analyze them, to understand why they use this or that English phrase or collocation. It's like a special English phrase which you need to memorize, phrasal verbs, English grammar structures, maybe idioms, but not only words, not only words. Yeah, so you can learn 20,000 English words, but it isn't enough. You need to focus more on things like, I mean, these ones, yeah? Not only words, to understand what this or that sentence really means. So pay attention, please, to different English phrases, okay? And last but not least, so last but not least means, so the last thing, but don't think that it's a very unimportant thing. So okay, although it's in the end, or it's at the end of the lesson, so watch more videos on the channel English Professionally. And you know, my friends, I think it's a good idea. So, and it's a good way, yeah, it's a good way. So we are on the right way, and really we've learned lots of new interesting things, information, and we're also improving our English greatly. So really, I'm very glad that I have this chance, that I think this opportunity, and okay, I'd like to thank you for your support and for this opportunity. Okay, thanks a lot for this opportunity. Okay, thank you very much. Hi my friends, welcome to the channel English Professionally, and this video is very special. So you see, it's how to learn English, and you also see 50 questions of English learners with answers. So I really hope it's a great video and you'll support it with your likes, shares and comments. Okay, thanks a lot. And my friends, really, you know, I prefer to make not just simple videos, but great ones. Very good ones, okay? So very good videos. I really hope it's a great video and it can help you a lot. My friends, thank you very much for likes, shares and support. These are 50 most common English questions with answers about learning English. Yeah, very good, very good. Okay, excellent. And so the first one, okay, and you know, so please have a look at all these questions. So if you don't find so a question you are interested in, please write about it in the comments below. So how long will it take me to learn English? Well, if you are an absolute beginner means that if you don't know anything about English, if you know nothing about English, it can take you 2 or 3 years, really. If you learn English effectively, it means if you know how to learn it. Otherwise, yes, otherwise, so it's otherwise, so if you don't do it otherwise, it can take you ages. It can take you ages. It's a phrase. It can take you a very, very long time. Yeah, it can take you a very, very long time. Okay. So really, students often ask me, so how long will it take me to learn English? Okay, 2-3 years if you learn it effectively. Okay, so next. So what level can I have after half a year if I'm a beginner now? So I believe you can have a strong intermediate level. So middle level, okay? I know lots of students who did it, and I'm so happy about these results. I know they studied English really hard, and they got a result they wanted and expected. So they thought that they would have this result. Okay, so really, If you want to have an intermediate level, strong intermediate level, so you can do it in half a year. Okay, next, if I really want to have a good result, do I really need to pay money for it? Not necessarily. Not necessarily means that you don't need to do it, or you don't have to do it. So why? Why should you do it? Really, you can learn English without paying any money. So we say without paying any money at all. Yeah? So you don't need to pay any money at all. So, and if you have a good teacher, it's an advantage. So it's an advantage, or it's a plus, it's a good thing. But don't think you can't learn English without paying big money, okay? So please don't think that if you don't have money, so you can't learn English. No, you can learn English. So you can learn English, okay? You can do it for free. Well, so 4. How can I improve English by myself? So by myself, it means that you don't have a teacher or you don't attend English courses, okay? So try to improve all your skills. Improve means try to make them better. So grammar, listening, speaking, reading and writing. Have a plan. It's a very important thing. Have a plan for each day. Have a plan for each day, okay? So it's, when you know what you have to do today, it's when you know what you have to do tomorrow, and so you have a plan, so important. Have a system, yes, and study regularly every day. Listen as much as you can. Please listen. It's so important to listen. It's very, very important. Okay, next. How can I improve my speaking skills? It's just a matter of practice. Means it's the most important thing. So practice. So please practice speaking. Practice speaking English is the most important thing. So if you practice, so you'll have good progress if you have lots of practice. If you don't start practicing English daily, you'll be improving them very slowly. You'll be improving these skills very slowly. So you need daily English practice, okay? Also listen more. It's also a very important thing. So only reading and doing grammar exercises won't help, so that many students only read and they can read, so they know some grammar, but they can't speak. So why? Why can't they speak? Because they don't have this English speaking practice and they don't listen enough to English speech. Okay, 6. How can I improve my listening skills? Yeah, it's a very important question. So you might think that you just need to listen more, but it isn't enough, yeah? So, that teachers often say, okay, listen more. No, it isn't true. You need to do other things, and you need to listen and see the text at the same time, so that you can catch every word. So that you can understand every word, every phrase, every structure. So it's a very important thing. So listen and see the text at the same time. So only listening isn't enough, okay? And listen more while doing other things, yeah? So we talked about it. So when you go somewhere, so when you walk in the streets, so just listen and listen. So listen all the time. So as much as you can. So important, really, it's so important, okay? So next, how can I improve my grammar? Really, how can I improve my grammar? Make sure, it means that be sure, you need to be sure, so that you know all the basic grammar, so all the most important grammar for beginners and elementary students, basic grammar. Many students make mistakes because they didn't learn it thoroughly. Thoroughly means very hard, okay? So they go to the next and next level, then go to the next and next level step by step. So you need to do it, yeah? And don't forget to do exercises, yeah? So you need to learn, first of all, the basic grammar. So different topics, yeah, different units of basic grammar, not just English tenses, yeah, not just it. So there are lots of things, yeah, and study it very hard, very thoroughly. Then go to the next and next level, step by step, yeah, and don't forget to do exercises. It's very important. Okay, so how can I improve my writing skills? When you write, it's about grammar and spelling. Spelling, it means that, so how we write some words. You also need to widen your vocabulary, so you need to make it larger, you need to make it wider. Do more exercises, write more and more. So you need to do exercises, more and more writing exercises. It's a memory of your hand. It's a memory of your hand when you write, and it's good. You can write about something on a regular basis. Yeah, on a regular basis means regularly. It means that you have some ideas, so in your language, and you know, you write about it in English. So maybe you have, you know, a notebook and you write there. So it's so interesting and important, just for more practice. 9. How can I improve my pronunciation? Listening to native speakers isn't enough. You need to repeat after them. Please repeat after them. So stop and repeat. Stop and repeat. For example, you can do it 1 hour a day. If you don't have time, do it for 20 minutes, for instance, but listen more too. So repeat and listen. Repeat and listen, but it's very important to repeat. Next, how to speak English more fluently. Don't be afraid of making a mistake, so don't have this fear. Speak more. Use simple phrases. Yes, very important to use simple phrases to speak faster. If you want to speak faster, you need to use simple words, simple phrases. Try to think in English during the day. Yeah, try to think in English during the day. How to think in English? You know, you can start thinking in English. We say start doing for 5 minutes a day. Yeah, so do it several times a day. Then you can think for a longer period of time, for example, 7 minutes, 10 minutes a day, and it should be your habit. It should be a habit. You should do it regularly, every day, So it's very important. The skill is very important. Do I need to speak English only with native speakers? No, that's not true. It's often difficult to find them and speak for a long time and every day. If your level is lower than upper intermediate, you can find people from any country for more speaking practice. If not, you need to speak mostly to native speakers, okay? So it's a good idea, yeah, to speak only to native speakers. So if your level is upper intermediate and or higher, so if your level is lower, so it's okay, you can find a speaking partner from another country. So how to learn English words? Learn them in context, with examples. Read more and listen. It must be a memory of your eyes, yeah, so when you see, of your ears, so when you hear, and with your hand, when you write. So how to learn English speaking easily? Relax. It means don't worry. You don't do it for a school or a teacher. No one is interested in your mistakes. So your mistakes aren't interesting for other people. It's just the idea in your mind. You speak for communication. Just speak. If you are a little bit worried about your mistakes, work on your grammar. Yeah. Do lots of simple exercises. Yeah, start with simple exercises. How to learn English effectively? There should be 2 things which when you understand it. So, I mean, when you understand it, that you learn English effectively. You need to feel progress soon. Yeah, the first thing. And you also need to enjoy learning English. So we say enjoy doing. You really need to like, yeah, learning English because you feel this progress. If it doesn't happen, you need to change something, yeah, you need to change something. So there is a problem. Find a clear goal or a clear aim and motivation why you need it, why you need it, yes, why you need it. So you really need to understand why you need it. So please have motivation, please have an aim or a goal. And the next very important thing is that you need to learn at least 2 hours a day for good progress. How can I find a good English teacher? If you really want to do it, look at his or her students' results. It's the only criteria. It's the only criteria, okay? So only this thing can show this teacher's professionalism, yeah? So often just students ask me, so do you know a good English teacher? Yeah, you need to ask, students. You need to ask students first, yes, and actually to ask them about their results, yeah? So if they have a good result, if they have good results, this teacher is great. Yeah, and only this way, not only recommendation, no, not only advertising, no. You need to look at his or her students' results and progress, only this way, okay? So next, how to learn English in 1 month. Okay, are you really sure that you need to do it? If you find a teacher and learn all day, you can learn English up to intermediate level. It means up to intermediate level, it means so you can have an intermediate level but not higher. So I think so. If you are really gifted in languages, so gifted means that if you have a real talent, so if you have real talent, if you're really talented, yeah, if you're really gifted in languages and have a perfect memory, if your memory is really good, okay? So it's important to know it perfectly. So it's important to know English perfectly and it will take longer, yeah? So it means that, okay, so maybe you can reach this level, an intermediate level, yeah? If you really work all day, study English all day with a teacher and you have very good skills and great talent. But to learn it, another way, when you know everything about English or you have a very high level, it will take longer, okay? So next, can I learn 2 foreign languages at the same time? It's possible. So it means, yeah, you can do it anyway. If you really want a perfect result and fast, perfect result means very good result and fast, you need to focus on 1 language. So focus on or concentrate on 1 language, or just study 1 language if you need just this result fast. How to learn English with movies. It's a very interesting idea indeed. However, don't think that it can replace traditional methods completely. It can replace means don't think that you can use only this method but not traditional methods. Ideally, it means that it will be great, yeah? You need to watch them with English subtitles. It's great when you watch them with English subtitles and have at least intermediate level, okay? So what I'm talking about is that, okay, so watching movies is very interesting, but it isn't for beginners. So you need to watch them with subtitles, and it's good if your level is minimum or at least intermediate, but it's good, yeah? Well, so what dictionary should I use? It's also a very good question. In the beginning, you need to use a bilingual dictionary. So bilingual, so that you can see a translation from English into your language. So bilingual, it means English and then you have a translation, yes? Then you need to start using a monolingual dictionary. It's a very important thing, more and more, especially from intermediate level. Yeah, monolingual dictionary when all the explanations are in English. It will help you think in English and do it fast. Yeah, it's a very important thing. Well, how can I stop making mistakes? It really annoys me. It really annoys me. It means that I don't really like it. So there are two ways. The first way is short, while the second way is longer. You can start, the first way. You can start using simple phrases, just use simple phrases, use simple language, simple words, simple structures. If you are sure about this phrase, word, or structure, use it. If not, if you aren't sure, don't use it, okay? It's the first way. And the second way is that you need to do lots of grammar exercises for different levels, and so you'll do this exercise and you'll improve your grammar. Well, do I need to know all English tenses? It's a good idea to know what they mean, but what? But your main task is to know the most important tenses first, okay? It means that, so you use, if you look at English conversation, so we don't use all these tenses and you need to use just the most important ones, such as present simple, past simple, future simple, present continuous, present perfect, past continuous, past perfect, and present perfect continuous, okay? Please have a look at our playlists on grammar too, okay? Grammar, English tenses, okay? Well, good. Next, I don't understand when I should use this or that tense, okay? So, many things come from practice and experience. You need to do three things. First, learn these tenses. So you need to understand this grammar. So how do we form this tense? So when do we use it? You need to know some theory, okay? Some theoretical information. Second, do exercises, yes? So not only reading, and exercises too. And third, read more, a very important thing. So few students know about it. So read more and try to understand why this or that tense is used. Why this or that tense is used. So you need to read and you need to pay attention to it. Pay attention to grammar, to English tenses. You need to analyze. You need to try to analyze the situation. For example, you see, okay, so this tense is used. So is used. Why do we have is used? And you need to understand that is used, it's passive voice. It's passive voice for present simple. It's passive voice for present simple. And so you read and try to analyze, try to understand. So why we have this grammar? It's a very important thing. Okay, good. What is next? Is English easy or difficult? This language isn't so difficult. At the same time, it means I also want to say it isn't so easy. It's relatively easy. It's relatively easy, or it's quite easy to reach a pre-intermediate level. So okay, so it won't take you long. It won't take you actually long. It means that you won't spend lots of time in it. So the most difficult thing is to move ahead, or to go ahead and do what? And reach an advanced level is the most difficult thing. So many students, most students have this level pre-intermediate, but few students have that a level higher than intermediate. So it's the most difficult thing. So, and it's really very difficult. Okay. Okay. Next, what's the most difficult thing about learning English? Okay, really, what is it? To find time for it every day. Yeah, really, it's the biggest problem, I think. So luckily, it means that fortunately, so we have this luck. So there are so many free resources nowadays. Nowadays, it's the same as now, but it's a bit more formal. Nowadays, you just need to find time. Yeah, it's the main problem. If you learn English for 2 hours every day, I won't believe that you won't have progress. It means that if you really learn English every day and for 2 hours, you'll make progress. Yeah, you'll make progress. Okay, good. So what is the best way to practice English? So find an English-speaking partner, but not from your country. It's an important thing, yeah, but not from your country. It's better, and it's better. One more important thing, it's better to find several partners, not more than one. Yeah, you need to speak English with different people, not just with one person. Okay, good. What should I read? Start with adapted books for different levels. Yeah, it's a very important thing. Adapted books and for different levels. You can start from the lowest level, for example, beginner or elementary, and the next very important thing, written by native speakers. It's a very important thing, yeah? So this language will be very natural. So you need only natural language, only natural, actually, English, and they contain most common English words. Contain means there are most common English words in these books. And you need to get used to these words, phrases, and structures. It means that actually you need to see these words, phrases, and structures and understand them. So it's very important for your speech. Yeah, it can help you, speak English fast too. A very important thing. Next, how much should I read to get to the next level? Okay, so please, my friend, don't think that after reading one book, yeah, we say after doing something, after reading one book, you'll go to the next level and so on. It's very naive, yeah, it's very naive. It means that, in fact, it isn't so. It's a good idea to read something simple a lot. So read a lot, but simple things, just to feel more confident. You need to feel more confident, okay? And you'll have this, okay, I understand everything. I understand every word. And one more important thing, my friend, and you need to understand every sentence or every grammar structure, all these, you need to understand all these grammar structures, and you need not just, so many students say, okay, it's easy, we can translate it, not this way. If you can translate it, it isn't enough. You need to understand why we have this preposition there, in or at, or why we have this tense here. So past simple or present perfect, it's very important. It's work, yeah? So read more simple text and analyze these texts, these citations, this material, okay? So, and it can be 10 books, yeah, it can be 10 books at one level or more, it's okay. You learn for yourself, yes, focus on quality, quality, okay? Quality, not just the number of books or, okay, so you learn English for yourself. Well, my friend, so the next possible question, how can I improve my grammar greatly? It's a very good question. I know that many students do the following. Please listen, this information is very important and I'm sure it will help you, okay? So they learn one grammar book, for example, elementary, then they go to the next grammar book, intermediate, and then they find it extremely difficult. It means they find it very difficult, yeah? So this elementary book was very easy for them. Then they go to this book, it's very difficult and they aren't very happy. And then maybe they can study it, yeah? Then they look at the next level, advanced level, and what happens next? And they stop learning grammar. They stop learning grammar. So is this situation familiar to you? So do you know this situation? Do you know people who were in this situation? I think so. My friend, you need to do another thing. You need to study several books at one level. For example, 2 or 3 books, elementary level. So it's very important, not just one book. So 2, 3, maybe 4 or 5. So you need to feel confident. You need to be sure that you know all this information. You need more exercises, yeah, more exercises. So 2 or 3 books, intermediate level, and so on. And only after that you'll go to upper intermediate level or to advanced level, okay? So maybe you'll find more books for this or that level. It's good. So you need to have lots of grammar practice, lots of, not one book isn't enough, yeah, just a myth. It's just a myth. You'll forget everything very quickly, my friend. And my friend, this piece of advice is very simple, but it can help you greatly. I mean, this recommendation. Unfortunately, it means it's a pity. Few people, not many people know it and do it, but you know it, and I hope that you start doing it, okay? Next, how many English words should I know? Well, to communicate effectively with other people, to means if you want to communicate effectively with other people, you need to know about 3,000 English words. So not 100, not 500, it's too little, believe me, it's too little. If you want to understand a lot, I mean native speakers, so in different situations, you need to know minimum 10,000 English words, minimum 10,000 English words, because you know they use lots of words, they use lots of phrases, and you need to know it, okay? Good. Well, should I read or listen more? You know, English pronunciation is very important. You need to read and listen, yeah, read and listen at the same time. Only reading isn't so effective, believe me, isn't so effective, yeah? People did it earlier, so maybe 40 years ago, 50 years ago, but not now, not nowadays, okay? So when you listen, it's like listening to real native speakers in England or America for free, yeah? It's good, it's really good. So you know that earlier people couldn't do it, yeah? So they went to England, they went to America just to listen, but you can do it staying at home. You know, my friend, it's amazing. It's an amazing opportunity, and I just, want to ask you, don't miss this opportunity, don't miss this chance, okay? Listen to English speech as much as you can, my friend. Well, next. Should I study British or American English? It depends on your aims. It means that you can have different ideas, you can have different actually thoughts, your motivation can be different, and if you want to live or study in America, for example, you need to focus on American English, and the opposite, yes, so if you want to live in Britain, so you need British English. So I believe, yes, I believe the best thing is to be able to understand both British and American English. So you need to understand both British and American English, not only British, not only American English, okay? Good. Okay, should I read classical literature to improve my English? No, it isn't a good idea. Focus on modern English, yeah? If you really want to improve your English fast, you need to focus on modern English. It's a very important thing. Should I read only English books? It's a good idea to read books, but not only them. Read different topics, conversations, yeah, so conversations, we have lots of topics, conversations on this channel. So when your level gets higher, read newspapers, magazines and articles more, and so when you have an advanced level or upper intermediate level, so it will be very easy for you to read these newspapers and magazines. It's a very important practice, okay? Good. How to learn English pronunciation? So I think that you were waiting for this question. Okay, so just shortly, but very interestingly and effectively, mostly by listening and repeating. So you can improve it mostly by listening and repeating. So you need to listen and repeat. Not only listen and repeat, but that's not all. I will tell you what you need to do. What else you need to do, okay? So if you want more, listen, it's also a good idea to learn how to move your tongue to pronounce English sounds. Yeah, really. There are some differences in pronunciation of English sounds and sounds in your mother tongue. And if you want actually to have a better pronunciation, so you need to actually to study this thing too. Yeah, it's also very important because there are some differences in pronunciation. So in the movement of your tongue, it's also very important, okay? Good. How to learn English phrases? You might think that you can remember all of them if you have a list of them, so when you have them on paper. But this method doesn't work. It doesn't work, yes, this method doesn't work. You need to read and listen a lot. Only this way, read and listen a lot. These phrases will be met again and again, and you'll remember them, okay? So do you remember our idea about, when we analyze the text, the situation will be met? So what is the structure? Will be met. So we call it passive voice. We call it passive voice, and the tense is future simple. Passive voice, future simple. Okay, some people say, oh, it's boring, we don't want it, we don't need it. No, it isn't boring. You need to understand it. If you don't understand it, you don't know English. So you need to focus on grammar. Okay, will be met, will be plus the third form or past participle again and again, and you remember them. Next, should I attend English courses? It's up to you, or as you wish. So if you wanted, so you can attend these English courses. If you want to have a teacher, why not? If you have money, yeah, really, if you have money, why not? But as for me, this method isn't suitable. It means that this method isn't good for me, doesn't suit me. As means because I spend lots of time. I spend lots of time on the way there and back. Yes, lots of time on the way there and back. Then I need to put on my clothes, to take off my clothes, and lots of other things related to my preparation. And it's a lot of time. It's a lot of time. Really, I don't like it. So I prefer actually to learn at home. And most people think, yeah, one more important thing, really. Most people think that they can only make progress if they attend some English courses. So if they go to some English courses. That's not true. That's not true. Yeah, it's just this idea in your mind. So some people think, oh, if we have a teacher, if we take private lessons, or if we attend some English courses, if we pay money, we can make good progress. If not, we can't. No, it's a myth. It's an illusion. That's not true. So there are so many resources online, and good resources, and our channel is one of them. Our channel English Profession is one of them. You need to study, and that's all. You don't need to pay. You don't need to waste your time. When you go somewhere and it takes an hour or more. No, you can do it. You can do it for free. You can learn English for free. Okay, what do you think about a video format of learning English? If it's a good lesson, yeah, we need to say it is or it's. Yeah, it's better to say it's. Native speakers mostly use short forms. It's very effective. Yeah, if it's a good lesson, because there are so many bad lessons too, and they are ineffective. You can watch this lesson again and again. I hope that you understand what I'm talking about, while sitting comfortably on your chair. Yeah, just use your, actually, some teachers, who upload videos on YouTube, they say, so they don't care what you do. They just want, you to learn. And that's the most important thing, okay? So, and it's really very comfortable. It's very comfortable, and this method is suitable, yeah, for lots of English learners. Very good format. And more than that, or in addition to that, it's absolutely free. You don't need to pay. Yeah, it's a real revolution in online education. And I'm so glad, my friends, that I have this amazing opportunity. I have this unique chance to share my knowledge with you. Yeah, so it was in my head, and now it isn't only in my head. So actually, that's great. Yeah, that's great, and it's thanks to our modern technology. Okay, thanks to the internet, thanks to YouTube, and thanks to the support, of course. So actually, it's actually your part too. It's your part too. So that's this channel is growing thanks to your support. It's a very important thing, and thanks a lot, my friends. I'd like to thank you very much, but we need to go ahead. Okay, how to improve my vocabulary? One more good question. Well, there are different methods, and there is one good method: learn English words grouped into categories. For example, you learn different words about money, about job. So you have a text, a conversation, you have exercises. It's a one, or just learn a list of English words for revision. It's also good, that we have this list on our channel too. Good. So what do you think about international exams for English learners? International exams. Yeah, do you know? Do you know it? So it's worth preparing for them. So this structure worth doing, it means it's a good idea to prepare for these exams. So it can help you see your real level, as well as giving you a clear idea, as well as it means it can also give you a clear idea what skills you need to work on, yeah? And so maybe you have problems with reading skills, with writing skills, but you don't know about it. You just need to actually to do these sample papers, to do it, to try to take it, and you'll see your real level. It's also very important and it's very good for your motivation, okay? So how to speak English more naturally? Well, good question. You know, yeah. So what you need to do is to study materials written by native speakers. It's very important, yeah. Or written by very professional English teachers. Watch more lessons on speaking with subtitles. The problem is that, you know, that students often, you know, study English grammar, you know, and these books are ineffective, so just choose the best books written by native speakers. Or if this person isn't a native speaker, he or she should be very professional, so that you can see the result and trust him. It's okay too, but professionalism is in the first place, okay? And next, my friends, watch more lessons on speaking with subtitles. It's very important. So really, I don't understand, you know, some people upload videos on speaking, but they don't have subtitles. Okay, and how am I going to learn? Maybe I understand the basic ideas. Some students think this way, but I need to understand everything. It's better, yeah, actually to watch these lessons with subtitles. Yeah, you need to see the text to catch each phrase. We talked about it. Next, how to speak English faster. There are several things which can really help you. Use simple words and structures. We talked about it just, and you'll be speaking English very fast. Don't think in your mother tongue. Yeah, it means that you need to think in English. Think in English, and you know that you need to try to speak to yourself on different subjects. For example, you choose a subject, learning English, and then you start speaking. Okay, so how is it effective to learn English? I suppose that there are different ways, and so as for me, I suppose that the most effective way of learning English is, and then you continue, you speak, and it's very effective too. And try to do it as soon as possible. So please try it, and you can also record yourself. Yeah. You know, it's very easy to listen to other recordings, to other lessons, and I know that sometimes students criticize other teachers' lessons, and they don't understand how difficult it is to record a long lesson, not just a short one, and they need to record their speech, and they need to look at their result or their project, yes, and their pronunciation, and they'll be surprised and they'll be maybe shocked. They won't be happy about this result, but you need to know it. You need to know it, how it looks like. Okay, so do it from time to time and see or measure your progress. Next, can I learn English during the sleep or while sleeping? So you can say during the sleep. So it's one way of saying it, so I wanted to type it first, or while sleeping. Okay, good question, thank you. Well, you can't learn it during the sleep, almost not, yeah? Anyway, it's very effective to learn it before going to bed. So before going to bed, it's very effective to learn English before going to bed. And maybe you'll have dreams in English. Do you have dreams in English, my friends? So your brains work and you improve your English. So, and it's also a good method. You need to try. Okay, how to learn 100 English words a day? Yeah, you may have heard. It means maybe you heard. Yeah, you may have heard many times. You may have heard it many times, but this method doesn't work. If you aren't a beginner. Yeah, if you aren't a beginner, you can learn the first 1000 English words very quickly, because you refresh your knowledge. It means you remember what you studied earlier, and you refresh your knowledge and you knew. and you knew 95% of these words earlier. Yeah, you can do it very fast. So it isn't learning, it isn't remembering, but if you are an absolute beginner, it's impossible. You can learn it, but you'll forget it. You'll forget it very quickly, okay? I promise. Next, should I write down everything what I hear to improve my English? So you don't need to do it. It can take you too long, really. You don't need to write down every word which you hear when you listen to something. No. How to speak English automatically? You know, it's only by having lots of English speaking practice in familiar situations. So in familiar and in unfamiliar situations. So situations which are rarely met to in different situations. Only practice, lots of speaking practice. So is it easier to learn other foreign languages after English? Much easier, it's a fact, really. So, and you can try to do it and you'll see it. Okay, and two more very good questions. So what is better, to know English perfectly or several languages but upper intermediate level, or maybe several languages intermediate level? And I can tell you the following, that it depends on your aim or on your aims, yeah, if you have some aims. Personally, or as for me, I believe you need to have an upper intermediate level of English, or what? Or an advanced level, it means the highest level. As for other languages, you don't need to have such a high level, so it can be intermediate or upper intermediate, but I believe that you should have an advanced level in English. And the last one, okay, very important question. So I sometimes feel that the process of learning English is endless. It means without end. So I learn many new words and again, so new structures, and as a result I get depressed. I'm very sad. My friend, please don't give up, so don't feel depressed. It does have an end. Thus, it's universal, it means it really has an end. Follow the tips in this lesson and other lessons on the channel English Professionally. Yes, and it will help you. And you know, my friend, I look forward to your great progress in English, and I really hope that you'll start using these tips and you'll have an advanced level in English soon, and you'll be very happy, yeah, when you learn English. It's very important to enjoy the process. So two things: you make good progress and you enjoy learning English, and you smile. Okay, so my progress is really good. Thank you, my friends. See you. Hi, my friends. Welcome to the channel English Professionally, and this video course is how to speak English fluently in 10 days. Okay, thank you very much for your support. I really hope that you like this video, okay? So, are you ready to start? I hope so. You know, I want to improve my speaking skills urgently. So I want to improve means I want to make them better. So I want to speak better. And urgently means as soon as possible, so I need to do it now. And I can't learn English for years. It means for a very long time, so for 3 years, for 5 years, it's too long. To have a basic level in speaking. So to have means if I want to have a basic level in speaking, so the first level or the second level, so not such a high level in speaking. Firstly, yeah, the first thing, as you might guess. As you might guess means, so as you might know, or as you know, I don't have so much time. Secondly, yeah, very nice phrases, okay? Secondly, I need an advanced level. Advanced level means the highest level in speaking. So I want to speak English really well. I'll never be satisfied with a basic level. So be satisfied means I will never be happy. I will never be happy about a basic level. So that's not for me, okay? Well, how much time do you have? Not much at all. So really not much, really not much. Can you say it more exactly? So just can you give me some details? So really, Can you tell me how much time you have? Okay, just a little less than a couple of weeks. Couple of weeks means 2 weeks. Couple of means 2 weeks. A little less than 2 weeks or than 14 days. I think you know how to speak English fluently in 10 days. Okay? And you can really give me a hand. A nice phrase, give me a hand, means you can really help me. Alright, I can help. I don't want to guarantee, so I don't want to guarantee that you'll be an advanced English speaker. So guarantee, it means that I don't want to tell you that you'll definitely do it, so that it's true for 100%. No. So it means that not maybe an advanced English speaker, but close to it, close to this level, but not maybe an advanced level, As I need. As means because. As I need to know much about your current level. So current level, so the level which you have now. But I do feel. Do means really. I do feel means, but I really feel it's possible. So it's possible, you can do it, to reach some fluency in English within 10 days. To reach some fluency, to become fluent in English, within 10 days or in 10 days during this period of time. Okay, that suits me. It means that's okay, that's alright, that suits me, it's okay. It's suitable for me. I want to know more about it. Okay, there are some extremely useful tips that you need to know. So, extremely useful tips means very, very useful tips which you need to know. What are they? Don't think that learning English 1 hour a day will help you enormously or will help you greatly. It means that if you think that you learn 1 hour English 1 hour a day and it will be enough for you, no. So this thought or this idea is very naive. So in fact it isn't so, and it has no foundation. It has no foundation means actually there is no reason. There is no reason for thinking this way. No reason. Okay? If someone thinks you can learn English fast while learning English, it means while or when you learn English, when you learn English, when you learn English only, only 1 hour a day, it verges on the ridiculous. It's a nice phrase, so you can say it verges on the ridiculous or it borders on the ridiculous. It means that it's ridiculous, it's absurd, so it's very naive, it's not true, so it's impossible. And in particular means in your case, in your situation, it's totally unacceptable. Totally unacceptable. It means that you can't accept it, so no way is it good for you, so it isn't good for you at all. Since means because you have such a time limit. Time limit, it means that you have such a time limit, so I remember that you need just you have just 2 days, so we're talking about it. Okay, good. What do you mean? So what do you want to say? What do you mean? Okay? I mean that you need to learn English much more than 1 hour a day. So 1 hour a day isn't enough. How much? I'm not a magician. Okay? And I just want to be as realistic as possible. Okay? So I really want to be realistic. Okay? So if you have only 10 days, all day, so you need all day. Is it really possible? Why not? Why not? Don't learn English only in the classroom. if you do it, if you learn English only in the classroom, you always fall behind. Fall behind means you always, show worse results, so your results won't be so good, worse results than your classmates, results, so you fall behind, so not enough progress, so your progress won't be so good, and your results will be below average, so average, middle, so below average, so less or worse than middle, okay, so not, you won't be a top student, not an average student, so yeah, so maybe you'll be one of the worst students, not so good, okay? So the most important point is that, or the most important thing is that you need to think in English during the day. You need to start with translating separate words. Separate words means some words, okay, phrases, some phrases, and simple sentences. Yeah, you need to start with it. Really, it's a crucial point. It's a crucial point. It means the most important point. So really, you need to pay attention to it. Okay, it's a crucial point. Will it give me fluency? A great deal of fluency. It means lots of fluency. Yeah, you'll have another level of fluency. You know, I'll be straightforward. I'll be straightforward, or I'll be direct. So I'll tell you what I really think. Most students fail, so it means that they don't succeed, they don't have a good result, because they use traditional and ineffective methods, which can only lead to slow progress. So ineffective methods which aren't good enough, which can only lead to slow progress. So as a result, you only have slow progress, you only make slow progress. Can you give me more details? Right. As a rule, students have just one book and they study it with a teacher who checks their progress. It's so slow. You depend on your teacher and other students too much. Really, it's a problem. You depend on it too much. So we used to express our negative feelings, to express our negative attitude. Okay, so it has also become a very profitable business. It means that profitable business which brings lots of money. Good profit. When it's said, it's passive voice. When people say, when it's said everywhere that only this method is the best one, or only this method is the best method, learning in the classroom, I totally disagree with it. Okay, a nice phrase. So you can say, I don't agree with it, I disagree. Yeah, but if you want to emphasize, your idea, you can say, I totally, it sounds even stronger. I totally disagree with it. Yeah, so I don't agree with it at all. People often make money on education and on students. Make money on education students here. Yeah, they say that only learning English in the classroom with a teacher can bring the results you need, so can bring or can give you the results you need or you want, or you need to buy a special course. Yeah, you need to buy a special course which has a miraculous effect. Miraculous, which is full of miracles. So you need just to buy for a course, so it's no matter, it is online or offline, and you have this miraculous effect, okay? Isn't it right? Isn't it right? Not at all. You'll make some progress, but it isn't very convenient for a teacher, or it isn't very comfortable, convenient, it isn't a good thing for a teacher to tell you that you can use these or those materials, so these or those materials, or some materials where you can also check yourself, Yeah, it's a problem. So, you know, what often happens in reality is that so you need to wait, yeah, for a teacher. So no one can check your work, just only a teacher. It's a problem, yeah. So you need to have some materials where you can check yourself, yeah, so that you learn English by yourself, so without paying money, and do it effectively. Teachers often want you to come to them to pay, and it's a sad fact. Or as people want you, yeah, to pay, it's a sad fact. Yeah, so people aren't interested in your progress, but they are interested in your pocket, in your money. It's a sad fact, really, not so good. Really, that's it. That's it. It means that's true. Almost no one is interested in it, or few people are interested in it. I mean, in giving you resources, I mean materials, information, advice, or even saying that you can learn English without a teacher. Yes, so just imagine it. So an English teacher tells you that okay, you can learn English without a teacher. So it can sound fantastic, unbelievable, but it's true, it's possible. So it isn't very convenient for a teacher to say so. It's a sad fact. So I suppose, I think it's a vitally important point. So it's a very, very important point. It's a crucial point, or it's a point of great importance, or it's a point of vital importance, a very, very important point. So you need to have a very clear idea in your mind that it mostly depends on you. Yeah, don't depend on the classroom. Okay, good. So are you against taking English classes? No way, no way. It means of course not. Of course not. Okay, I fully support them. I fully support these classes, so these lessons, if only, or on condition, if we have this condition, you're provided with all the necessary materials. So with all the materials you need to learn on your own, or to learn by yourself and effectively. The thing is that, or the fact is that, the problem is that you're often not given these materials. Yeah, it's a problem. So you don't see these materials, you don't know how to learn English by yourself. Yeah, or the materials aren't good enough. Yeah, it's another problem. So maybe you're given some materials, but what about the quality of these materials? Yeah, it's often so bad. Yeah, it's so sad. Okay, to sum up, so if we want to make a conclusion, I need to study all day for these 10 days, and I shouldn't, right? And I shouldn't be over dependent on my teacher. When I depend on him or her too much. Thinking English in English, or maybe not only in English, yeah, just trying to translate something, yeah, in my head, should be my regular practice, right? Is that all? Well, you need to do some more things. What is it? So what is it, okay? So you need to have lots of speaking practice during all these days. So lots of, or a lot of speaking practice. The more, the better. Or the more practice you have, the better. So it's a very important thing. So I can take lots of English lessons every day for more than 2 hours. Am I right? So yeah, when you have English lessons every day and they last for more than 2 hours, so am I right? So is it a good idea? So if you can afford it, it means if you have money to pay for it, it's an absolutely brilliant idea. It's an absolutely brilliant idea. It means it's a very, very good idea. So you can say it's a brilliant idea, or it's an absolutely brilliant idea to learn English with a teacher for more than 2 hours and every day. So personally, I have this experience. I mean, when students ask me just, I mean, to talk, I mean, to them in English and help them, and they just wanted, you know, to study for more than 2, 3, or even 4 hours. Yeah, this practice can take place. Yeah, however, you don't necessarily need to do it. Don't necessarily need to do it. It means actually there is no need to do it, so you don't need to pay, so you don't need to take these English classes. So you can find different speaking partners. So the problem is that you can't reach fluency in English, or you can't get this fluency fast while talking just to one person. So you need to, I mean, to have different people to talk to, different speaking partners. You need to get used to different speaking partners, not just to one person. Yeah, it's a very important thing. Yeah, it sounds reasonable. So reasonable, it means that really I think it's a good idea. Yeah, good idea. Okay, so thanks. Let me go on, or let me continue. Okay. I also guess you can't think in English and speak English all day. So I also think so. It's very difficult. Okay, so it can be really tiring, or yeah, it can be really exhausting. You'll get tired or exhausted very quickly, as means because it's a very intensive training. So maybe you want to do it, you have this desire, but it's very difficult, yeah, for your head. Yeah. Okay, so what are you suggesting? What are you suggesting? You also need to listen to English speech a lot, no matter what you do. So when you do other things, okay, only these things, not only. It is often said that you can reach fluency in English without good grammar. Okay, yeah, it's wrong. If you don't, yeah, it's wrong if you don't live in an English-speaking country. Yeah, so it's, I mean, it's very easy, I mean, for native speakers to say so. Yeah, just you don't need any grammar at all. Yeah, since they've been living in this English-speaking country for a while, so for a very long time. But you know that your story is different, and you need to learn everything. You need to know grammar. Basic grammar first, but not only basic. It's a very important thing, okay? So how can you explain it? I mean that if you're unsure about something, you'll have to make pauses, really. Maybe you want to say something in English, but you're unsure. Maybe it is right, maybe it isn't, and you make pauses. Yeah, your speech won't seem natural and fast enough. Yeah, you'll be speaking slowly. What else can you say? You shouldn't be afraid of mistakes. Show me a person who doesn't make mistakes. Your main aim or your main task is to express your point of view. Express, you need to say what you think and get your message across. So get your message across is a nice phrase, so you need to explain it to another person so that they understand your message or your idea and get your message across. You also need to focus on most important words and phrases. Yeah, most important. You can't know everything. Please, don't learn unimportant words. Don't do it, yeah, which are never used, and don't learn unnecessary phrases. So phrases maybe which are only in books. Yeah, you don't need them. You can waste lots of time. So all in all, or in conclusion, you need to do everything which has already been mentioned above. Yeah, so we are talking about it, or been talking it, I think, yeah, very productively to reach more fluency in English. Okay, so I really hope that you follow these tips and you enjoy our lessons on the channel English Professionally, and I want to wish you good luck, my friends. See you. Bye. Hi, my friends. Welcome to the channel English Professionally. And this course is very important and special, this video course, how to think in English. Really, it's very important to think in English if you want to speak English really well, if you want to speak English fluently, and this video is about it, so I think that you like this video. Okay, really good. Okay, so you know that welcome to the channel English professionally. So you see, you can also join us on Facebook, so our new group, which is growing, and you see that thanks a lot for your support. Thanks a lot, really. Thanks a lot for support. Thanks for comments. Thanks for your likes and shares here. I mean, on YouTube and on Facebook too. Okay, thanks a lot. Really. Thanks for your help. And this video is extremely important. It's about the secrets. How to think in English. It's about some secrets. So some things which can help you start thinking in English. So it's very important. It's extremely important. Okay, so watch all the video, stay with us, and I really hope that you'll enjoy it. You like this video. Thanks for likes and shares. Okay, good. Well, so really, how to think in English? How can you answer this question? Okay, please look, answer this question. So without any preposition, here, so no preposition. Okay, answer this question. So students often make this mistake. Please answer this question. Please remember this phrase. Can you answer this question? I think different answers are possible. For example, the first answer or the first possible answer. It's impossible. That's it. It's the first possible answer. So it means that some people think that, okay, it's impossible to think in English for everyone. So they think that only advanced students can do it. I mean, students who have a very high level of English, And the second answer, you see, it's really possible if you live in England or America, it's funny, or if you were born in an English-speaking country, or if you were born in an English-speaking country, so you can do it, okay? So if you live, for a long time in England, America, Australia, or another English-speaking country, or if you, were born there, okay? So if you lived there when you were a child. So, and you see two typical answers to this question. So typical, so what is typical, okay? So you need to know different synonyms or similar words. So if you can't maybe remember this word typical, what other words can you say instead? So you can say typical, or also common, or also common, or also popular, answer, and we say answers to this question. Good. So you see two typical or two common, two popular answers to this question, these two answers. So the first one, it's impossible, and the second one, it's possible, but there are some conditions. So you need to actually say maybe you lived in an English-speaking country for a long time, or maybe you were born there. So what is next? And the question is, at the same time, it's a good phrase for speaking, and you can use it in your English speaking practice. So at the same time, the question remains the same. So remains means the question is the same. So we haven't answered it. We haven't answered it yet. So it's the same, So is it possible? Is it possible to think in English? Is it possible to think in English if you don't live in an English-speaking country? Okay, so if you don't live, let's say, in America or in England. So is it possible or not? So students often think that it's impossible. So if I don't live in an English speaking country, so I won't think in English. Won't means will not. It's a short term, but it's wrong. So I believe it's possible. So watch all this video and you can, express your point of view in the comments below, or in our group, on Facebook. So you can leave a message there, personal message or private message as we call it, or in the comments so that other people can see it as well. And from my experience, so a very nice phrase for speaking, from my experience, I can tell that it's possible, really, it's possible to think in English, even though you don't live in an English-speaking country. So when I speak English, or when I think in English, I don't translate from Russian into English. So you know that Russian is my mother tongue. Russian is my mother tongue, so it means that I was born in Russia. So it isn't a secret. So when I speak English, or when I think in English, I don't translate from Russian into English, So I speak automatically. Without translation. So only English words, only English phrases in my head. So I do it in English immediately. So I think it isn't bad, and you'll agree with me, right? Good. So you also need to understand what advantages it can give you, or what pluses, advantages or pluses or good things it can give you. Why is it so important? Why is it so important to think in English? I can name the following advantages, or I can name these advantages. So the following means these advantages, the main ones. So what is the main? It means most important. So it means very important or most important. So which you really need to know. So it saves time. So really, that's true. It means that's right. So you can speak English very fast and naturally. If you can think in English, it saves time. You can speak English very fast and naturally. So when you speak English, second, when you speak English fast, it's comfortable for you and for your partner. It's very comfortable, So, and your speaking partner doesn't need to wait for you, so it's good. So you gain great confidence. So gain means get. So you get, or you have great confidence. It means that you believe in yourself. You think, oh, I can think in English. So it's really good. It's like having wings and you're flying in the sky. It's like having wings and you're flying in the sky. So you see, it's an amazing feeling. So it's a new level. It's a very big step forward, and it helps you to have this confidence. What is confidence? It means that you are sure. So that you're sure that your English is good, you believe in yourself, so it's a very positive feeling. Next, so you are very confident. So you know that confidence helps you to break down the language barrier. So you can say to break down the language barrier, or to overcome the language barrier. I mean, it's this kind of situation. So maybe you know English, maybe you know some grammar, vocabulary, but you can't speak. You are afraid of speaking, and you want, to start speaking, without any fear, so not being afraid, and so you need confidence. So, and it will help you to break down the language barrier, or it will help you to overcome the language barrier, okay? So what recommendations, yeah, can I give, or what advice? So you can ask, so what recommendations can I give, or what advice can I give? So I don't use any sources. So what is sources? It means different materials. So any materials or books or other ideas, yeah, or other ideas, okay? So I just use my own life experience, okay? So my own means my personal life experience, really, and I can tell you this from my own life experience, okay? So the first very important thing, study English regularly and systematically. So what is regularly? It means that you study it, for example, every day for an hour or for 2 hours, but you do it every day. So what is systematically? It means that you have a program, you have a plan. So that some students, so for example, only read, some students only study grammar, but some students only watch movies, but it isn't enough. You need to have a program. So you need to do all these things. So you need to read in English, you need to listen a lot in English, so you need to watch English videos, you need to write, and so on, okay? Do it every day. It's difficult, yeah, it's difficult to find time for it, okay? It's difficult to find time for it, and it's a very common excuse. So what is excuse? It's a very common excuse, or it's a very common thing, okay? So people often say, okay, so I have no time, or I don't have time, yeah, okay, later, next time, yeah? But I think that if you really want it, you will find time for it. You will find time for it, yeah? And so if you have no time at all, yeah, it's possible to do it anyway. It's possible to do it anyway. So, okay, you have no time, or you have little free time, but it isn't a problem. So, what if you have no time at all? It's possible to do it anyway. So, what do you need for it? What's in the first place? So, what's in the first place? What can help you do it? It's motivation. Yeah, something which motivates you. You need to have a clear aim, yeah, or a reason. A clear aim and also a reason why you need to study English so hard. So really, why do you need it? Why do you need it? So maybe you have this picture in your mind, yeah, this very clear picture in your mind that I need to improve my English greatly, because it can help me to find a better job where I'll get more money, and I need to do it urgently as soon as possible, and it's a very good motivation, okay? So, or it can be another reason, but you need to have motivation, okay? So, and when you have no time, you can start thinking in English a bit. It means a little. So when you walk, yeah, so I also do it. So, I think in English. So it's, it's a habit for me. And you also, so when you go somewhere, yeah, when you go to some place, so you can translate all your ideas. So, from your first language or from your mother tongue into English. And you can do it little, just some words, phrases, then more difficult words, more difficult phrases, and then it will be very natural for you, yeah, and you'll see good progress. What's very, very important, yeah? So when you walk, when you go from one place to another, so really you can make up different phrases and sentences in English in your mind. It's very important. It's, I think, what you need to do. For example, if your mother tongue is Russian, you can translate your thoughts from Russian into English. You can translate from Russian into English or from Spanish into English. Yeah, so from your first language into English. So it's a very good practice. It's a very good practice. You know, it's really difficult to translate everything, but you can start with separate words. It means with some words, not sentences, with separate words, phrases and sentences. So not, not a long speech only in English. Just start with something simple, with something easy for you, okay? So first you try. So first you try to translate some words and so on. For example, you went out and you see a tree and you can think, okay, tree, car, house, some basic things, some basic objects, then more difficult things, then more difficult things, okay? For example, so I need to go there, so I need to call him, so okay, so what will I do tomorrow, and so on. So you think in English, simple things in your head. So it's very good when you practice English during the day. So practice can be a noun, practice, so English practice, and a verb, practice English. When you practice English during the day, when you have this English speaking practice during the day, so in the morning, in the afternoon, and in the evening. So if you do it even from time to time, it means even sometimes, I think it will bring perfect results, very good results. Is that all? So no, it isn't. So what else can we do? So what other things can we do? So the second very important thing, okay? Listen to English speech as much as possible. So listen to English speech every day. So, and I think it's a very good idea to watch these kind of videos on this channel, English Professionally, so you can see the text at the same time, so you see it with your eyes and you can listen. You can listen to it. It's very important. So so listen to English speech as much as possible. The problem is the same, okay? No free time at all. If so, please don't give up. So don't stop. Don't panic. Don't feel depressed. So don't think that it isn't for you. Don't think it's impossible. Really, it's possible to solve this problem, or it's possible to find a solution to this problem. So you can do different things and listen to something in English as a background. So what does it mean? It means that maybe you do some housework, and that you can play this video, and you will listen to it. You'll catch some words, phrases, and so on. So you need to do it. So you might think it's a crazy idea. So you might think it's a very good speaking phrase. It means maybe you think, or maybe you will think, it's a crazy idea. But it really works. It means it really helps. You can see it with your own eyes as soon as you do it. So you know that we use present simple after as soon as. So you can see it with your own eyes as soon as you do it. So you just need to start doing it and you see the result. Listen to something simple, basic, so good for level, not very difficult. So very simple things, okay? Very simple English conversations, topics for beginners. So we have a lot of information on our channel. So English professionally. I did it and it really helped me. I'll be more precise, so it means that I'll be more exact, or I'll give you more details. Okay? For instance, very nice phrase for speaking. So you can say for example or for instance. It means, for example, I was working very hard. So from home, I was working very hard from home for about 8 hours. Yeah, 8 hours. Yeah, I worked from home. So I was staying at home and I was working almost all day, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so if I remember it correctly. And I was listening to the English radio. So as a background, and my English level was quite high. Yeah, so I was doing it for 2 years. I mean, from 4 to 7 hours of listening practice daily. Yeah, it's a very important thing, yeah, to study regularly and systematically. We talked about it, and I could see the results almost immediately. But I didn't want to stop. Yeah, I wanted more and more progress. It was fantastic. So it was unbelievable. So it was unimaginable. So it was something very special. Yeah, it was such a pleasant feeling. So I remember these days, months, and years with a feeling of nostalgia. It means with a very pleasant feeling. Yeah. So okay. So it really helped me. So if your level isn't advanced, yeah, please don't get depressed. So don't give up. Okay. Don't give up. So you can start, so if your level is upper intermediate or higher, so you can listen to the radio or you can watch these kind of videos, yeah, for more, advanced students. So if your level is lower, let's say beginner, elementary, pre-intermediate, intermediate, so I think it's a good idea, to watch videos like this one on this channel, English Professionally, because you can, listen and see the text. It's the first thing. And the second thing is that you need to read and listen to adapted books written by native speakers, which are for different levels, so beginners, elementary, and pre-intermediate. So it's a very important, thing for your English progress. So, and everything is all right. So you see, okay, so you can start with simple videos. You can watch and you can listen to different videos on this channel as a background. So please have a look at our playlists. We have different playlists on English grammar, on English speaking, yeah, on English words. And so if you support this idea, if you said, okay, so we'll create very effective playlists, yeah, so from the first lesson, lesson 1, lesson 2, lesson 3, for different levels. So it's a good idea if you think so, and you can have a look at different playlists and start listening to different videos. It's some kind of English galaxy. It's galaxy for English learners, but the name of our channel is English Professionally. So we try to be very professional. Yeah, not just basics of English. So very advanced things and things for intermediate students as well. And so what is English Professionally? It's a huge virtual video library. So yeah, of a very high quality. So you can see lots of interesting videos, not just videos but video courses, yeah, on different topics. And it's the mission of this channel, yeah, so that everyone actually can learn English for free and fast, okay, with the help of these videos. So at some kind of revolution in education. And I really hope you'll learn English very fast and you'll start thinking in English as soon as possible. Just start with something simple, yeah, so just translate some basic words, phrases, but try to do it regularly. And I think that so it will help you a lot. and I'd like to thank you also, a lot for your great support. So so let's meet, and you can meet actually on Facebook too. You can follow our channel, and it's good, it's really good that our community is growing. So you can write your you can leave your comments. So I try to read all your comments, and I'm sure that I need this feedback, and all these comments help me make these lessons, this English for you, better and better. Thanks a lot for likes and shares. Okay, so I'm so happy that I have this opportunity to share my knowledge with you. I'm really so happy. But my main aim is to make you learn English fast and effectively. Okay, so let's do it. Okay, so let's actually change the idea of of effective learning. Okay, so let's do it fast. And really, okay, thanks a lot. So okay, I have no more words, just feelings. Thanks a lot. See you. Thanks for the support. Bye. Hi, welcome to the channel English Professionally, and you see that this video is called How to Learn English in 1 month, really? So how to do it, and I really hope it's a good idea, to talk about it. Yeah, really, welcome to the channel English Professionally. You can also join me on Facebook, so all the links are in the description below. Yeah, so you can join me. I'll be glad if you do it. Okay, so really, how can we learn English in 1 month, not in 2 months, not in 3 months, not in half a year, not in a year, but just in 1 month. Yeah, so in about 30 days. So all the information in this video lesson, you see, is made like an English conversation. So you will know it in this English conversation. It's a very good English speaking practice. Okay, so please watch all the video, and don't forget to leave a comment below expressing your point of view, so you agree or you don't agree, so maybe you have a different experience. Write something, so positive or negative, so it's important. And you know that you can put a like, and share it with your friends on Facebook, and you can also join me, so I'll be happy. So I'll be really glad. So so this is an English conversation. Okay, so for our speaking skills, how to learn English in 1 month? Is it possible, or is it real? Okay, I think it's impossible. So it means that I think it isn't real, or it's unreal. I can hardly believe that someone can do it. A good speaking phrase. So I can hardly believe. So it isn't hard. We say work hard, it means a lot, but hardly means that I can hardly believe means I don't believe it at all, or I can't believe it. It's very difficult. So it's almost impossible to believe it, that someone can do it. Why do you think so? Why do you think so? So, or what's your opinion? So why do you think so? The answer is quite simple. People learn English for years, and they can't know it perfectly. They can't know it very well, perfectly or very well. So you're telling me that it's possible to do it in 1 month? It's absolutely ridiculous. So what is ridiculous or absurd? So it can't be so. It can't be true. It's absolutely ridiculous. So really, how can it be? Okay, really, how can it be? Next, I have to disagree with you. It means that, so I disagree with you. So have to is a modal verb. It means must. I must disagree with you. Or I have to disagree with you. So we often use this phrase. I have to disagree with you. I suppose, or I think, that it's possible, or it's real. but people don't know how to do it. If you have this knowledge, or if you know it, I'm sure it will open your eyes. It sounds quite interesting, okay? So you can say it's interesting or it's very interesting, but you know, this phrase is very good for speaking. So you can say it sounds interesting, it sounds very interesting, it sounds quite interesting. Tell me what I should know. So, okay, so what does it mean to learn English? People have different English levels. Let's look, okay, so let's look at 4 different people. For example, Max has an intermediate level. He speaks English quite well and he can communicate with other people, yeah, a good phrase, communicate with other people without any big problems. So he can say, I learned English, yeah, I learned English, so my English is perfect, okay? Right. I also think it's easy to reach this level. It won't take you plenty of time. Plenty of means lots of or a lot of time, yeah? It won't take you long. So if you learn it effectively. Also, what does it mean effectively? It means that you know the right way of learning English. You know the right method of learning English. You know how to learn it fast, yeah? And it isn't only words, so it's true. I absolutely agree with you. Okay, anyway, let's look at Tom. He has an upper intermediate level and his vocabulary is much wider or bigger, yeah? And his grammar is much better. He makes mistakes sometimes, yeah, we say make mistakes. He makes mistakes sometimes, but small ones. So what is ones? It's small mistakes, yeah, so we use it not to repeat mistakes, yeah, small mistakes or small ones, okay? He can say, I learned English. That's absolutely right. A very nice phrase, so absolutely right. I absolutely agree with you. Let me finish. One more nice phrase. Okay, no problem. Okay, no problem. No problem. So, let's look at Kate. She has an advanced level. Her English is almost perfect, but there is one small thing. She doesn't know it like a native speaker. So, who is a native speaker? It's a person who, was born and, and lived in England, for example, or in the United States, so, or in Australia, so, or in an English-speaking country. I see what you mean. People have different levels, and they can say that they learned English, but it isn't the same in all these cases or in all these situations. Absolutely means yes or right. Yeah, yes, right. So, my English teacher can also say that he learned English. By the way, so you use this phrase when you want to add something, yeah, so by the way, so he really knows it like a native speaker. So it's really rare nowadays. So rare means not common. So you can meet it only sometimes. Yes, you know that teachers teach English, but not all of them, yeah, unfortunately know it, English like a native speaker or like an educated native speaker, who has a good education. It's also very important. Okay, so next. So what is next? Okay, I would say, so it means that I can say so. So what can we do in this situation? So you want to say that it's possible to learn English in 1 month. It's very important to set an aim in the beginning. So set an aim or have an aim in the beginning. Okay? Sure, it means of course or certainly or I absolutely agree with you. As I understood, yeah, so as understood, so I understand it this way. As I understood, our aim is to learn English in 1 month. Certainly, or sure, of course. Next, we need to understand whether we can achieve it or not. Okay, so we use whether, yeah. So if there is a choice, yeah, with or not, so it's English grammar. Have a look, please, at our playlist on English grammar. So it's very important, okay? Okay, and also, let me know what other subjects you are interested in, yeah. So you see, to be frank or to be honest, so I want to be honest with you, I want to be open, yeah. I'm absolutely sure, a nice phrase, I'm absolutely sure, it means I'm really sure that it's possible if learning English means having an intermediate level, okay? If learning English means having an intermediate level, okay? So, in other words, yeah, I think it's possible to learn English in 1 month, yeah? So, if it means to reach an intermediate level, so, yeah, an intermediate, but yeah, it's quite a good level. It's quite a good level. So, intermediate level or so, it means or about intermediate level. So, maybe, lower, upper intermediate level, yeah? But not super advanced. So, it's a lot. I think it's enough. So, really, intermediate level is a very good level. I'm sure that lots of people dream about this result. How to do it? There are several conditions. So there are several conditions, and steps you need to take. So there are several conditions and steps. So you need to do some things, conditions, yeah, or things that you need to do. So you'll do these things and you can learn it, okay? So what are you talking about, or what are these things? Good phrase, what are you talking about? First, yeah, first, was the first thing. You need to have special abilities. Special abilities. So it's very important. So what is abilities? It means that you should have. This ability. So some people learn languages for a very long time and they can't do it. But some people can do it quickly or very quickly. So if you are among these people who can do it quickly or very quickly, so you can do it. But if if it's really so difficult for you to learn maybe 10 words, 15 words a day, so it will be difficult for you, it will be difficult or impossible. But if you can learn easily, so no problem, okay? So to understand everything very quickly and memorize it and remember it, okay? So, okay, so this phrase is, so don't get me wrong, yeah? So we explain it. You don't need to be a genius. So it means very, very clever, very, very smart. But you need to be able. So you must, to understand everything very quickly and memorize it. So you must understand everything very quickly and memorize it. So if you do it, no problem, okay? It's the first condition or the first thing. Well, I'm not sure that I'm so good at foreign languages. Yeah, we say good at. I'm not so good at foreign languages. So does it mean that I won't learn English in 1 month? Yeah, a good question. So I wouldn't like to be cruel, yeah, but I'd like to say it directly, no. Cruel, it means that I would like to say something maybe unpleasant. So, but that's true, okay? But what is true? So I wouldn't like to be cruel, but I'd like to say it directly. So I mean that without hiding anything. So I'd like to be open. I'd like to be sincere. No, okay? So it's just this idea, okay? So if you can't understand everything quickly or very quickly, if you have a terrible memory, so you can't do it in 1 month. So you can do it, but maybe you'll need 2 months or 3 months, but not in 1 month. So it's just this idea, okay? But it's also possible. So it makes me feel depressed. So it makes me feel depressed. Good phrase. It makes me feel depressed. There is no reason for it, okay? You'll achieve this aim anyway, yeah? You'll achieve this aim, so you'll have this result anyway, but it will take you more time, okay? We talked about it. Everyone can learn English, yeah? I also think so. And you? I see means I understand, okay? what's the second condition? Yeah, it was the first condition. So what's the second condition? You need to have lots of free time. If you can study English just 2 hours a day, it won't be enough to reach this result so quickly. You need to study it all day long or almost all this time. Okay, so you understand. So that, if, learning English in a year or in half a year is okay for you, so you can maybe learn it 2 hours a day or 2-3 hours a day. So if you want to learn it in half a year or in a year, yeah, right? But if you really want to do it in a month, you need to spend more time on it. So 2 hours isn't enough, so you need to spend more time on it. I understand you. I'm ready to do it. I'll go on holiday and I think I can try it. Great. That's the best solution, or that's the best decision. If you study or work, you need to take a break. Otherwise, otherwise means if you don't do it, you won't be able to concentrate, so you can't concentrate on the learning process. So you know that, so when you work very hard, you think about your work, or when you study very hard, you think about your studies, and it's very difficult to start thinking about other things. You just need to escape from from it. I mean, actually, to escape from the city, maybe to go to another place or stop working, and then you can really start learning very effectively, and you'll be able to do it all day. I see. What else? Or what should I do in the beginning? So you need to learn effectively. Effectively means to find the best method, to find the best strategy, the most effective one, so it's easy to understand it. You can learn English on the channel. So our main channel is English Professionally. It's our main channel. You can learn English on the channel English Professionally. Good, very good. Well, next, there are amazing courses on this channel, means very good courses, amazing courses on this channel. I know lots of people who improved their English greatly. I mean, who made their English better, so the English got better, or the English became better, thanks to English Professionally, or because of English Professionally. Well, theoretically, or in theory, it can work, but I need someone to control me. So I mean that these words are very good, but it's very difficult to do it if you don't have a person who can check, who can check your progress, who can check your work. That's it. If you want a great result as quickly as possible, it means soon, really soon, you need to invest. You need to invest in your future. So if you have money and you can afford it, and you can pay this money, so you can pay money, it's better to find an English teacher. A professional English teacher with great, vast, successful experience, so with lots of successful experience, okay? So it means that you really need to have a very good teacher, who can do it, but I think that not everyone can do it. Okay, so I would name this person a coach or a trainer, So we can say an English teacher or a coach or a trainer. So in other words, so you know that there is a big difference between a teacher and a coach, So I think that you know this difference. Do you know it? Teachers usually teach using some basic or more advanced, more difficult methods, which are quite widespread. So it means that which are quite common, which are available for everyone, which aren't difficult. So they use some programs, and many people use these programs. Okay, many people use these programs. It isn't a secret. I see. So coaches use more advanced methods, and help you achieve your aims. they take into account everything, yeah? So your previous experience, so when they teach you, yeah, they look at everything or take into account everything. They look at everything, yeah? Your previous experience, so you mean, or your experience in the past, your life, your abilities, it's what you can do, your aims, so what you are going to have in the future. So the main task is to help you understand. So the main task is to help you understand, to achieve your aim. So very important thing, okay? So maybe you can, take 100 English lessons and you can pay money for it, and so your progress will be slow, but maybe you can have 1 or 2 lessons and the teacher will tell you so how to learn English. He'll make a program, yeah, for you, yeah, when he knows your abilities, your aims, so what you really need. It's another thing. So it can be done in 2 lessons but not in 100 lessons, and I also think so, yeah. So 100 lessons can be ineffective, while 2 lessons can be so effective that it will open your eyes. It will open your eyes, really. So they give you their personal attention, okay? It's a new trend. So it's a new trend, yeah, teacher or a coach. Okay, good. So what else? I wish I had such a coach. So wish is the second conditional. So you know that we use past simple. So you know that this English lesson is for English speaking. It's a very good English speaking practice, but it's also very good for grammar and vocabulary. And you say I wish plus past simple. So I wish I had a house maybe in New York, or I wish I had my own island, yeah? My own island. An island which could belong to me. So I wish I had $1 million, or I wish, I could help everyone in the world, yeah, who suffer and who are in need. So, okay, so wish plus past simple. So, do you mean a personal one? Yeah, it's like in business. So, there are lots of books about business. People read these books, but they don't know how everything works in practice. So, there are real secrets. So, I think that, there are some real secrets, and these secrets aren't written in books, yeah, but that it's really so, yeah. So the problem is that, so if a person really knows very important things, so great secrets, I think that he won't share it with others. So okay, so it often happens this way. So business gurus or business experts, so people who know everything about business, know the secrets, and they won't share these secrets with other people, yeah. That's obvious. Yes, that's clear, yeah. It's easy to understand it. Most English teachers won't share their knowledge with you for free. So won't give you their knowledge, yeah, with you for free, yeah, but we're doing it here for free, so you can take this, yeah, knowledge. It's for free, and I hope that the quality is very, very high, supreme quality. You just need to watch these video lessons, to take notes. It's a very good, yeah, lessons, and it's a good idea if you watch different lessons on different topics, and you will be stronger and stronger. So yeah, as they say, day by day. So yeah, and the second problem is that it's very difficult to find this person who can teach English perfectly, yeah? So the first problem is that sometimes, people ask lots of money for something simple, yeah? For example, so you don't know, past simple or future simple, or you don't know, gerund or some grammar. It's very simple, and people ask lots of money for these simple things, and really, so why do you need to pay for it? I don't understand. Okay, but maybe you need to pay, but you can, I think that you need to have an opportunity to learn it for free, okay? And so this channel English Professionally offers this opportunity, okay? Okay, and you can follow us on Facebook too. So All the links are in the description. So anyway, it usually costs lots of money. It usually costs lots of money. I don't have this money. Yes, the second, yeah. I see most people can't afford to take these, yeah, can't afford or can't pay. Most people can't pay, yeah, for these lessons. So it's a vicious circle. It's a vicious circle, yeah. So you know, people usually think that okay, we really want to know English, and we could do it, you know, but we don't have money, and it's very difficult to find a good teacher. So maybe we can pay little money, but you know that a very good teacher usually asks lots of money, and you can't do it because you don't have money. Yeah, and people often think so, but that's not true. So you can learn English for free, and so really I think so. So you see, good lessons usually cost big money. If you take ordinary lessons or simple lessons, yeah, the quality is usually worse, very bad. Sometimes it can be a waste of time, yeah. So you can pay little money. Maybe you think that you'll save, yeah, some money, but you won't have any result. You won't have any progress, yeah, and it's really bad. What should I do? I can give you an example of a very good way of improving your listening skills, of improving your listening skills. So how you can make your listening skills better. So how you can start, how you can understand other people who speak English. So watch more videos on this channel where you can listen to the text and see it at the same time. It's a very good listening, English listening practice. Really, it's amazing. So it's so effective. So you just need to try and you'll see the result immediately. So almost immediately or soon, okay? So to sum up, or in conclusion, if you have money, it's better to invest it. So if you need the result urgently or now, yeah? For example, in 1 month or urgently soon, so as soon as possible, you can have a coach or a trainer, yeah, who will help you choose the best way of learning English for you. You'll also have mostly speaking practice with him, yeah. So I also think so. If you take some English lessons, so it's very important to speak, yeah. So you can learn some grammar, but not just eat during all the lessons. So you mostly need to speak, yeah. And if I look at my teaching experience, at my vast teaching experience, great teaching experience, that I believe that first of all, it's very important to speak only English. It's very important, to study grammar, but it's not the most important thing. So the most important thing, so what is it? It's speaking. So you need to speak as much as you can, and not your teacher, yeah, not your trainer, not your coach, but you, yeah. Okay, you'll also have mostly speaking practice with him. Next, you can take lessons which last longer, for instance 3 or 4 hours. Yeah, it's good if you really need to learn English as soon as possible or urgently. I suppose it's better to focus on speaking. So as far as grammar is concerned, or as for grammar, you can watch different videos and do exercises without him. So really you can watch some videos, for example, on this channel, and it's so easy. It's so easy to understand these structures, so the explanations are very clear. You just need more practice, more speaking practice. So okay, so I got your idea, or I understood you. So maybe there is one more good thing. So I can go to an English speaking country and live there for a month. I see what you mean. Okay, so I'm sure it's good. But if you're an absolute beginner, so if you know nothing about English, it won't help you much. So you need to know the translation, and most importantly, so the most important thing, you need to have an individual approach. So the teacher needs to know more, about your abilities, about your aims. So I'm sure that learning English abroad is very effective if your aim is to break down the language barrier, yeah. So maybe you're afraid of speaking and you need, to start speaking English. It can be a good practice. So if you know nothing about English, it will take you much more than 1 month to learn this language there, I mean abroad, in another country. I share your point of view, or I agree with you. I know it's very difficult to learn English all day. You need to have breaks, but you also need to study very hard. Yeah, it's also important. Have breaks, yeah? So you can drink a cup of tea or go out, and then you'll start learning English again. So it will bear fruit. So you'll see some result. It's a phrase. You will see some result. It will bear fruit. So what can you say in conclusion, in the end? Okay. So our conclusion, which consists of, how many points? Of 8 points. So 8 mini conclusions. Well, so what is well? First, you need to understand that we are talking about intermediate level or so, yeah, to learn English. Secondly, you need to have special abilities. You need to be really good at languages. It goes without saying. It means it's of course, that's clear. Only it. Moreover, it means in addition to it, or I'd also like to add, you need, or it's the next thing, yeah, so you need to have plenty of free time, lots of free time. If you work or study very hard, this idea isn't for you. So you see that you need to go on holiday, maybe, yeah, to find more time. It's very important to choose the right method. It's very important to choose the right method of learning English. It's also true. So you can learn English maybe for years, but without any result because you do it ineffectively. So next, it's desirable to have a coach, so a trainer or a person who can guide you, so who can tell you what to do and how to learn. Study English systematically and have breaks. So some students learn English very hard one day, all day, and then they stop doing it for a week, and then they start doing it again. No, yeah, if you want actually to have a great result, so you need to do another thing. So things don't work this way. So use good resources such as English Professionally. So it's a good resource, really, our channel English Professionally. You see, and you know that you can also follow us on Facebook, yeah. So let our community grow, yeah. So our community is growing, you see. And that really there are lots of videos on English grammar for beginners, for intermediate students. So, and you won't see just short videos. It's video courses. It's another thing. It's it's 1 hour, 2 hours, but it's very effective. It's another thing. So you can watch a short video but learn one small thing. But I think that it's a good idea to watch a long video, a full course. Well, you learn everything about this or that subject. Well, next, have more speaking practice with your coach, yeah, if you have it. So, or you can find a speaking partner, not necessarily an English teacher, so you don't need to pay money, you can find a speaking partner, okay? So I'll give you a short comment. So you can have practice with other people, but they won't correct your mistakes, it's just this difference. And you can copy their mistakes too. But I think it isn't a problem, so you'll study grammar, and so you'll be making fewer and fewer mistakes. It isn't a problem at all. So, and you see, yeah, more points here, more points. Next, 9, do different exercises on grammar. It's important, yeah. So, and you know that we also try to include different exercises in our video courses. It isn't just a video, yeah, it's often a video course with exercises. And read some simplified books, adapted books, yeah. I mean, written for different levels, beginners, pre-intermediate, so start with it. It's also a good practice. If you can listen to them at the same time, it's an advantage, yeah? So find these CD books or audio books, yeah? Yeah, so but not in the original. So last but not least, if something goes wrong, don't give up. So don't feel depressed, don't give up, please, really. Go on doing it, continue doing it, phrasal verb. Have a look at our phrasal verbs. A playlist on phrasal verbs. Believe in yourself. So believe in yourself. So you say to yourself, so I can do it. I can do it. So it's possible to do it. So believe in yourself. So maybe, yeah, you won't learn English in a month. It can take longer. So maybe you learn English in half a year, and that's also good. Also good. So half a year, so it's possible. Okay, so I think that this English conversation is really helpful. Thanks for your support, thanks for likes, thanks for your thanks for your shares, yeah, and thanks for sharing this video on Facebook and on other social networks. Okay, so you know that I'll be with you and I'll be staying with you, yeah, and I hope that our community will be growing and actually you'll be making, yeah, good progress, and one day you'll say, okay, I'm so happy, I know English completely fluently, I can speak English completely fluently, and I can, you know, speak English without any mistakes at all, because you'll have a strong advanced level in English. So it's a very good, yeah, dream, and you know that so it's such a good thing when our dreams come true, and I'll be really glad for you. It's the mission of this channel, yeah, it's the mission of this channel to help you believe in yourself, to help you learn English, and to make you enjoy learning English, and you know, just to have a good time together. Okay, so really I'm full of positive emotion, just positive, and you know, I'll try to continue uploading good lessons and video courses. What is impossible without your support? Okay, thanks a lot, yeah, see you, bye. Hi, welcome to the channel English Professionally, and this video is how to learn English speaking easily. Yeah, I really hope that it's a good video and you'll support it really. How to learn English speaking easily. Okay, so you know, I have a problem and really I don't know what to do. Maybe you can help. Okay, what's the problem? I can read in English quite well. Quite well means well, well enough, or very well. And I know grammar, but I can't speak English. I have a language barrier. Okay, I have a language barrier. It means that so I can't communicate with other people effectively. Yeah, it means so. So you can also say I can't communicate with other people, or with people from other countries effectively. It means very well, very well. So you have problems when you communicate with them. I can't communicate with other people effectively. What can you recommend? I think most people have this problem, and my speaking was absolutely terrible. So absolutely terrible means very bad. So very bad. So terrible means very bad, but absolutely terrible, it's, you know, it's strong. It means very bad, extremely bad. So absolutely terrible or extremely bad, very bad. But then I understood how to start speaking easily and naturally. Yeah, we say start doing, so you see ing, yeah, how to start speaking easily and naturally. As you see, yeah, a good phrase, as you see, my speaking is really good. To be honest, I'm proud of it. So to be honest, yeah, one more nice phrase, it means that I want to be honest with you. I want to be honest with you. So what I'm saying, it's true. So it's true. It's true. So I don't, it's true. I don't hide anything. I don't hide anything. So I'm very open. I'm very open. Okay, good. Anything, okay. Anything, I'm very open and I'm proud of it. It means that I'm really happy. That I have this result, okay? Okay, so, well, it sounds really interesting. So, what's the main secret? So what's the main secret, or how did you do it? So what helped you achieve this result? Okay, so as you might guess, or as you might think, or okay, as you think, okay, so a little is said about it. Little is said about it. So you see, it's we call this structure passive voice. It means that yeah, it is done by someone, and people say little about it. People say little about it. So I mean that there is too much information. There is too much information. Too much, yes, it has a negative meaning. There is too much information. At the same time, so at the same time, this kind of information isn't reliable. So you can't rely on it. You can't rely on it. You can't rely on it. So you can't trust it. You can't trust it. You can't rely on it. You can't trust it. So very bad information. So, and it's often rubbish. So what is rubbish? It's something which you throw away. It's something, yeah, it's something which you throw away. Something which you throw away. So yeah, you don't need it, and it's like rubbish, or we also call it garbage. So it's nothing, very bad things, and it makes me feel really upset and angry. Really? Yes, that's it. So it means that's true. There is an abundance of information. So it means that there is lots of information. So yes, there is lots of information everywhere, online and offline, and it's extremely difficult to find a reliable source. So extremely difficult means it's very difficult to find a good source, so which you can trust, which you can rely on. So you know, it's a very big problem nowadays. Well, I see your point very clearly. So your point means your idea. I see your idea very clearly or very well, and I fully share your point of view. Good phrase? So I fully share your point of view means that I fully understand you and agree with you. I absolutely agree with you. I think the same. By the way, what are you suggesting? So by the way, so okay, it's good, but what? Yeah, what are you suggesting? So what can we do in this situation? Okay, so speaking from my own experience, it means that so it's my experience, and I'm speaking based on this experience. So yeah, I can give you the following recommendations, or I can give you the following advice or recommendations. Yeah, but really you'll see very useful, very important recommendations which can help you. Yeah, which can really help you. Okay, so great means very good. I'm listening to you, all ears. All ears. What is? I am listening to you, all ears. It means that with full attention and concentration. Okay, with full attention, and concentration. So and concentration. So you'll try to catch every word. So you'll try to understand every single word or all the information. So what are they? Okay, so first, lose your fear. Many people are afraid of making mistakes. Yeah, we say afraid of doing. Many people are afraid of making mistakes, but we learn from mistakes. People often panic too much. Yeah? Why do you think that everyone will laugh at you? Really, it's a good question. Why do you think that everyone will laugh at you? It's absolutely ridiculous. So ridiculous means absurd. Ridiculous or absurd. So that's not true. So it's a crazy idea. It's a crazy idea. Okay, so it's absolutely ridiculous. So get it out of your head. So get this idea out of your head. Don't think so. So change your mind, change your point of view, change your point of view. So think differently. It means think differently. Okay, thinks differently. Okay, so lose your fear. Many people are afraid of making mistakes, but we learn from mistakes, you see. Okay, so think differently. Well, next. So, very good. Okay, I start to understand. What else? Please understand that you speak not for school or university. You speak, first of all, yes, it's the first and the most important reason. So first of all, it means the most important reason. The most important reason for doing it. The most important reason. So really, you know that you speak first of all for communication. You want to communicate with other people who live in other countries. You want to understand them. Not for grammar, not for your English teacher. It's another story. It's a different story. This story is completely different. Yeah, and you need to understand that when you communicate with other people, for example, from people who live in another country, so no one is interested in your mistakes. So it isn't important for them. It's just this idea in your mind. They just want to have a good and interesting talk. Okay? So I hope you understand. I don't know what to start with. So where can I find it? Where can I find it? Oh, sorry, it's another idea. So okay, so we were talking about this, a very important thing, yeah? So you don't speak for a teacher, school or university, and this, okay? So I haven't thought about it before. Please continue. And that's true. So many people don't think about it. Yeah, they have this kind of fear, but please lose this fear. And they, think that it's very important, how they speak correctly or incorrectly, so it's important for other people. No, it isn't a school, it isn't a university, it's a different place, And so what is number 3? A very important point. So have more English speaking practice. So as they say, the more English practice you have, the better. So it means that if you have more English practice, it's very good. It's really very good, much better than nothing, okay? So, and what can happen or what will happen? So I know it and I can tell you. So if you do it, you will be feeling more and more confident. So confident, I like this word. So confident or you will feel confidence. You will feel confidence. So what is confidence? So you will be sure that, yeah, you can do it, and you will say, I can do it, I can speak English. So very good ideas and, very good thoughts. And so, find a speaking partner, or maybe better, speaking partners from other countries and talk to them daily. So it's so important, yes, to find a person, or it's better to find more than just one person and talk to them. So it can be a simple conversation or a more difficult conversation, but have this English practice every day. And fortunately, so we say fortunately, or there is another good word for saying it, it's called luckily. So luckily or fortunately, it's so easy to find it nowadays. It's so easy to find it nowadays, so you can say nowadays or now. It's also good, as you see. Okay, so I don't know what to start with. Where can I find it? So what to start with? So what should I do? First of all, as I have already said, there are so many websites where you can do it. The choice is stunning. So the choice is great, and we are really surprised. We are really surprised. So, what a great choice we have. Yeah. So you can search for it online. You can say search for or look for. You can search for it online and choose the most appropriate resources. So what is the most appropriate resources? It means the best resources for you, or the most suitable. Appropriate or the most suitable, or the most suitable resources for you. Okay, so really a very good idea indeed. Next, I see, but I expect to hear more interesting ideas. So I expect, it means that I think, yeah, or I hope that I'll hear more interesting ideas. Right. I have to tell you something special. So I have to tell you, really, I need to tell you something special, something, something unique, something extraordinary, something extraordinary, something extremely important, something extremely important, something. So what other things can you say? Something very significant, something very significant, yeah. So that we are actually improving our vocabulary at the same time. So you are getting real knowledge and you're improving your vocabulary at the same time. Something significant, something really meaningful. So it's full of meaning. It's full of meaning, and so on. So this information is like treasure. It's like treasure, it's like gold, it's like diamonds, yeah? So all this information, really. And definitely you need to do it. So when I say definitely, it means that, of course, or certainly you need to do it. Well, I feel so excited, what is it? So excited, it means that I feel so interested in it, so I really want to know it. What is it? Okay. So yeah, and you'll hear 3 more very important tips. So that you can speak to yourself. You can speak to yourself. So really, you can do it aloud, so with your voice. So if you do it regularly, it will definitely help you. So really, what a good idea. That when you listen to someone on the radio, on TV, or on YouTube, maybe sometimes you criticize this or that person and you think that his English may be not so good and maybe his pronunciation isn't perfect. Okay, yeah, but you can check your knowledge too. So you may think that your English is so good. Just record yourself and listen to it, and I'm sure you'll be shocked because you'll see lots of problems and it will help you to work on them. So it's also very important. Well, should I speak or do something else? So what a good question. Yeah, we talked about it. So and number 5, also record yourself from time to time and listen to it. Yeah, listen to it. Good. So if you do it, just I will clap my hands. So really good. Yeah, really good. I mean that these tips are so important. They're extremely important. I don't know so why people ignore them. But our aim, our main task, is to speak English easily, naturally, fluently, confidently, so like native speakers. So well done. Okay, so number 5, very important point, please keep it in mind. So okay, and I'm sure you'll be surprised and it will give you more motivation. Yeah, it will motivate you greatly. I see. Thanks a lot. I'll try. Maybe you can give us 2 more tips from a real expert. No problem. Yeah, one more very important thing. So it is very little said about it, but we also have a video on this subject. Try to think in English regularly. Really, try to think in English. So it will bring perfect results, I'm sure. And you know that you can think in English for a minute or for half a minute, then you can stop it, then you can do it again, and you know, it's so good, it's so positive. You can, you know, think about different things. It's also English speaking practice, so it really works. Okay, I feel I need to do it. How blind was it? Okay, don't forget about one more thing. What is it? What is it? Really, what is it? Okay, really, what is it? Listen, listen, and listen. So a very important point. Surprising as it may seem, so very nice phrase. So it can seem very surprising. There is a very close connection between how much you listen and how well you speak, really. So it's so important that you need to listen more, videos like these ones. So it's also very good for speaking. You hear real English, you hear real English phrases, and it really works. This method really works. And I know that people who listen, to English speech very little, they have more problems with speaking. So it's, it's obvious, it's easy to see it. Okay, so keep all these tips in mind and follow them. I'm sure your speaking skills will be fantastic. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. And just to sum up, you need to work regularly. You need to study English regularly, and you don't need to be afraid of speaking. Just speak. Just speak. Don't panic. Lose your fear. No one will laugh at you. You speak, you speak for communication, So it's very important. And many people think that they'll say something and it will sound very stupid. So don't think so. Get it out of your head. So next, you need to have more English speaking practice. The more the better. So find an English speaking partner, or better, several partners, and try to speak English, daily, every day. And so it should be your rule, golden rule. Okay, so, and you can speak to yourself. It's a nice practice too. Why not? So not only, speaking with someone, so it can be also good. And also record yourself, so you can do it right after this video. Just, talk to yourself, record it, and see. See so your progress. Look at it, or listen to it, and see, are you satisfied so with it or not? So are you happy or not? And so it will give you more motivation. Well, think in English, so you can also do it regularly. So just speak with other people regularly and think in English. So maybe you're using public transport, and you can also think in English, not only in your mother tongue, not only in your language. And the last very important thing, listen, and listen. So that we have a great collection of videos, and it's constantly growing. So it's growing very fast, and I really hope that you enjoy watching these kind of videos. And if you support it, we can upload more. Just let me know, and we'll be doing it with great pleasure and your support, and really hope that I can count it. Okay, thanks a lot, and I really appreciate your help, and I sincerely hope that we are on the right way. Okay, so let's go ahead, and I wish you good progress in English. Okay, bye-bye, my friends. Hi, my friends. Welcome to the channel English Professionally. And you know that this video is very special. You know that I often hear, this question. So, how to learn English speaking easily? And so I decided to prepare not just 10 tips, but 30 tips, or 30 great tips for perfect speaking. Okay, thank you very much for your support, and thanks for likes, shares, here and on Facebook. You know that we have a group on Facebook. Thanks a lot. Thanks for everything. So really, let's talk about it. Okay, good. Okay, so my speaking skills are absolutely terrible. It means very, very bad. I've tried different methods, but everything was in vain. Everything was in vain means without any success at all, so I didn't have a good result. Sometimes I want to stop learning English completely. So we say stop doing something, stop learning English completely. So I don't want to learn English at all, but deep inside, it means so in my mind, so in my actually heart, yeah. So I understand, yeah. I know I shouldn't do it, so I shouldn't stop learning English, or I shouldn't give up learning English, yeah. But yeah, I think that this actually problem is very common, so you know something about this problem. Okay, so well, I have a simple question. Have you tried these methods? These methods. What methods? I'll tell you what I mean. These methods have helped millions of students around the world, and I'm sure they'll help you. Maybe not all these things are suitable for you. Not all these things are good for you, yeah? So not, or maybe all these 30 tips, yeah, maybe not, yeah, who knows? Yeah, maybe because you have a special style of learning, you have special preferences or experience, I don't know, okay? But some of these methods will definitely help you. So will definitely help you means I'm sure they will help you become an advanced English speaker. So you'll have an advanced level in speaking. It's very important, okay? So that you can speak English fluently and confidently. So that it means that so you do it with this purpose. So because you want to speak English fluently, it means fast and confidently. So without mistakes, that you're sure that you don't make mistakes, okay? Good, well done, my friends, and please listen. Yeah, so please watch all this video, and it's very interesting, to know what tips have you already actually maybe known or learned, yeah, before. Just is the first question. And the second question, so what is really new for you? What is really new for you? Okay, so good. So please listen. So watch more videos with subtitles. Okay, two very important things with subtitles. Yeah, it's a very important thing, very important thing, extremely important thing. And for low levels first. So two important things with subtitles and for low level first. Yeah, it's what we are doing on this channel, and really I don't understand people who watch videos without subtitles and not just for low levels. They try actually to watch it as it is. Yeah, I think that's it doesn't make sense. Okay, and one more thing. So only reading won't help. Yeah, it isn't effective. This method was popular, only reading without listening when other methods didn't exist. So when we didn't have other methods, yeah, maybe 20, 30 years ago, so we could only read, and I know that some teachers say that you need to read, but wait, yeah, so why should I do it? So we live in the 21st century, not in the 20th century, we live in the 21st century, and we have other effective ways of learning English. Okay, good. So second, you might not have free time. It means that maybe you don't have free time at all, or you have no free time, and you may find it very difficult to learn English regularly, and maybe it's very difficult for you to learn English regularly or every day, or 4 times a week, 5 times a week, regularly and every day for a very long time. Yeah, for a very long time. Maybe you can do it, yeah, for 1 week, for 2 weeks, but can you do it for a month, for a year, for 2 years? So you can do the following. So you can do this thing. You can do the following. Learn some topics or conversations. You need to listen to them and translate new words. So not only listening, please work with these materials, okay? So that you need to listen and translate new words. So it's also a good idea to take notes. What is to take notes? It means that you write new words, phrases with examples on paper. It's a very good thing, okay? Next, speak every day. Speak every day. If you don't have someone to talk to, speak to yourself. It's also a good idea. We talked about it, yeah, earlier. So speak to yourself. This exercise really helps. Yeah, and I have a question for you, really. How often do you speak to yourself? Do you do it or not? So if not, so you can try it, okay? And you can start speaking. Yeah, we usually say start doing. You can start speaking at home while doing something. When you do something, okay? When you do something, it's a perfect English speaking practice. It's a very good idea, a brilliant idea. And the next idea is absolutely brilliant too. Think in English during the day. You know that we have a video how to think in English, so you can also have a look at it. Yeah, please make sure that you've already seen this video. If not, just have a look and watch it. So, and you know, it's like speaking to yourself. The only difference is that you can do it anytime and anywhere, right? And anywhere. And anywhere, it means in any place, not only at home. Okay, so really, so you can speak to yourself only at home, so when no one disturbs you, and you can think in English during the day, so no matter where you are. For instance, or for example, so good phrases, so anytime and anywhere, okay, in any place. So you can do it while using public transport or going somewhere. While using public transport or going somewhere, use simple phrases and simple words for a start when you start thinking in English. It's a very important thing. Okay, 5. Find several English partners. I mean, not just English partners, English speaking partners, yes? So partners who can practice English with you. So not just one, several. It's a good idea. And for daily speaking practice, so you need to practice speaking English daily, okay? If you have this opportunity, so it means that if you can do it, if you can afford to do it, so if you have enough money and time, okay, so you can go to an English speaking country. For example, England, America, New Zealand. So, okay, I can continue. Yeah, but I think you know it better than me. Okay, an English-speaking country, to live there for a while. For a while means for some time. Yeah, not just a week, not just 2 weeks. It isn't enough. So minimum 3 weeks. I believe that it's minimum 3 weeks. So not less. Yeah, so this period shouldn't be shorter, so from 3 weeks and more, okay? So I think that's actually learning English there for a month, it's good, or 2 months, yeah, it will be great, you know, really good idea. Okay, watch more videos with subtitles, not in the original first, for different levels. Yeah, so movies. It's important to watch movies, but with subtitles, okay? So you need to see the text, yeah, again. Not in the original first, so maybe there are some adapted or simple movies for English learners. It's a good idea to have a look at them, okay? Good. Or movies, videos, whatever. For different levels. Whatever means, so it can be different things, okay? Next. Very important thing, and maybe this thing will be new for you. Okay, I hope so. So it is believed, it means people believe that you don't need to study grammar to start speaking English well, but it's completely wrong. It means that it isn't right at all. It's a mistake. It's a very big mistake. You do need to know it really well. So it's inversion. Do need means you really need. You do need means you really need to know it really well. So try to improve your grammar skills greatly. So improve them greatly. So make them better greatly. If you don't know grammar, means really well, you'll feel uncomfortable. You'll feel uncomfortable means you won't feel comfortable, and you'll think like this. So you can have these ideas in your mind. Oh, maybe it's right. or maybe it's wrong, so maybe this sentence is right, maybe the sentence is wrong, so I mean the sentence and sentences which I use, or you can also think, okay, maybe I speak with mistakes and maybe without them, without mistakes. And it's terrible feeling, really, it's such a terrible feeling when you don't know your English is correct or not. And it can be a real problem when you speak. So please, my friends, work on your grammar. Work on your grammar if you don't want to have such a feeling. So you need to have what? How do we call it in English? Have? How can you continue it? Have confidence. Have confidence, or there is another a very natural phrase in English, gain confidence. So gain means get confidence. So you need to be confident, to speak English really well, okay? So please don't ignore this point. Don't consider it unimportant. Don't think it's unimportant, okay? Well, by the way, we need to go on. So, next tip. Learn some phrases which are very common in speaking, such as, it's a very important thing. So learn some phrases and use them, which are very common, which are very popular. It means they're used by many people. So, like, in my opinion, it means I think, or from my point of view, it's the same. It seems to me, just I have this idea in my mind. As a result, so what I mean is that, so there is a list of these phrases, and it can help you a lot. It can give you, first of all, it can give you time for thinking, if you start using these phrases automatically, and it can make your speaking splendid. Splendid speaking, it means really good, perfect speaking skills. I think it's what you actually want to have. Okay, splendid speaking, okay, good. Next, so use only materials of high quality. High quality, it means the best quality, very good materials, so excellent materials. Make sure these materials are really effective. Make sure means you need to be sure, so you need to feel it. These materials are really effective, they really help you. If you don't see good progress, or you don't enjoy this learning process, you don't like it, start looking for more effective ways of learning English. It means that you just say start doing, so you need to think and to find new ways of learning English. So maybe you're doing something, but you aren't on the right way, so you need maybe to change your way of learning. You need to change your strategy, so you need to think about it, okay? So a very important tip. And then, okay, don't be afraid of mistakes. I won't stop repeating it. Okay, stop doing. So I'm not going to stop saying it, okay, because it's a very important tip. So first of all, you speak English for communication, so you want to communicate with other people, so no one is interested in your mistakes. So actually you don't speak in front of your teacher. No, it's another story, it's a completely different story, okay? Please get used to it. Well, next, watch more educational programs, educational videos. It's a very important thing, okay? So it's a real treasure for those people who are really serious about improving their speaking skills, who really want to do it. So these programs are full of very natural phrases for speaking. So that many people say, okay, I want to know English like native speakers, but sometimes I correct them, not like native speakers, like educated native speakers. So people, who have a higher education, just who graduated from a good university, but not just ordinary people. So it's another level, okay? Please understand it correctly. Okay, if it's difficult for you to speak, start speaking on familiar topics. So on topics which subjects you really know. So, for example, if you are interested in sport, talk about it and so on. So talk about sport, okay? Then speak on a wider range of topics. Wider range means on other topics, on different topics, so more and more topics. Next, practice writing more. It's a very important tip. So, So what I mean is that you can do the following. So you need to talk on a certain topic. Yeah, just imagine that you need to talk on a certain topic, on a certain subject. And first you can write. Then it will be much easier for you to speak. Really, so you can write it, yeah, and then it'll be easier for you to speak, and you can check it. So please try to do it. You can choose a topic, write something about it, and then you can start speaking, and you'll see that it'll be much easier for you. Okay, next, retell different stories, articles, and books. So retell. So you should read something, yeah, you should read something, and then talk about it, and then talk about it, yeah. So to another person, or even to yourself if you don't have this person, but it's a very interesting idea. So maybe you actually read some interesting information online, and you can retell it. So you can tell your friends about it, and it's also a very good English speaking practice. Next, you need to have motivation. You need to have motivation, really. So you won't achieve a perfect result. You won't have a perfect result unless you have it. Unless it means if not. So if you don't have motivation, unless you have it, if you don't have motivation. So you need to set clear goals. You need to set clear goals, or to have clear goals. So you need to have a very clear idea what result you need to have in the future, and try to understand why it's really important for you, and also meet deadlines. What is deadlines? Okay, it means that when you need to achieve this or that aim in a certain period of time. Okay, for example, you can have this aim. Okay, I want to reach an intermediate level, yeah, but it's not about deadlines. Okay, but please have a deadline and meet it. So I need to reach an intermediate level in 2 months. I think it's possible, so it's a deadline, and so meet this deadline. Try to do it in this period of time. It also works. Next, learn by yourself a lot. By yourself a lot, not only in the classroom. And you know that many students rely too heavily on having a real English lesson for money. So they think that only this thing can really help, but in fact it isn't. Yeah, it can help. Yeah, I won't deny it, but it's not about it. So you need to learn a lot by yourself. It's the most important thing, and even more important thing, okay? So don't think it will save you, yeah, if you pay money, or if you're actually spend a long way, yeah, to get to your English courses. It won't save you. It isn't enough. Focus on self-education. So concentrate on it. So it shouldn't be ignored. Well, next, don't waste your time on a very long way to English courses and back. So really, personally, I don't understand people who spend, let's say, 1 hour or more to get to this or that place where they can learn English. It's absolutely ridiculous. So 1 hour, I need 1 hour to get to that place, 1 hour to get back, and then some time for preparation, and it's 3 hours, and I feel tired, exhausted. No, that's not for me. Please keep in mind this thing, okay? So value your time. You need to value your time. You need to understand that your time is very important, that you have a limited amount of time, and try to save it. Okay, it's about time management. Next, if you can't find time for speaking, yeah, maybe you can't find time for speaking, you can think, okay, it's a good idea to find an English speaking partner, but I can't find time for it. No problem. Try to speak at least 15 minutes a day. 15 minutes a day, and it should be your habit. Habit is something which you do regularly, and it's a normal thing for you. It should be a natural part of your life. So it should be natural. Okay, so it's like, actually brushing your teeth or taking a shower. It's something like that, the natural part of your life. Okay, and start preparing. So 20 for some international exams in English. A very important point, so that you can see the requirements. Yeah, the requirements. So there are requirements for perfect speaking. So I mean that what examples can I give you? So different, or TOEFL or Cambridge exams like FCE, PAT, C, and other exams. And so there are different requirements for speaking. So there are different tests for speaking. Just have a look at it, and so you can prepare for these exams. And I'm absolutely sure that it will boost your speaking skills. Okay, it will help you improve your speaking skills a lot. So well done, my friends. Really well done. I suppose it's a good job. Okay, next, chat with other people. So it's also a brilliant idea. Okay, so chat with other people, it's also a brilliant idea. Okay, thanks for understanding. I'm also a human being. So, okay, so chat with other people is also a brilliant idea. It means that, some people, just they feel some language barrier, and they can't start speaking, but they can chat, no problem, you can start with it. Okay, so chat with other people, and it's a brilliant idea. It means it's a very, very good idea. Next, collaborate with other students. Exchange your ideas with them. It means that work with other students, so it means that exchange your ideas, opinions, yeah, so, and don't just learn English by yourself. It's good, but actually you need communication with other students as well, so collaborate with them. Collaborate and exchange your ideas with them. So tell them what you think, they'll tell you what they think, and so on. Okay, next, don't miss an opportunity to speak English if you have it. So don't miss an opportunity. For example, when you travel, you can practice English too. So don't think that, okay, no, just I'm afraid, I won't speak English. Right, to speak English, don't miss an opportunity. Try to do it. Next, you can also join an English speaking club. Why not? It's also a good practice, so you need more communication. And you can join it. Why not if you have a good English club, and if it's expensive, and it's very good if it's free. Yeah, maybe some people are very enthusiastic about learning English, and they are ready, actually to meet together for free. Why not? Speak English. So the next important point, speak English with both native speakers and non-native speakers of English. Really, some people believe they need to speak English only with native speakers. It's wrong. And some people think that, okay, so their level is very low and they can only speak with non-native speakers of English. That's also wrong. So you need to actually have English speaking practice with both native speakers and non-native speakers of English. Okay? Next, measure your progress and enjoy making it. Okay, so I suppose that you are going to work very hard, or you're going to study very hard, and you need to see your result. Okay, just you need to compare your result, so which you had a month ago and which actually you have at present. Just compare it and okay, say, okay, yeah, I really see my progress, and enjoy making it. You need to like this thing. Okay, next, don't believe promises so that you can learn English in 5 days or so. It's impossible. Yeah, don't waste your time. It's impossible. Don't believe these promises, or I can add, don't believe these false promises. So promises which aren't true. Yeah, just you need to be serious about learning English. Okay, don't waste your time. And one more important thing, yeah, try to be optimistic. Yeah, so you need to learn English actually with a big smile. Yeah, you need to feel, okay, I'm full of energy, I'm ready to continue, I'm full of optimism, I'm trying to be very optimistic now, and not only now. Yeah, so that's a very important thing. So two things, you need to feel two things: progress and actually enjoyment. Yeah, enjoyment. It means that it's a very pleasant feeling. So when you see real progress and you like learning English, so it's for pleasure. Okay, if you are in a good mood, it means if you feel good, it can have a positive effect on your final result. So it's also very important to be in a very good mood. And my friends, two more tips, very important tips. So enlarge your vocabulary. Yeah, you need to make your vocabulary much larger, to make up more difficult phrases, and to express your ideas more precisely or more exactly. Express means to say, yeah, something, and more exactly. So it means that we often have this problem. So you want to say something, but your vocabulary is poor, and you say it, but not exactly what you think. It's a problem. So enlarge your vocabulary, and you won't have this problem any longer. And the last point, so very important thing here. So train your listening skills a lot. Really, you need to train your listening skills a lot. And just I like to ask you a question. So how many hours a day do you listen to English speech? Right, hours a day. If you say 1 hour, no, it isn't enough. So if you listen, I mean, to real English just for 1 hour, so your progress won't be good enough. So you need to listen more, okay? And it should be your major task, the most important task, the most important thing. You know, achieving fluency isn't enough. Achieving fluency, it means when you have fluency, when you can speak English fluently, it isn't enough. You need to interact with other people, or you need to communicate with other people. You need to react and respond appropriately. You need to respond appropriately. So someone asks you a question, and you need to respond immediately and interestingly enough. So it's also, you know, a very important thing, and you need more practice. Okay, my friends, so really I'm so glad that I found time actually to prepare these 30 great tips for perfect speaking. Yeah, just because, you know, you often ask me, okay, how to learn English speaking easily, and I suppose that you can follow some of these tips, maybe not all of them, but some of these tips, and it will change your life completely. And so I hope that I'll see actually you in another shape. It means in a better shape, so you'll have advanced speaking skills and you'll be an advanced English speaker. Okay, thank you very much, my friends. Thanks for your support. So thanks for coming, and I suppose that we can continue if you don't mind. Okay, good, thank you. Hi, my friends, welcome to the channel English Professionally. Thanks a lot for your support. Thanks for your likes, shares and comments. And you know, I'm so happy that I'm recording this video for you. It's really so important, yeah, and I believe that everyone should watch this video, okay? So really, 10 secrets how to learn English fast. Yeah, really, we need to learn English fast. Okay, so I'm so tired and I don't see the way out. So I don't see the way out means I don't know what to do. What's the problem? I have been learning English for 2 years, and you know, to tell you the truth, it means that that's true, it's really so. I feel my progress is really slow. I hate it. I really hate it, and I have no idea what's going wrong. So I really hate it. So, you know, just imagine it, okay? So I have been learning English means that for 2 years means that I started learning English 2 years ago. Yeah, it's in the past, and I'm still doing it, and I don't have progress. Okay, not good. Okay, if I were you, I would also start feeling nervous. If I were you, yes, it's unreal. And then we have would plus verb. I would also start feeling nervous. By the way, so anyway, so I want to know this thing. What's your level? I think it's about pre-intermediate. Okay, pre-intermediate. Okay, how regularly do you study English? Well, I try to learn English every day, minimum 1 hour. So minimum 1 hour. So you want to say that you've reached just pre-intermediate level after learning for 2 years and every day for 1 hour? Right. If you were an absolute beginner, so a beginner who knows absolutely nothing, yeah, about English, it isn't as terrible as you might think. So terrible, it means not bad. It isn't as terrible as you might think. It means that it isn't so bad. it isn't so bad. So maybe you think that it's really terrible, but in fact it isn't. So if you were an absolute beginner, so maybe this result isn't perfect, but it isn't terrible. It isn't terrible. Okay. Okay. So really, yeah. But let me finish. Let me finish. So I want to finish. Let me finish. Meanwhile, anyway, or I want to tell you, meanwhile, it could have been much faster too. So could have been means that it's about the past. It could have been much faster. So really, it took too long, so too much time. So yeah, actually, we need to do it faster. Okay, what do I mean? I mean that we can achieve this result in a couple of months. Couple means two, in 2 months, or even less if we use the right technique. Technique, or we also name it as method. Okay, so you understand that. So if you know this right method, technique, you can have this result in a couple of months or in 2 months. What is this technique? There are 10 secrets. Follow them and you'll be a fast English learner. Enjoy learning English. Yeah, we say enjoy doing. Enjoy learning English. Your level will be advanced soon. So advanced, it's the highest level in English. So beginner, yeah, it's very low level, and then there are other levels, and advanced, it's very, very high level. It's impossible to believe it. It's impossible to believe it. Or why don't you believe? Why don't you believe? Really, why don't you believe? This idea is in your mind. You have this idea that to learn English, you need to learn slowly. Okay? Who put this idea in your mind? Really, who put this idea in your mind? Why do you have this idea in your mind? You know, there are fast methods, fast ways, which lead to fast progress. As I guess, or as I think, so as I guess, 99% of people do like a crowd. So what is a crowd? Lots of people, so they don't know so what they really need. So it's often this way. They do like a crowd, yeah? As a result, they learn English slowly and ineffectively. But you know that we need to learn English effectively, only this way. Moreover, it means that I want to add something more. They feel depressed, so it means very sad, not happy, unhappy, and lose any desire or any wish to continue their studies. So they say, oh no, that's enough, I don't want it, so I can't, so English is not for me, and you know, so things like that, often happen. Have you ever experienced this kind of feeling? So experience means have you ever experienced, or have you ever had this kind of feeling? Have you ever felt it? Many times. So you know what it's all about, so you know what's it all about. Okay, we'd better hurry up. So we'd better means we had better hurry up. It means that we need to hurry up, yeah? We need to hurry up, we need to talk about it more quickly. So this information is good, but we need to talk about it more quickly. Okay, no problem. Alright. I'm not going to take your time. I'll be speaking shortly, but yeah, I'm not going to take your time. It means that, I'll be speaking very shortly, but very interestingly, in a very interesting way, effectively, in a very effective way, and persuasively. It means that these things are very important, and I'll try to make you feel that these things I mean that it isn't only theory. These things really work, and I'll give you, some facts from my own life experience. Yeah, it isn't just words. So it's much more. It's a very good method, not just one method, but very good and effective methods. Yeah, to the best of my abilities. So I'll try to actually to explain it really well to the best of my abilities, or to the best of my abilities. I'll try to do it. Okay. Thank you. Let's start with the first secret. So start with simple grammar. You don't need lots of grammar. Yeah, but just the basics of it. The basics of it means the most important grammar. You know what often happens in reality or in our life, okay? So what happens? That students often memorize phrases, yeah? So they learn some phrases, and they have a feeling that they can speak in any situation, but they fail. It means that they have big problems. They can't do it, so they can't be successful, yeah, in it, and they become over-dependent on these poor vocabulary and phrases. So over-dependent means they depend too much. Just phrases. Okay, how are you? How's life? And just these phrases. They can't make up English phrases by themselves, and it's a big problem. And you see, it's a big problem. They know what to say and answer in very simple situations, but the saddest thing is that, so the saddest, it means that's the worst thing, so they think is very, very bad. It's very sad that they are unable, so they can't. Unable means they can't, unable to make up English sentences by themselves, okay? So they need to remember these phrases. So if they remember, they can speak. If they don't remember, they can't speak. But it's very bad, you understand? So if you don't have this skill, yes, and it's a skill when you can do it, your progress will be very slow. You can't learn all English sentences for all situations. You can't do it. It's virtually impossible. So in fact, it's impossible. It's virtually impossible. Okay, good. I see what you mean. My knowledge of grammar isn't so good and isn't so bad at the same time, but I always have a fear. Means I'm afraid. I have a fear. I am afraid that I'll say something incorrectly. Incorrectly means something wrongly. I'll make a mistake. If it happens, it's bad. You need to be sure about your speech. Yeah, you need to be sure that your English is good, is right, is correct. If you're unsure just sometimes, it's okay. Yeah, if you're unsure just sometimes, it's okay. Yeah. But if it's every time, so yeah, you know that it's difficult to be sure about all things, and if it's just sometimes you're not sure, it's okay. Yeah, but if you're unsure about all your sentences, it's really bad. Okay, every time you need to, okay, you need to do what? You need to start working on it immediately. Immediately means right now. So do something to change this situation. Do something about that. Okay, I'll try to do it. What else? You also need to learn English words effectively. Effectively, really learn English words effectively. You know, I often observe this situation, or I often see this situation. I meet this situation in my life. Really, I often observe this situation. What is this situation? Please listen. Some students are given a text for translation, so they need to translate this text. They spend 2 hours on translating it, and they are absolutely sure, so they are really sure that they did a great job, while, so at the same time, or while, or when they don't understand one small thing. So they can do it, yeah, they can do it, yeah, they can translate everything, they can study, I think they study very hard, but they don't understand one small thing. What is it? It's almost a useless thing. A useless means that this thing isn't good, this method doesn't work, so it isn't a good idea. So we don't see any use, any good result. It's almost a complete waste of time. So yeah, most of these words are unnecessary, so we don't need these words. Okay, I'll put it another way. So good phrase. So I'll put it another way, or I'll say it another way. Okay, so unnecessary or unpopular, uncommon. So these words are very rarely met. It means that, yeah, these words aren't popular, aren't common, and we meet them only sometimes, maybe one time in our life, and this one time is only now, yeah? And they are students, and they don't understand that they'll never meet some of these words in their life. Yes, it's a real pity, it's a terrible thing, okay? I hear it for the first time. I read different texts and I take everything for granted. Okay, so you see, I take everything for granted. It means that so some English teachers, yeah, they can give me a text and I read, I translate, and so I just do what they actually want from me, and so I don't try to understand it's good or bad. Okay, so don't do it. Yeah, so I mean, don't translate these very boring and unnecessary texts. You need to choose the most effective materials, but not useless, which slow down your progress greatly. So they slow down your progress, so you learn very slowly because of these useless textbooks, texts, videos. Okay. Okay, I hope that you understand my idea. So, okay, what's next? You need to read lots of simple texts for a start. Only this way. If you read only difficult texts, it will easily lead to confusion and misunderstanding, yeah? Only confusion and misunderstanding. So confusion, it means that okay, you will not understand many things, so it will be very difficult for you, and misunderstanding, it's almost the same, yeah? So start with simple things for a start and see your progress. 4. Listen to it too. So yeah, you read and listen to it too. Read and listen. Personally, I don't understand students who only read. So I can say personally, or as for me, if you want to know my opinion or if you want to hear what I think about all this, I don't understand students who only read. This method is associated with the previous generation. Okay, so associated. It means that actually when I see this situation, okay, I remember maybe the time which was 20 years ago, 30 years ago, when we had only books for reading. Yes, it's the previous generation, so not this time, not modern time, it's 20, 30 years ago. Okay, so it isn't so good. So read and listen, can you clarify this point? So can you clarify, or can you make clear? Can you make clear this point or this idea? So can you explain it? Okay, you have one text. You can read it quickly and feel satisfied or feel happy. It's one way. So yeah, you can read it quickly and you feel satisfied. It's one way. Maybe you don't understand some words, but okay, you feel, okay, I read this text, it's so good. However, there is another way. You read and listen. It's like what we are doing now. You read with your eyes and you listen with your ears. you hear how to pronounce everything correctly. So pronunciation is very important, really, it's so important. Yeah, so if you read it, it's good, but it's slow. Both your eyes. So when you read and listen, both your eyes and your ears work. It means that your eyes and your ears work at the same time. You also translate unknown words, because you know this text is effective and 99% of these words are important, yeah? So you also translate words which you don't know, unknown words, and you read effective texts. So the problem is that we just talked about it, that students choose or have a text which is full of difficult words which will never need in their life, and it's terrible. Citation is terrible. But you need to read effective texts, with good words, with popular words, mostly popular words. All these words are important, so it's a very important thing. Okay, I mostly read no and no. That's why your progress is so slow. That's why your progress is so slow. So you need to listen, not only read. It's, in the previous generation. You are a great teacher. Thank you so much. Oh, we need to go ahead. So listen to what you've already listened when you do other things. Okay? So it's very important thing, yeah? It's very important thing. Listen to what you've already listened. Yeah? It's a very good training. But listen to other texts, yes, listen to other texts, conversations, videos, or when you are busy with something else. When you're busy with something else, just listen, and listen. And so I will explain it. I will explain it to you. Look, as I see, you learn English 1 hour a day. 1 hour a day. In fact, so in reality we see you can sit in front of your computer or a book for this time, for 1 hour, maybe 2 hours, but not more. But learning is another thing. Learning isn't sitting in front of the computer. Learning isn't learning only with a book. No. Learning is another thing. It's a different thing, and you should know it, okay? For example, you can walk in the park and listen. Yeah? You can go somewhere, or somewhere means to some place, and listen. So listen and listen. So some students say, okay, it's easier. Okay, so maybe it's easy, but why don't you do it? So you don't do it and you don't have progress. So you know that all genius things are simple and easy, but we put all these genius things together in this video. Okay, so all genius things are simple, but if it's easy, why don't you do it really? I don't understand. So listen and have progress. Okay, so you need to, and you won't have this problem any longer. You won't have this problem. Okay, the next thing is that you need to learn systematically. So what is it? And I'll give you a real example. So what I mean is that you need to focus on grammar, listening and reading. So not only on grammar, not only on listening, not only on reading. So you need to focus on all these things. And don't miss your lessons. So learn English every day. Okay? So, and I'll give you an example from my life, okay? So when I was learning English very effectively or very hard, I had my own rule. So rule, it means that I had one thing and I always followed it. So it's the following. Yeah, so what I did, yeah, just in present simple, I study with this grammar book. So I studied, yeah, I study with this grammar book, and I do minimum 1 unit a day. So yeah, so the book can contain 100 maybe units, or maybe there are 100 units in one book, and you think, oh, it's a lot, 100 units. When will I have free time to study all these units, to learn all these things? And okay, no, I'll start it later. No, so I did it, 1-2 units every day. So and I studied that book in 30 days. So step by step. And you see, next I read 2 or 3 chapters a day, or chapters. It can be a book or some text or some conversations, but something which you do regularly. And then, very important thing, some students just read. No, don't just read, you also listen. You also listen to them, okay? Important, very important thing. Well, okay, so when I do other things, I listen to English. It's also a part of this system. So when I do other things, I listen to English. So not only learning in the classroom, no, it isn't effective. Just you need to learn when you do other things. If you do something like this every day, it will definitely bear fruit. So it will definitely, or certainly, or of course, so I'm sure it will bear fruit. So bear fruit, it means that you'll have a good result. You'll have a good result, you'll have progress, more and more progress, and you'll be happy and happier, so you will be feeling more and more optimistic. Okay, good. I'll try to do the same. It means that, okay, I'll try to do it. I need to have a plan. Right. I guess you use lots of resources at the same time and not systematically. You really guessed it. Yeah, so really it's a very common problem. So you just want maybe to know some information about present simple and you start looking for it online. So, and you actually find one website and you go to the next, and so it can take very long and without a good result. So it's very, very bad. So, okay. And so choose the most important resources for you. And study, yeah, choose the most important resources for you. So you can't study with 100 websites, no. Okay, very good. What's left? Do more exercises, very important thing, do more exercises. Don't think that you can learn English without them. You are likely to forget everything very fast without them. So likely to forget, it means that I really think that you'll forget, likely to forget. So I really think that you'll forget everything very fast without them. So if you just read maybe about grammar, but if you don't do exercises, it's very difficult, really difficult. And exercises not only for writing, but for speaking too. Next, find a speaking partner. Yeah, it's important, very important. Yeah. So this process of learning English should be, not boring, but interesting and exciting. So have fun and overcome the language barrier. So overcome, okay, the language barrier. Maybe you're afraid of speaking. Yes, it's difficult for you to speak. I understand it can be. So, okay, just practice. Practice. So English is not only reading, not only grammar, not only listening, it's speaking too, okay? And you don't need to pay for your lessons, yeah? So, some students think that, okay, yes, I need to find a teacher and I can make good progress only with a teacher. No, why do you think so? Why do you think so? Actually, I can tell that from my own life experience, I can tell that I've never taken any private lessons. I have never taken any private lessons, so simply because I didn't have money for it. See, and so it's okay, no problem. Okay, yeah, if you have money, yes, it's good, but if you don't have money, it's okay too. You don't need to pay for these lessons, okay? Okay, so good, I need more tips. No problem, welcome. So when your level gets higher, upper intermediate, so when your level is upper intermediate, listen to native speakers. Listen to native speakers more and more. Not just adapted books, stories or conversation, just real English speech. So listen to different sources, to different things. Listen to the radio, TV, podcasts, videos, and so on. Okay, good. So the last two secrets are in the end. Yeah, they are in the end, but don't think they are unimportant. Don't think they're they aren't important at all. Okay. So number 9. Actually, and maybe I need to put it in the first place, but not in the ninth place, in the first place. So you need to have motivation or an aim, to learn fast. If you have it, you'll find time. Yeah, please think about it. So the problem is that we often say, okay, I have no time, or I don't have time, okay, not now, later, tomorrow. Yes, it's because you have maybe motivation, but it isn't strong enough, yeah? You have a name, but maybe it isn't clear enough, maybe it isn't a big aim and you don't need it. So please think about it. So you need to have motivation or an aim. Yeah, and the last thing, very important thing, my friends, yeah, not just my friend, my friends, watch this channel, English Professionally. Yeah, the channel is very important and which is growing, yeah, with your help and support. Yeah, thanks for your help, thanks for support. And it's the mission of this channel to help you learn English effectively and fast. So not only boring grammar, but effective, good grammar. So lessons on speaking and lessons on how to learn English effectively and fast. It's very important to understand it. Okay, my friends, I'm so happy that I've recorded this information for you, and really I want to thank you for your support, and not only for support, for comments, any comments, positive, negative. So if it's criticism, it's okay to just, I want to improve, I want actually to be a better teacher, coach, and okay, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for everything, my friends. And I'm really lucky that you're watching this video. And so, I'm also thinking, yeah, at present that I'm very lucky. Thinking about, this idea about one thing, that I'm very lucky that I have this opportunity and I have students like you, and you are the best. So you watched this video till the end, and just I wish you actually to start following these tips, and I wish you good progress, and I hope that you learn English much faster. Okay, thank you very much, my friends. See you. Bye. Hi, my friends. Welcome to the channel English Professionally, and this lesson is really very important. So 10 secrets how to reach an advanced level. Okay, so thanks a lot for your support, for likes, shares and comments. So it's really very important. Okay, I like it a lot. Okay, and so are you ready? I hope so. So I'm absolutely delighted to see you. Okay, I'm absolutely delighted to see you means that I'm really glad to see you. I'm really glad to see you. I'm so lucky that you found time for our conversation. I really want to have an advanced level in English, and I want to do it as soon as possible. It means very quickly, or I think it's a normal wish. Okay, thank you. You just need to know a special technique how to do it. So there are 10 secrets which really work. Okay, good. You make me feel so interested. So you make me feel so interested. It means that it's very interesting for me, and it's because of you. Okay, what's your English level? It's between elementary and intermediate. So not elementary and not intermediate, between these levels. Okay, I see. Would you like to have an advanced level? Okay, would you like to have an advanced level? Well, honestly, it means that I want to be honest. So it's what I think. I don't really know. I just want to speak English well, and I understand other people. It's what I really want to happen in my life. Want to happen, it means that I really want it in my life. I really want it in my life, yeah? So I got your point, or I understood your idea. I understood your point. So get means understand, and point means idea. I understood your idea. Thanks for your perfect explanation. So perfect, very good. So you explained it very well, and you said it very well, and I understand it very well too, very clearly. I really look up to your enthusiasm and zeal. Okay, look up to means that I really admire it. I really admire it. So that's great. That's great that you have this enthusiasm, that you are so enthusiastic, and zeal, your energy. So your energy, okay? So, but there is an obstacle. There is an obstacle which you might not see. Obstacle means problem or difficulty. Problem or difficulty which you might not see. Okay? So, yeah, so there is a problem, and maybe you don't understand that there is this problem, or that this problem exists. Okay? What are you talking about? Well, I'll be straight. I'll be straight. It means that I'll say it as it is, or I'll say it directly. Okay? So the first secret is that you need to have a clear and a detailed plan what you need to do to achieve it. I mean an advanced level, yeah? So the secret is very simple. So you need to have this aim, okay? So the first secret is that you need to have an aim, right? So I mean to achieve, okay? To achieve an advanced level, so you need to have this aim first of all, and what? And as I said, and a clear and a detailed plan what you need to do to achieve it. So you need to have this aim. So if you don't have this aim, so you won't achieve it. So okay, it's the first secret. It's the first secret to have this aim. It's so important. So please set an aim and work out a clear strategy. So work out or have a clear strategy. It's in the first place. If you don't have it, you are likely to get stuck. So you're likely to, it means that I think that you'll get stuck, yeah? So it can really happen. It can get stuck, it means that you will stop, and you won't have, won't means will not, you won't have this level, and it's a sad fact, not very unpleasant thing, okay? So you'll get stuck, you'll stop, so it's the most important thing, okay? Well, I see. I have this aim now, and what should I do next? What other things or what other steps should I take? Yeah, we say take steps. So second, focus on vocabulary. Can you answer one simple question? What's the main difference between an upper intermediate student and an advanced student? Really, do you know the difference between, the main difference between these two levels? Do you know it? So it's grammar? Grammar? No, it's vocabulary. So try to have a very rich vocabulary like native speakers have. Not just like native speakers, okay? Just like educated native speakers have, okay? Anything else? Sure. We can't deny the fact. So it means that this fact so really exists, and we can't say that it isn't so. Yeah, so it's really true that many students are able to read, but they are terrible at speaking and understanding native speakers. Okay, so really, so many students can read, yeah, maybe they know some grammar, but they are terrible at, it means they're very bad at speaking, so they can't speak, so their speaking skills aren't good enough, or they're terrible, and they can't understand. It's, it's a real problem, and so they feel very uncomfortable. It's a very uncomfortable situation, okay? So, the next points are the following. So you need to speak English daily and listen to it a lot. Please speak English every day. Please do it. So you think, okay, I can't do it, so I don't know friends who can speak English. No problem. Find these friends. Where can I find it? So you can think online. So there are so many websites where you can find it. It isn't a problem nowadays. It isn't a problem. Please do it. So find a friend or friends and, practice English with them and listen to it a lot. So listen to English speech a lot, okay? How much should I listen? 1 or 2 hours? Why is it so little? You can do it all day while being occupied with other things. Really, it's little. 1 or 2 hours, it's good, but not good enough for good progress, okay? So you need to get this level fast, just listen more, okay? So when you do other things, you can listen, yeah, to English speech. So next, very important thing, and so read a lot and have a plan. So the second part of the sentence is very important. Read a lot and have a plan. How many pages a week or books a week you need to read? Very important thing. So have a plan. How many pages a week or books a week you need to read? And I'll give you an example from my life. Yeah. So you know, when I really wanted to improve my English, I read 100 pages a day in English. Yeah. And I felt great progress. Yeah. So 100 pages a day in English, yes, and I felt great progress. So be a fast reader, okay? And you can say, oh, it seems incredible, so it means that it's difficult to believe it, I can't believe it. And then you can add, oh, I don't have so much time, and I will answer, it's little time. If you train, train these skills, you need to train these skills. And lots of English words, yeah, we talked about it earlier. So you can read 50 pages a day, an hour, very easily. Yeah, very easily. You can read 50 pages an hour very easily. Really, if you read a lot, if you have the skill, and if you know all these words, no problem. So it's very easy, okay? And please also train your reading skills. It's so important, okay? And it's a real challenge for me. It's really difficult for me. It's a real challenge for me, but I'll try to improve these skills. So I'll try to improve these reading skills. Yeah, I really hope we are on the right way, but let me continue. So what is 6? Start preparing for some international exams. So have you ever thought about it? Really, have you ever thought about it? You just, okay, maybe you think, okay, I need to learn English, so I have some books, textbooks, and so, but just think differently. Really, think differently. Start preparing for some international exams and find them. So know some information about them, and it's a great challenge. So it's a great challenge. It's really difficult, but it's so useful. So it can help you a lot. And thanks to it, or because of it, you'll be constantly measuring your level and judging about it objectively. So constantly means all the time. Measuring, it means that you'll see your level. So yeah, so the problem is that actually, if you look at this situation, you can think, oh, maybe my level is high, maybe my level is low, and you don't know it, yeah? But just do some, some papers, we call it sample papers. So look at this exam, so do some papers about reading, grammar, listening, and see your real level, okay? And judging about it objectively, not subjectively, but objectively. So you really need to understand what your level is, so you can see it, then you learn English very hard, and then you'll get back to it after some time, and you'll see your level again, so you'll see improvement. So if you have it, so it's so important. And do sample papers, or we also call it past papers. Sample papers, past papers. So just an example an example of this exam, and see your strengths and weaknesses. Weaknesses, I mean that it's minuses, maybe it's where you have problems, okay? So maybe you have problems in reading, but you don't know about it. Maybe you have problems in writing, but you don't know about it, and work on them. So try to improve them, okay? Very good, really very good. And I can name such popular international exams such as PET, yeah, FCE, CE, IELTS, TOEFL, and others. So, you know, when you prepare for an exam, it's another feeling. So you work several times more effectively. Just, yeah, have a look at them. So do some papers and see your level, okay? Good. So this information is very valuable for me. Okay, if so, I'm so lucky. And I need to look at these exams and see my level. So what a good idea. So you can start with something simple like PET, yeah? So it's very simple, it's lower intermediate level. So FCE is upper intermediate level. Okay, so CE is a really difficult exam. It's for advanced students, but it's also good, yeah? You can improve your skills greatly. So as for IELTS and TOEFL, you know, these exams are for all levels. And, you know, that... I actually started with these two ones, and then, you know, there are some other exams for business English like BEC, so business English certificate, and you know, it can really help, yeah, improve your skills well and see your level. So right, look at learning English from another angle, or from another side. So don't think traditionally. Yeah, think traditionally, but you need to know other methods, other concepts, other ideas, which are very effective, which are so effective so that you can't really imagine, okay? And you know, learn English more than one time a day. You should do it at least twice, 2 times. And the best thing is to start thinking in English, really start thinking in English when you do other things. Okay, so maybe you can think in your language, okay, but yeah, translate it from your language into English, and then you'll be able to think only in English without translation. So please train this skill. And 2 more important tips. So read more magazines and articles. Read more magazines and articles, not only simple sources. It's a problem. So we talked about your vocabulary, but please read more magazines and articles. So they are full of words, phrases, which which we see in modern English. So please, you need to learn modern English, yeah, modern English, not old-fashioned English in the book. So magazines and articles, so this way. And so 10, learn other tips how to learn English on the channel, English professionally. So you need to learn other tips too. And so don't forget to focus on phrasal verbs too. It's a very important thing. So, you know, phrasal verbs, yeah, it's a big problem, but it only seems that it's a big problem. In fact, it's a small problem, and I hope that you know it, yeah? Okay, so thank you very much, my friends. So we can continue this playlist if you support this idea. Thanks a lot. See you. Hi, my friends. Welcome to the channel English Professionally. Thanks a lot for your support, for your likes and shares, for your comments. And this playlist is Secrets of Learning English, Lesson 1. Yeah, it's 10 secrets to improve your listening skills. So this information is very important, okay? So please watch all this video and you'll know everything. Good. So, you know, I really want to know English well, but my listening skills are terrible. So listening skills, it's how you can listen, and terrible means very bad. As a result, I can't have a normal conversation. So I can't speak with other people effectively. It's so irritating, it's so annoying, it's so irritating and annoying. It means that I don't like it at all. I really don't like it. I hate it. In general, yeah, in general, okay, it means that if we look at all these things, my English is quite good, except listening. So yeah, so my grammar is quite good, so I can speak well, you know, I can write in English, I can read in English, but my listening is terrible, okay? I see your point. I was in these shoes. So I see point means I see your idea. I was in these shoes, or I was in this situation too. I was in this situation too. Really? I see you have perfect listening skills. So perfect means very good, and you can understand any English speech without any problems at all. What did you do? So I'm waiting for your answer with impatience. So with impatience, it means that I can't wait for it. It's so interesting. Just please tell me this information. So I'm really waiting for it. I'm waiting with it with impatience. Good. Well, the answer is quite simple. So I'd better give you some extremely useful tips. So I'd better means I prefer to give you some extremely useful or very useful tips, or there is another word for tips. I hope that you know this word. It's recommendations. Recommendations. You know, it's another useful word for this context. Okay, so recommendations, so that you can succeed, or so that you can be successful. Okay, so that you can be successful, so you can really understand other people. Okay, no problem. I just want a perfect result, and I'm ready to follow all these recommendations. So to follow means to do, or what. So what I'll hear, it's like the greatest treasure, in the world for me. It means that it's so important, and I really want to get this knowledge, to get this information from you. Don't think that I'm crazy or I'm mad, yeah, but I really want to understand native speakers. Really, do you want to understand native speakers? Do you really want it? I think so. Okay, so good. And you know that, so the first secret, there is a myth that if you really want to understand native speakers, you just need to listen to them, listen and listen. So myth, it means that in fact it isn't true. Okay? So many people try to do it and fail. So fail, you know, it means that they don't succeed. So these are two opposite words, fail and succeed. So they don't succeed, they can't do it. Yeah, so it is sometimes said. So you see, it's passive voice. It is sometimes said. It means people sometimes say that you will understand it from the context sooner or later. Yeah, it means that you'll understand it from the context. So maybe you are a beginner, but they say listen and you'll understand. No, how can you do it if your level, if your level isn't so high? Really, if you are a beginner, if your level is pre-intermediate, how can you understand thousands of new English words? It's impossible. So yeah, you know, it can take you ages. So it can take you a very long time, very long time. Yeah, and you need to, you know, maybe to live in England or America for many years to understand it. So you'll be only wasting time. So wasting time means that so you can spend a lot of time on it without any result. Yeah, without any result. So this method isn't effective. Okay, so I hope that you understand what I'm talking about. Okay, so we have a limited amount of free time. It means that we don't have much free time. We are very busy. So we should use only the most effective ways of learning English. Yeah. So the first tip is that you need to start listening to English speech with something simple, suitable for your level. Yes, thanks. Suitable for your level. Yeah, it means that, so if your level is pre-intermediate, don't listen just to English movies or just to native speakers who speak so fast. Find resources for your level. It's very, very important thing. So if you do it, you'll feel optimistic. Yeah, it will help you. I can just add, it will help you feel optimistic. It will help you feel optimistic. Yes, and you won't be frustrated. And you won't be frustrated, or as they say, so there is another word for it, and you won't be disappointed. You won't be disappointed or frustrated, because you'll feel the progress. You'll feel the progress. It won't be too difficult for you. It's also a very important thing. So it won't be too difficult. Okay, it won't be too difficult for you. Okay, well done. So good. And you open my eyes. Okay, so my level is pre-intermediate. Should I listen to one resource at about this level, and then should I go to the next source and the next level, right? So it means that, people often think that, that they need they have some English level, and they think that they need to learn one book, and then they go to the next level, then one book, then to the next level, and so this process actually is very quick. Yeah, but in fact it isn't. Yeah, really, you are so quick. You can test it, but you'll feel, yes, it's about the future. You'll feel only disappointment. Really, focus on quality. So you need, to learn real English, and you need to learn it effectively, really. So don't think that you can do it in 10 days, in 20 days. No, it isn't true. Just learn it. It will take you longer, but you'll do it anyway. Just focus on quality. Yes, you need real progress, not just words. Okay, so it's the second extremely important tip. Extremely important means very important tip that you need to you need to listen to this level as long as you need. It means that, I can tell you from my experience that my level was pre-intermediate, and I listened to one resource at this level, then to then one more, so maybe 20 or 30 resources, different resources at this level, and then so I went to the next level. So it isn't so quick, but it's quality. It's a very good base. Yeah, just enjoy learning English. Yeah, enjoy learning English. And I think that it's also important to type it. Enjoy learning English. So really, you should enjoy doing it. So if you don't enjoy learning English, I think it isn't a good idea. Okay, personally, I used to listen for hours. So personally, it means it's about my experience. Yes, I used to listen for hours. It means that I did it in the past. Yeah, really. I used to listen for hours. I listened for hours earlier. And you need to listen a lot and see your progress. Really, it's very important tip. Listen a lot, not just one book, not just one article, not just one video. It isn't enough. It isn't really enough. So don't count like this. Oh, it's the first book, it's the second book. Enjoy, really enjoy learning English. It's very, very important. Yeah, and concentrate more on the process and the result, but not just on counting, how many books you've already read. No, don't do it. Just enjoy learning English and see your progress. Okay, well done. Okay, in other words, so just it's how I understand you. I need to listen to adapted material for non-native speakers of English first, and have lots of English listening practice. So yeah, so it can be plural materials, yeah, if it's about many materials, yeah, to adapted materials, yes. So it's a good idea. Not just not books in the original, not only movies, without subtitles or translation. No, adapted materials first. So start with something simple for non-native speakers of English. Yeah, it's okay, and then you have more difficult books, sources, conversations, videos. It's step by step. So we call it step by step approach. Okay? Well, so and have lots of English listening practice. Yeah, so you need to listen a lot, not just 10 minutes a day, not just 10 minutes a day. It isn't enough. Listen, and listen. So you got it, yeah, you got it. But unfortunately, it means it isn't so good. It isn't enough to improve your listening skills greatly. It means to do it, you need to follow other tips too. Yeah, so these tips are really great, and I really hope that you enjoy these actually tips, recommendations, these ideas. But in fact, there is more information you need to know. Okay, so let's have a look at it. Okay, good. Okay, next. Okay, I look forward to it. It means that I really want to know it, or I'm waiting for it with impatience. Okay, well, and so the next very good phrase, incredible. So incredible is at me as it may seem. So it's really incredible. So it, like unbelievable, unimaginable. So it's it's difficult to believe it. So few people really know. So few means not many people really know that to have real progress. If you want to have real progress, they need to see the text. And listen to it at the same time. So the third very important secret. So see the text, yes, with your eyes, and listen. See and listen. This is a perfect combination. It's a perfect combination. Please keep it in mind. It's a perfect combination. Okay? It's like what we are doing right now. Is it also for our perfect listening skills and not only speaking? Exactly. Only this way. It's a crucial point. Means so it's a very, very important thing. It's a crucial point, the most important thing. Yes, only this way. So you need to see the text. So really, personally, I don't understand why people, just listen to something and they don't look at the text. So, it's not so good for progress. It's not so good for good progress if they really have time and they want to train, these skills. Okay, so this method helped me a lot. Listening was my weakest point. Weakest point means that I had big problems with it. It has helped me a lot, and I'm sure it will help you enormously too. Enormously means greatly. It will help you enormously too. I just want to open your eyes on really effective ways of learning English tested by time. So, some people, they are like, blind, they are like blind people, so they don't see the way. But we need to, to open our eyes, and see it. Really, we need to find these effective ways of learning English tested by time. So, but not only words, really, people often say, okay, so my method is the best one, so my method is the best one, but in fact it's just words. So just, maybe beautiful words, but with no result. So we have another idea, so we put result in the first place. Yes, it's the most important thing for us. Good, very good. So well, it's no exaggeration. So it means that it's a real thing, yeah, not only words. Each of your tips is a great discovery for me. Is a great discovery means is a very important and new thing for me. Okay, go on, please don't stop. Okay, we'll do it. Okay, thanks for your encouragement. So thanks for your encouragement, or thanks for your support. So you encourage me, so you help me, or I can say that you inspire me. So you encourage me, or you inspire. Very nice words, or you encourage me, you inspire me. Okay, good. And you also need to bear in mind one thing. So we say to bear in mind or to keep in mind. So it's an alternative word or phrase. To keep in mind or to have in mind one thing that you also need to manage your time effectively. So you have some free time, but are you sure that you do the right and the best things for you and for your English? Okay, good. So we perfectly know that people try to find different excuses, saying that they have no free time at all. So really, excuses, it means that, so people say, okay, so I don't learn English because I have no time, or I don't learn English regularly or systematically because I have no free time, I'm very busy, so I have lots of work, please understand me, and so on. So we call it excuses. Okay, saying that they have no free time at all, no problem. Don't think that there is no solution to this problem. Solution, or there is no way out. So solution or way out. So this problem can be solved. Yeah, it can be solved. So it isn't a problem. It can be solved. This problem can be solved. So really, so what is this solution? You can listen to something in English as a background. Okay, what does it mean? I mean, while doing other things. For example, yeah, you have no time, but you really want, to watch this video, or at least to listen to this video, and you can maybe check your email. So you can look for something online, and just, you need to play this video, and you'll hear not just blah 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 blah, but you'll hear some English words, phrases, and it's really very effective. It's very effective. So you do some things, or maybe you do something maybe in your room, some things about the house or housework, just play this video, and it's also very good. And this fourth tip, I suppose, is 30% of your success. So I suppose, so it's really very important. So I suppose, I think it's 30% of your success. It's extremely important. Well, so really, how can it be? If you don't understand anything, should I do it anyway? So people often ask me this question. Okay, so, but if we don't understand, should we listen or not? Well, it's like listening to music. Really. So I know that people often listen to music, for example, when they drive a car or when they do something. So you can also listen to English speech. So it's a very effective way of learning English. So you save lots of time. And so the next thing, have you forgotten our first tip? Yeah, do you remember our first tip? Listen to something simple for a start. If you listen to something simple, how can you ask if I don't understand anything? If you say, if I don't understand anything, it means that it isn't simple. It's a difficult thing. So find a simple thing. Simple text. simple, very simple conversation and listen to it. And you won't have this question. So want is a short form. You will not have this question, okay? So do it and you'll be catching only some words and phrases. Maybe blah 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 blah. For example, English blah 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 blah. Lower English blah 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 blah. House and so on. So you'll be catching only some words and phrases, but then more and more, of course, yeah, or certainly, if you work hard enough. Yeah, so blah blah, it will be only in the beginning, blah 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 blah. For example, blah 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 blah, English blah blah blah, computer blah 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 blah, progress and so on. And then you'll understand more and more phrases if you work hard enough. Really, it's work. You need to study hard. And progress will come, really. Okay, so that's clear. I wish I could listen to your tips again. So I wish I could, yes? It means that, you think that you can't listen. So we call it the second conditional. So you think that it's something unreal. So I wish I could listen to your tips again. So it's like a live conversation. To memorize or to remember, to remember them, these tips, and put them into practice. To start using them. But in fact, yes, of course, you can listen to it. So yeah, great. Apply all this knowledge. Apply means use all this knowledge in your real life. Use it in your real life. Use all this information and don't hesitate to do it. So don't delay it. Don't hesitate or don't delay. Don't delay it. Don't say, okay, I'll do it tomorrow, I'll do it next week, I'll do it next month, I'll do it next year. No. Start doing it now. Start following some tips now. Yes, just start doing it. Don't hesitate. Don't hesitate. Just do it. Just do it, really. Just do it. Okay, so the recording of our conversation will be available for you. It means that you will be available for you, that you can get it, and really you can get it. You'll be able to listen to it as many times as you need. So as many times as you need. So maybe you need to listen it 2 times or twice, no problem. So it's here on the channel, you can listen to it 3 times. So it's good. It's also very good for listening. And there is one very important tip, one more very important tip. I'll actually add it in the end, okay? So yeah, I'll try not to forget it, okay? Good. As long as you need. Fantastic. You are so kind to me. Fantastic means great, very good. No problem, welcome. So welcome, no problem. I'm glad to help you. By the way, okay, so but let's get back. So could you tell me shortly about the next tips or about the next secrets? So we call it, you know, that we call it tips, we call it secrets, we call it also recommendations, or we also call it advice. Sure, we won't leave them out. So it's a phrasal verb. We won't leave them out. It means that we will include. Leave out means not to include. So we will include. These tips in our conversation. So don't worry. And actually, there is no need to worry. Listen. So the 5th tip is the following. Okay, 5th tip: don't fall into the trap of listening just to English books. So fall into the trap means that it isn't a good thing. So many people do it, but it's a mistake. So, and when, you know, people just listen to English books, no, it's good, but it isn't enough. And I'll tell you why, so please stay with us. So, you know that the vocabulary you come across, so it's one more phrasal verb, or you come across or you meet. So you can say you come across or you meet there. So in books is very specific and limited. So very specific and limited, really it isn't enough. So really very specific and limited. So these words aren't enough. So it isn't about real modern English. It isn't only about it, okay? So listen to other sources, I mean articles, videos, conversations, podcasts, TV series and so on. Not only books, not only books. So books, it's one thing, but real English is another thing. Yeah, and in particular, yeah, so while talking about other sources, I can recommend you our channel too, English Professionally. I really hope that you enjoy this channel. And in fact, yes, I can also add, in fact, it's a huge base. It's a huge base. It's a very big base. It's a huge base of amazing videos for English learners for all needs and purposes. So yeah, also watch these videos and you can see the text, so lots of useful information. You can listen to them as a background, you can listen to them again and again, so it's also very good. Okay, but we need to go ahead anyway. So okay, it's really amazing. What else? Have more speaking practice too. So when you listen, you mostly train your listening skills, whereas means while or at the same time, speaking to someone, you improve both skills, two things in one. So really just, think about it. So when you really listen, you just train your listening skills, mostly listening skills. When you're, for example, when you speak, so you practice speaking English. Yes, it's first, and second, I mean that you also practice your listening skills. Two things in one. It's amazing, great, and definitely I need to try it. Right. So let's go ahead. So 7. Don't underestimate the importance of learning new words and English grammar structures. So don't underestimate. Don't think it's unimportant. Okay. So don't think it's unimportant. So don't think it isn't important. So sometimes people say, okay, I will only listen to something. Okay, but what about new English words? What about grammar? It's also very, very important. Don't underestimate the importance really of learning new words and English grammar structures. Don't ignore these things. Don't ignore it. Don't ignore it, and improve your level in general. So different skills, writing, reading, different, and try to know at least means minimum 5,000 English words, so 5,000 English words or more, and to feel really confident. If you really want to feel really confident, it means that if you really want to understand a lot in English, native speakers, that they use lots of words, lots of English words. It's desirable. So it's desirable means it's a very good idea. It's a very good idea to know minimum 10,000 English words for advanced learners. Okay, it's a very important thing. Thanks a lot. I'll focus on it. Good. Okay, next, 8. So there are some other tricky questions. Tricky, it means maybe they seem very easy, but in fact they are difficult, such as phrasal verbs. So I think that you noticed that this video is full of phrasal verbs too, for example. So you need to know, you need to know them as native speakers. So as means because you need to know them as native speakers can't speak without them. They can't speak without phrasal verbs, so you need to know them. Please have a look at our playlist on phrasal verbs too, and other playlists as well. So you just need to get down to learning them really seriously, and to get down to it's also a phrasal verb. It means you need to start learning them really seriously. So if you know phrasal verbs, so let's say 200, 300 phrasal verbs, it will really help you to understand English speech. Native speakers often use phrasal verbs. Okay, good, perfect. Something more. Sure, you need to believe in yourself. You need to believe yourself. You need to believe in yourself and follow this tip, just one tip, and see good progress. And see good progress. Just believe in yourself. Many people are afraid. They think that they can't do it for this or that reason, but it's, it's just in your mind. Believe in yourself. Just say, I can do it. It's easy for me because I have these methods and I can follow these recommendations, this tips, this advice. I'll do it, and okay, no problem. And start doing it. And see good progress. Really, it will be giving you more and more enthusiasm, motivation, and positive energy. Yeah, and that you'll see your progress and you'll smile. Okay, you'll say, I did it, I really did it. Okay, and I can move the mountains and I can do even more. It's very good things, very good, nice recommendations. I'm on the right way. Okay, and don't think you'll never be able to understand native speakers because you don't have enough abilities, time, skills, or something else. Don't say it. So I believe maybe there are bad teachers. Sometimes there are bad teachers. But there are no hopeless students. Really. I have this rule in my life. There are no... Okay, I'll write it down for you. There are no hopeless students. It means that students without hope. Everyone can learn English, even though it's difficult. It's very, very difficult, but everyone can learn English. And everyone can improve his listening skills greatly. And everyone can understand native speakers. There are no hopeless students. Maybe, yeah. So it's my rule. And really, it's fundamentally wrong when you think that it isn't for you, you can't do it. So you see a clear way now. It's crystal clear. So it's very, very, very clear. And just go ahead and success will come. So very good. And you can say, I feel so positive, yeah? So really enjoy learning English. And it shouldn't be a very boring process, okay? And I'm sure it's the beginning of what? It's the beginning of your success. And of your great progress in English. And so I'm really happy that we can continue this amazing play these secrets of learning English. I really thanks for likes, shares, comments. I really appreciate your support, and I think that really we are on the right way, yeah. And so if you think in your minds, thank you, I'll be the happiest person in the world. You don't need to write it maybe or to type it, so I just don't want to take your time. But even if you have this idea in your mind, yeah, so it's great. It means that so I'm so happy, yeah, to understand it and to feel it, even though maybe you are very far away, but you know that there are no borders for communication, and there are no borders for help, and I'm really glad to help you. It's the mission of the channel. Okay, my friends, thanks a lot, and I'll also be trying to be very positive, okay? So stay with us, and I hope that you'll enjoy more great English lessons, so new great English lessons. See you, bye. So we'll stay in touch. Hi my friends, welcome to the channel English Professionally. So thanks a lot for your support, for your likes, for your shares, for your comments, and I really hope that it's a great job and you like this video. 10 secrets how to understand native speakers. I mean, not just people, from other countries, but native speakers. Yeah, people, for example, from England, from America. So, and you'll hear not just one secret, but 10 secrets which really work. Okay, are you ready? Okay, so can you help me to solve one big problem? So to solve one big problem means that you have a problem, so, and you need to do something, okay? So, well, what is it? I can understand non-native speakers pretty well. So non-native speakers, I mean, it's about people. So, for example, who learn English and speak English, and you understand them pretty well or quite well, so or really well, pretty well, while I can't understand native speakers. So you can't understand Americans or people from England, so it's really difficult. Okay, so actually, or in fact, it only seems a big problem. Yes, it only seems. In fact, it isn't a big problem. There are some secrets which can help you understand native speakers, and you'll be able to communicate effectively with them. So you'll be able, it's for can in the future, and you'll be able, to understand them and to speak with them and to communicate effectively with them. Just follow these tips, follow these recommendations, and you won't feel embarrassed or uncomfortable. So it means that, okay, so you'll feel comfortable and relaxed. Okay, good. So obviously, I'd like to know all these secrets. My speaking skills are good, but not perfect. If they were perfect, so it's in our imagination, but they aren't perfect, I would understand native speakers. So I would understand native speakers, okay? But in fact, so my speaking skills are not perfect, yeah, but it's not about speaking skills. It's not only about speaking skills, I suppose. It's about speaking and listening skills, yeah, both these skills, my speaking skills and listening skills. So if they were perfect, but in fact they aren't perfect, I would understand native speakers. So unfortunately, it isn't the case. So it isn't the case. It's a nice phrase, yeah. It's often used by native speakers. It means that unfortunately, it isn't so, okay? Take it easy. So take it easy means relax. Relax or don't worry. Don't worry. So everything is okay. Everything is okay. Actually, there is no need to worry. And, I also experienced this kind of problem. So I also experienced, or I also had this kind of problem, but I managed to solve it. So solve means that I found a way out. So it wasn't a problem after some time, and managed to solve it means that it was difficult, but it was okay. It was okay in the end. And you see that you need to know that this method really works. This method really works, okay? So, okay, I see your idea, but I just can't get it. Why it isn't so widespread? So I can't get it, or I can't understand it. Why it isn't so widespread? Why it isn't so, popular? Why can't we find all these secrets, online? So what's the problem? Okay, before we start, just a couple of words on this issue. So a couple of words, just 2 words, yeah? Just 2 words about 2 words on this issue or on this problem. We see just some points, so we often see just some points or just some ideas not based on experience, just people often talk, something like that, okay, do this, do that, and they don't have experience, they don't know what they are talking about. It's terrible, okay? So I can't trust this information, I don't like this information at all, okay? And you know that in contrast to this, we'll use a systematic approach. In contrast to this, so we'll do, a completely different thing, the opposite thing. So when there are all things in one place, yeah, and you have all these 10 secrets in one place, okay? So let's get started, okay? So what do you need to do? So what do you need to do, or what do I need to do, okay? So it may seem, or maybe it seems that the first secret, so lies on the surface. I mean that it's very easy to guess it, to understand it, but many people fail to notice it. It means that many people, maybe they see it, but they understand it partly, but they don't use it in their real life, and it's not so good. Okay, so you just need to improve your listening skills in general, okay? Very important secret. So if you want to understand native speakers, yeah, the first secret that you need to improve your listening skills in general, but that's not all, of course, but that's not all. So there are other things which you need to know. Yeah, and just shortly, what you need to do to improve them, okay, just shortly, okay? So listen more and more. Listen more and more. So it's about the first secret, but some points, some very important points, which can help you improve your listening skills greatly. So listen more and more. So have more listening practice as much as you can. You know, try to listen to English speech every day, yeah? So it should be regular. Do it regularly. Okay? So well done. So what is next? Well, what's next? Okay, so start with something simple, yeah? So, I mean, that you can understand almost every word, yeah, just listen. Yeah, if you want to improve your listening skills in general, just start, you know, with something simple, very easy. You'll see the result and it will give you more motivation, so you need to have motivation. Otherwise, it's a very good word for speaking. So otherwise, it means that if you don't do it, you can lose your patience, you can lose your motivation, and so there is nothing good about that. There is nothing good about that, okay? Well, shortly, and 3 more points, yeah? Related to the first secret, listen to English speech and see the text at the same time. It's what we are doing right now. So if you want to improve your listening skills in general, just, you know, listen and see the text. It really works. So don't ignore this point, please don't ignore this point. So 4, listen to various sources, so various or different sources, not just books, not only books, where the vocabulary is limited and specific, really. So yeah, reading books is okay, but it isn't everything, and it can't replace other effective sources. Okay, I hope that you understand it. Okay, so and the last thing here about this first secret, listen to English speech. Listen to English speech while you do other things. Yeah, when you do other things, or while doing something else, yeah? So you can do some housework and just, you know, turn on the radio, or, you know, just and listen. So it really works, and you'll be impressed. Yeah, you'll be greatly impressed, and because your results will be great, okay? So, and in this case, or in this situation, I can draw a parallel with music. So it's like listening to music, okay? Just shortly. And there are more things to say, but we've covered the most essential points, the most important points. So focus, yeah, on improving your actually level in general. Okay, good. So, well, if I understood you correctly or rightly, I need to improve my level in general, which is bound to help me. So what is bound to? It means which must help me. So very nice phrases which you also need to know. Bound to or certain to, it means that, so it will definitely help me. So it will really help me. But there are some other secrets. A key to success, so a key to good results. Yeah, so really this method really works. You know, the problem is that most students focus only on this first secret. They know this first secret, maybe they understand it, not fully, but they don't know, I mean, the other very important secrets, and you'll know them. Yeah, okay? Certainly, as you might guess, so certainly, or of course, as you might guess, so as you may understand, so maybe you understand it. So there are fast and slow ways. There are fast and slow ways of learning English. Fast and slow, yeah? As well as effective and ineffective. So as well as means also effective and ineffective. So effective, which, you know, which brings effective way, which brings a good result, and ineffective, so useless, it's a waste of time, good. And so we need fast and effective. That's what I'm talking about, okay? Yeah, really, we need fast and effective. Only this way, please tell me what I should also consider, or what I should also remember. And you should pay attention to the following. So pay attention, it's another nice phrase. which means consider, pay attention to the following, yeah, to the following secrets. Just keep them in mind, and really you will see a great result. And you know that the second secret, yeah, is that you need to pay attention to contractions which are so common among native speakers. Contractions. Do you know this word? Really, what does it mean? Okay, yeah, to cut a long story short, so I'll be short. I don't want to take your time, so I'll be very short, I'll be brief. I'll just tell you the most important things you need to know, okay? But it's really what you need to know. Do you know how to translate the following? Okay? So there are some examples, and you know that I prepare them especially for you. So, she's been there twice. Do you know how to translate it? She's been there. So, what does it mean? She's. She's means she has. So it's a contraction. Or in other words, it's a short form. Or I'd better stay at home. So what is I'd? I'd better stay at home. So what does this phrase mean? It means that I had better stay at home. And in other words, yeah. So if I say it another way, it means I prefer to stay at home. I prefer to stay at home. Okay, I wanna do it right now. So we often hear wanna, gonna, gotta. So what is it? Wanna. Wanna means want to, yeah? So wanna, want to, okay? So I wanna do it right now, or I want to do it right now. So you can say now, but right now, I mean that it sounds stronger. Okay, and I'm gonna call him. So I'm going to call him, or I am planning to call him, so it's in my plans, and I gotta go, so I have to go. I have to go. Okay, so there is a list of contractions and different phrases, slang, so you need to know it. If you don't know it, it can be a disadvantage. Okay, I'll write this word for you. You know, this word is really important, disadvantage. So it shouldn't be a disadvantage, it should be an advantage. And once you do it, so once you actually have a look at all these contractions, or maybe you'll just pay more attention while actually when you hear something, or when you listen to something, so it's good. So it should be not a disadvantage, it should be an advantage for you, an advantage, but not a disadvantage. Okay, so good, an advantage. Well, so everything is pretty clear, or everything is quite clear. What other secrets can you share with me? Okay, to be frank, or to be honest, I really hope that learning English will turn out a piece of cake for you, and you'll be highly successful. Okay, so yeah, did you get it? Okay, I can read it more slowly, no problem. Okay, so to be frank, I really hope that learning English will turn out a piece of cake for you, and you'll be highly successful. Okay? Sorry, I mean that for correcting myself, that sometimes I have to do it. I think that it's good that, please understand me correctly, because, you know, just if you look at my day, at my day-to-day, I don't have much free time, but I just really wanted to record this video, and so I decided to correct everything on the spot here. Yes, if I see something wrong, please, thanks for understanding. So I really hope that you understand me, okay? So, by the way, so what does it mean? Turn out means it will be, so turn out or it will be a piece. Turn out is a phrasal verb, okay? And a piece of cake is an idiom. It's an idiom. It means it will be very easy for you, and you'll be highly successful. Highly successful, what does it mean? It means very, very successful. So we call it a collocation, okay? So, and I suppose that you got it, okay? So turn out. So you see a phrasal verb, an idiom, and a collocation. Did you get it? So the thing is that, the thing is that, three more secrets are the following. Three more secrets. You need to know phrasal verbs. Idioms, and collocations. Okay? Okay? So really you need to know it. So if you don't know it, I just don't know how you're going to understand native speakers. Yes, and so if we look at contractions, just please have a look also at shan't and won't, yeah? So, you know, if you look at native speakers, their speech is full of things like that. So do you also know the meaning of shan't and won't? So it's shan't means shall not and won't means will not. We use it, for talking about the future. So I won't do it or I will not do it. Shan't or shall not. Okay, just also, keep these things in mind. Won't or will not. Okay, so well done. And okay, so we'll go ahead and drop this subject, okay? So drop this subject is a very nice phrase, and really, native speakers often use these things, phrasal verbs, idioms, and collocations. So if you know them, so your life will be much easier. Okay, so drop the subject, it means that just let's change the subject or drop the subject, okay? Is that all? Well, if you follow, yeah, not just, okay, sorry, just, I told you about that. So if you follow these tips, it would be great. It would be great. However, it isn't all. So stay with us and we'll shed light on it. Shed light, so we'll put some light on it too. So, and you'll see other important secrets as well. Okay, so keep on talking. Okay, no problem. So I'll continue. Okay, you need to get accustomed to different accents. Get accustomed to different accents. So we say get accustomed or get used. Get accustomed or get used to different accents, not just British or American English. So listening to one speaker can turn out good, can be good. So if you listen to one speaker, if you really like his way or manner of speaking, for example, you like this channel and you listen to it a lot, that's good, that's great. Anyhow, anyway, listen to different accents as well, for practice. It's okay, it's very good. Not just British or American English. Okay, so very, very good. Okay, very nice. And it's really a good tip. I used to listen mostly to American English. So used to means that you read it in the past a lot. And one day I started speaking to one British guy. We say start doing something, you started speaking to one British guy. It was incomprehensible. It means that I couldn't understand him at all. So, that just this British way, this British manner of speaking, just British pronunciation, and that this accident is still in my memory. So I listen to British English a lot, and it has become my habit. So I do it regularly, and it's really important for me. Okay, and thanks a lot for your recommendations or for your tips, for your advice. Yeah, you're a real genius. You're a real genius. You're a very smart person. A very smart person. That's too much. That's too much. I don't deserve it. Oh no, I just want to make other people happy by helping them. So by helping them, by doing something, it means that I try to make them happy and I do it. So by helping them find the most effective ways of learning English, as well as means also making your dreams come true. Really, I hope all your dreams come true and it will be a reality one day, not just in your imagination, a reality, okay? And I really want you to smile, yeah, and say, I can do it, and I'll do it. Yeah, and you just smile. You need to feel it. It's a very, it's a very nice feeling. It's a very pleasant feeling. Okay, good. Well, very well. So you need to feel happy and get pleasure when you learn English. Yeah, get pleasure. Just, it's one more tip. It's one more tip. So you know that you can achieve phenomenal results or great results only if you really enjoy it. Yeah, you really enjoy it, and you can do a lot, you can spend lots of time on it, so you get pleasure. As far as I'm concerned, so or as for me, so personally, I thoroughly enjoy teaching English. So it's one more collocation. So I think that so you had this idea in mind. So just okay, give us more collocations, phrasal verbs, idioms. Okay, so there are different videos and playlists on this channel, but I can give you one more. So really amazing collocation. So thoroughly enjoy. It means I really enjoy teaching English. And so that's why I'm here. So I thoroughly enjoy teaching English. Enjoy, and we also say enjoy doing something. I think that you know this factor. Perfect. Please tell me more tips. Tell me more tips. Well, briefly speaking, yeah, just briefly speaking, some more tips. Okay, so focus on pronunciation. Very important tip. You need to be able to understand some difficult words and phrases from the context. For instance, so what does it mean, for instance? You know, sometimes you don't say too often, for example, and we are tired of it. So just use some other nice phrases. And you know that, for instance, means the same as, yeah, we're saying the same as, for example, for instance, or for example. Some words can sound the same, but have a different meaning, such as altogether and altogether. So do you know the difference? Yeah? Do you know the difference altogether and altogether? So altogether means, yeah, all people, yeah, it's usually understood this way, and altogether it means completely. So different meanings. It's not just simple words. It's not just simple words. So more advanced words, and so it's you can often confuse them. So confuse them, or okay, just I want to check your knowledge. So there is one phrasal verb which means confuse. So it means that you don't understand it, I mean, in all the situations. So, okay, so you often confuse these words. It's difficult for you to choose this or that. Okay, confuse or mix up, okay? So you need to, so you often you can mix up these words, okay? Just have a look at our playlist on phrasal verbs, okay? And if you support it, we can just, you know, upload more. No problem, no problem. Just we need your support. Okay, and you see that, yeah, 9. Learn more English words. Whether you want it or not, you can't escape it. You can't escape it, really. You need it. More English words. So there is an undeniable fact. Undeniable fact. So we can't deny these facts. We can't say, no, that's not true. We can't say, no, that's wrong. We can't say, no, this fact doesn't exist. No, just we need to accept this fact. We need to see the reality that native speakers tend to use or often use a wide range of vocabulary. A wide range means so lots of English words, phrases, so structures, in contrast to non-native speakers of English. Yeah, so if you know English words, that's good, but it isn't enough. The problem is that you need to understand phrasal verbs, idioms, collocations, structures, grammar structures, and so on. Okay, so you see, well done. And so what is next? What is next? Thank you very much. Please tell me the last thing for now. Okay, welcome, my dear friends. Measure your level. So you need to see your level and understand some real things. Really, you can have an illusion, that you understand native speakers, but it might not be necessarily so. It might not be necessarily so. Necessarily, yeah, just I wanted to say it. It might not be necessarily so. It means that, so you think that, okay, so my English is good, I understand native speakers, but it doesn't necessarily mean so. Yeah, it isn't necessarily so. Okay, so it means that so in fact your idea might not be true. So the reality is different. Yeah, and you know that sometimes, you know, and if I look at my previous video, as I got this comment, you know, this question, okay, so what level is it? What level is it? So I mean this video, and so there was one comment below, okay, elementary or pre-intermediate. No, that's not true. That's not true. So the level of this video is minimum intermediate. It's full of different structures, vocabulary. And what are we doing? We are doing two things in one. So we're learning English, yeah, we're having fun, we actually enjoy learning English. It's the first side, and the second side is that actually we are getting knowledge, we are learning new, interesting and really effective things. So it isn't elementary, it isn't pre-intimate. Please open your eyes and yeah, as you need to see the difference, okay? And I'm really actually I'm so glad, my friends, that I have this opportunity to share my knowledge with you, and to give you the most important information, tips, recommendations you need to know, yeah, to master your listening skills and achieve your great aims. Okay, well done. And you may think, yeah, so yeah, the last tip, so secret, or you may think that you understand yeah, the main idea, okay, the main idea, or 90%, and that's good, or 90% of the conversation, oh, that's good, or you're only able to understand movies but not programs on TV or on the radio. Okay, so in other words, you think that, okay, I understand 90% and it's good. No, it isn't good. So ideally, you need to understand everything, so 100%, not 90%, not 90. So if you understand 90%, it means that so there are 10 words and 9 words out of 10. It isn't so good. So one word is unfamiliar. So one word is unknown. No, it isn't good. You need to understand everything. So ideally, and in different contexts, not only in movies, yeah, not only in movies, so different programs, different situations. So my friends, I want to tell you 2 more things. Yeah, so and please, my friends, keep these things in mind, and I think you help them. And just I don't know why, but I really like talking, and I can tell that I used to teach at university. Yeah, actually I used to work at university for full time for 6 years, and I was talking a lot, so many actually seminars, lectures, and really I really like it. And I'm really glad to share my knowledge with you on YouTube. Okay, so, well, and so, to sum up, set high aims, not just small, but big aims. Set high standards, not just small standards, but high, so very big things. Think about big things and achieve them. So you have a plan, you have an aim, okay, work. And you'll have a result, no problem. So you see the way, you see how you can do it. Just do something and you'll get this result, step by step. Not everything and not everything now. No, you'll get everything, but not now, later. And then it will be sooner this time, soon and soon. Just do something, take some steps to achieve it. And my friends, I can't finish this lesson without one thing. So I hope that you guessed it. I want to thank you, my friends. Thank you very much. Yeah, not just my friend, yeah, but maybe my friends, yeah. So thank you very much, my friends. We become friends, and I wish you good luck. So I can't finish my lesson without it. Just thank you very much. Thank you very much for watching, for supporting. It really helps me. And I also feel motivation and inspiration, and that we are strong together. And I'd like to wish you good luck, good progress in English. But there is one more thing which I'd like to wish. It's good mood. So okay, so be positive, feel optimistic, and be in a good mood. Okay, I feel that it's also very important, not just English. Okay, thank you very much, my friends. See you. Bye. Hi, my friends. Welcome to the channel English Professionally, and this video course is Advanced Speaking in 10 days. So this video is extremely important. Really, how can you become an advanced speaker in 10 days? So are you ready to know it? I hope so, okay? So I have an intermediate level, and I'm really determined to reach an advanced level in English speaking. So intermediate, that it means middle, and I'm really determined, yeah, a nice phrase for speaking. I mean, it means that I really want, I'm really determined, I'm really serious about it, I'm really determined to reach or to have an advanced level in English speaking, okay? And so I have a question, how long will it take me? So really, how long? So a week, 2 weeks, 1 month, 2 months or more? Okay, so taken into account the fact that your level is about intermediate, yeah, a really nice phrase. So you can say taken into account, or there is another similar phrase you might know, so it's taken into consideration. It means that if we consider this fact, so if we have this fact, yeah, that your level is about intermediate, yeah, so we have this fact, and so it can take you no more. It can take you no more than 10 days, yeah, no more than 10 days, really. So if you have a good intermediate level, no more than 10 days, yeah, and if we're talking about speaking, yeah, so you can become an advanced English speaker. Okay, good. Incredible, incredible or impossible, unbelievable. Okay, don't you believe it? Don't you believe it? I believe it. Why not? I just want to know how I can achieve such a brilliant result, or how can I have such a brilliant result, such a great result. So I really want this result, and it's a real deadline. So it's a real deadline. So if you have a deadline, it means that you need to do something urgently as soon as possible. So you have a time limit, and so we have this time limit, yeah, 10 days, and it's a real deadline. So we have a deadline, we have this time limit, and we need to do it, okay, urgently. So as soon as possible. Okay, take it easy. Take it easy. Yeah, a nice phrase. It means relax. Okay, relax. Take it easy. We'll focus on these tips. Yeah. So we're going to talk about it. So don't worry. So everything will be okay. Okay. So my friends, I wish I knew all these tips. Yeah, a great structure. So you know that if you have I wish, you use past simple. I wish I knew. It means that it's just my wish, and in fact, I don't know all these tips, and I wish I knew all these tips and had an advanced level in speaking. Okay? Yeah, okay. The thing is that, or the problem is that, yeah, I'm talking about an advanced level in speaking. If you want to have an advanced level in all possible parts of English, so or in different parts of English, I mean it's a nice phrase, so you can use it when you actually give different explanations. So I mean grammar, vocabulary, listening and writing, you'll need more time. Okay, so not only speaking, yeah, so but you also need to focus maybe on grammar, vocabulary, listening and writing. Yeah, but you know, we're talking about speaking right now. Okay, good. How long? Maybe a month or a couple of months. A couple of months means 2 months. If you study really hard, and if you are gifted in languages. So if you are gifted in languages, it means that if you have a talent, if you are a talented person, yeah, concerning languages, so you can have an advanced level. So in a month or in a couple of months, I mean, if we look at all these aspects, I mean, all these parts, grammar, vocabulary, listening, writing, whatever, so different things, okay? Okay, it suits me, yeah, nice phrase. It suits me, it means it's okay for me, or it's suitable for me, it's okay for me. If I have an advanced level in speaking, in a couple of weeks, yeah, or in 2 weeks, I'll be fully satisfied. I'll be fully satisfied, yeah, I'll be really happy. So I'll be absolutely happy, yeah, I'll be fully satisfied. Okay, good. So really good. So I have the same thoughts, or I have the same ideas, I have the same opinion. First of all, yeah, or the first thing, yeah, we learn English for speaking. We learn English for speaking. It's our main priority. It's our main priority. So we put it in the first place. It's the most important thing for us. I mean, to speak English perfectly, like native speakers. Yeah. Okay. Briefly speaking, what are these main tips? So briefly speaking or shortly speaking. So I'll try to be short or I'll try to be brief. What are these main tips? Okay. Incredible as it may seem, your main aim is to make sure you're perfectly aware of one fundamental difference between these two levels, so that you can work out the best strategy possible. Okay, the thing is that, yeah, nice phrase, yeah, the thing is that I understand what it all means, yeah, what it all means, but I usually speak English much more simply. It means that I don't use, difficult, structures, vocabulary, or words. I just use simple English, yeah? So if you speak English simply, simply, you use simple words, simple structures, okay? Simple vocabulary, and so on. Okay, so the word simple has nothing to do with an advanced level. Yeah, a very good phrase. So has nothing to do means that actually it isn't about this level, it isn't about this advanced level, so it's for another level, yeah, and it has mostly to do with an elementary or basic level. Okay, please keep in mind these two great phrases for speaking. Has nothing to do, yeah, with an advanced level, so it isn't about it, and has mostly to do, it's mostly about it, yeah. It has mostly to do with an elementary or basic level, yeah. If you use like this phrases like this, I like, I want, I think, yeah. If you mostly use present simple, past simple, future simple, only these things, yeah, or like adjectives like this, good, bad. So it's really very simple. It has nothing to do with advanced level, yeah. It's for this basic level. Do you see? Yeah, it's pretty clear. So pretty clear, yeah. One more interesting phrase. So pretty means quite clear. It's quite clear, so it's really clear. Yeah, it's really clear. Okay. So the first tip, yeah, one tip. So the first tip is that you need to know the difference between these two levels. Intermediate and advanced, and not just vaguely. So what is vaguely? Vaguely means unclearly. Vaguely means unclearly, so when it isn't so clear for you. Not just vaguely, but on the contrary. But you need to have the opposite, yeah, thing in your mind, so you need to know it very clearly. So really, what's the difference? What's the difference between, intermediate and advanced level, yeah? What's the difference between these two levels? So you need to know the criteria, and then it will be possible for you to think about, how you can reach this level, how you can reach this level. So let's look at this passage one more time. Yeah, passage, short text, and try to understand what it's all about, yeah, and try to understand what it's all about. So try to understand the meaning. Okay, so let's do it. So as you see, so I said it, but very shortly, without any explanations at all, yeah. Just let's have a look at about it one more time. So you see, incredible as it may seem, okay, so so if you hear this phrase, yeah, incredible as it may seem, okay, you think, oh, what a nice phrase, what an interesting phrase, what a great phrase. So I think your level is really very high. So I think that you know English very well. So you use, actually such brilliant or such amazing phrases, incredible as it may seem. It means, in other words, it means that it's hard to believe, yeah, incredible as it may seem, so it's really incredible. But just look, at the way this phrase sounds, okay? So your main aim, okay, not just aim, but main aim. So as you see, so we use different linking words, things which connect, they connect the parts of the sentences, yeah, and they help us, so they connect they connect the parts of the sentences, and they help us actually to structure our ideas, so we have a clear structure. And you see, it's more understandable, incredible as it may seem, your main aim is, and you also need to use different adjectives, different adverbs, so it's very important. So you need to focus on adjectives and adverbs, not just good, bad, not this simple adjective, is to make sure, yeah. And it's a nice phrase. It also, connects these parts of the sentences, yeah, to make sure. In other words, it's to be sure you are perfectly aware of one fundamental difference. Okay, I know that you can say that you know one difference or one big difference. Yeah, if you say, if you know one big difference, it's okay. But you can say not if you know, but if you are aware of. It means that if you know it, if you are perfectly aware, it means if you know it very well. And you know that it's very important to know different adjectives, adverbs, but not separately. You don't need to, to have only, a list of these adjectives, but you need to have these phrases. We call them collocations. So you need to know most common collocations for this advanced level, yeah? And so not big difference, but fundamental difference. It means great difference, most important difference, yeah, between these two levels, so that you can work out the best strategy possible. So work out means so that you can have and follow it. So it's about phrasal verbs. So you can't do without phrasal verbs. So you just need to have a list of phrasal verbs, maybe 250 phrasal verbs or 300 phrasal verbs. You know that we have these videos, and use them in your speech. If you use phrasal verbs, you'll sound really smart, yeah? And so, actually it isn't so difficult to understand phrasal verbs. They are pretty easy. Okay, so you can work out the best strategy possible. So you can say the best strategy or the best strategy possible. So it's one more grammar structure. So you need to understand grammar too, but not grammar, elementary grammar, but grammar which can tell me, and I will understand immediately that your level is advanced, to advanced grammar structures, but not just basic things. Okay, so very important things. Okay, so really you need to know these linking words, you need to know different collocations and advanced grammar structures, yeah? Just you have, you see these examples. Okay, to sum up, you just need, to sum up means, so in conclusion, you just need to know these lists of most useful phrases for speaking, suitable for this level. Suitable for this level means which are okay for this level. It means that, just let me explain it. So the problem is that if you start looking for it online, you often see unnatural, so phrases which aren't so natural and rarely met or rarely used phrases, we have it. And or for low levels, so you can see lots of phrases, but mostly for low levels, so not higher than intermediate. It's a pity, it's a very sad fact. And secondly, most of these phrases are natural and aren't so good. So, and let me give you an example of these phrases. What I mean, it's like, incredible as it may seem. Just one more phrase. Amazing as it may seem, so it just a kind of this structure. Incredible as it may seem, amazing as it may seem. So this structure is for advanced students. That's true. Then to put it mildly, it means that I just don't want actually to be rude, but I want to say it politely. So to put it mildly, or to say it mildly. So if I want to say it politely, or for example, surprisingly enough, strangely enough, and so on. And so if you know these phrases, let's say 100, or I think it's better now, 200 phrases, yeah, your speaking will be unbelievable. And you know, it won't take you long, yeah, just to memorize all these phrases and start practicing it, yeah, in your daily life, in daily English conversation. Well, so, and so on. Okay, so secondly, you need to know a special list of collocations like, yeah, let me give you an example of this collocation. So bitterly disappointed, it means you're really disappointed. Okay, yeah, you can say I'm very sad, I'm upset, I'm so unhappy, but yeah, it's for elementary, mostly for elementary students. So advanced students use more advanced vocabulary, and the speech is always full of different collocations. Next, highly successful. It means very, very successful. So you can say that he's a very successful businessman, or he is a highly successful businessman. So why highly, why successful? How can we translate it? You know, it's really difficult to translate it. I mean, normally, but the fact is that it sounds very natural in English, highly successful. Or one more thing, yeah, blissfully unaware. So we talked about it. So aware or of, I mean that you remember this phrase. So if you are perfectly aware of, so if you are aware of something, it means you know it. So I'm aware of this fact. I mean, I know this fact, so I'm aware of the fact that there are lots of great videos on the channel English Professionally. Or but the opposite thing is unaware. Yeah, so I was unaware of that fact. I didn't know it, or I was blissfully unaware. And you know, it just to make it sound stronger. Okay, good. So is it enough? So if you do it, yeah, good thing. So your speaking will get much more advanced, yeah. And you know, one more important point. So you don't need to know 30,000 English words or more, yeah, to sound like an advanced speaker, really. So students often think, okay, I learn 20,000 English words, 30, 50, 100, so a million, yeah, and so my level will be, you know, so high. No, things don't work this way, okay? In fact, yeah, you think that you just need to have these lists, yeah, and I mean, not the list of English words. You need to have this list of English phrases. So don't learn English words, learn them in context, learn English phrases, collocations, phrases, okay? And you can memorize them, I mean, this list of collocations, phrases, and start using them effectively, let's say in 10 days. So you don't need, you know, 1000 English collocations, but I think 200 or so will be enough, okay? Good. Okay, so and it's more than enough, yeah. If you really get down to learning English really seriously, it's bound to happen. Okay, so what? Maybe you want me to repeat it? Okay, no problem. It's about the next useful tips. It's about the next useful tips. Look, it's more than enough. If you really get down to, so get down is a phrasal verb. It means start. It means start. If you really start learning English really seriously, it's bound to happen. Bound to or certain to. You can also hear, yeah, this actually variant, certain to. It means that I'm sure it will happen. So you can say I'm sure it will happen, or it is certain to happen. So which phrase actually will sound more advanced? If you say I'm sure it will happen, or it's bound to happen, or it's certain to happen. So you see the difference. So then you need to use phrases like these ones, okay? And right, yeah, you're absolutely right. So it's about the next useful tips, okay? So you need to know what? You need to know phrasal verbs, and not only to know, but to use them in your speech, yeah, and advanced grammar structures, yeah. So this thing is about phrasal verbs, whereas this second thing, yeah, is about advanced grammar structures. And let me tell you what I mean. Okay, So what is it all about? I just want to say, or I only want to say, that students want to know advanced grammar and they spend months on learning some points, maybe some difficult points, yeah, concerning tenses or about tenses or related to tenses, okay, like present perfect continuous, past perfect continuous. You know that there is some information, I mean, for intermediate level, actually concerning these tenses. There is some information for advanced level, yeah, concerning these tenses, and they actually try to learn these exceptions and so on. However, they don't realize that it isn't for a high level. It isn't for a high level, really. How should I understand it? Okay, so if you use different English tenses, so even if you know all possible exceptions, you won't sound like an advanced student. Okay, since it means because it's mostly intermediate grammar. Okay, really? So you can know, you may know, I mean, all English tenses. You know active voice, passive voice. So you know difficult structures about tenses, but it isn't for this advanced level. So for this advanced level, you need to know other structures. And if you actually spend lots of time, yeah, on learning tenses and so on, you won't sound like an advanced student. Okay. So nevertheless, but if you use advanced grammar structures, yeah, if you use it in your speech, okay, sorry for my typos, yeah, so sorry, okay, I'll understand it at once, yeah, so it's like, you know, incredible as it may seem, so I hear it, yeah, and I understand, oh, you know a lot about speaking, or it's like, you know, bound to a center, oh, you know a lot, so you don't know just basic things, you understand it at once. Okay, good. Please explain it. Okay, no problem. I can do it one more time. I mean, if I hear, for instance, it's bound to happen. So, for instance, means, for example, it's bound to happen or it's certain to happen. I'll understand that you really know and you can use the structures not just for intermediate level, yeah? So your speech should be full of difficult grammar structures, not just tenses. So English grammar isn't only about tenses, so you need to use more advanced structures. Is that all? Not really. So you also need to understand that you have a time limit, so you don't have years or decades, yeah, to learn English. If you have just 10 days or even less, so you don't have time for reading or listening a lot. So, you know, you can often hear, okay, you need to read a lot, to listen a lot, but the question is, okay, what should I read? What should I listen? So it will take me actually so long, months or maybe years, okay? And you need to do the following. Look, you need to translate everything you have in your mind. So maybe you have something in your mind, some ideas, and you need to translate all these ideas. How? From your mother tongue into English, and English should be in your head all day, but not simple phrases, not simple grammar structures, not simple vocabulary. When you think in English or when you translate something from your mother tongue into English, yeah, if you actually haven't actually acquired the skill to think in English, use the lists we were talking about. So you have these lists, I mean, of linking words, so grammar structures, advanced grammar structures, phrasal verbs, and so think in English and translate, but use more difficult things, yeah, which actually have been already mentioned in this great video course. Okay, my friends, thanks a lot for your support, really, thanks a million, and I wish you good luck and good progress. Okay, see you, my friends. Hi, my friends. Welcome to the channel English Professionally, and this video is very important for your speaking, yeah? It's called How to Think in English Rightly. So really, it's very important to think in English rightly, okay? So it means that many people think in English, but they do it wrongly, so and they don't have a good result. Okay, so really, I've come to the conclusion that I need to think in English to improve it, yeah, to make it better, greatly, and in a short period of time. In a short period of time means soon as possible. That sounds great, or it's a good idea. I also believe, or I also think that we need to think in English to make a rapid progress in English. Rapid means fast, to make a rapid progress in English, but this phrase is very natural. Rapid progress in English. What worries you? Yeah, the structure is correct. So what worries you? So what's the problem? What worries you? Frankly, or honestly, I try to think in English, but I'm not quite sure. It means that I'm not really sure that I do everything correctly or I do everything rightly. Really, how to think in English rightly? What can you advise or what can you recommend? Well, to answer this question, I need more information to understand how you do it. No problem. I'll give you more details or more information. So to be frank, or to be honest, I don't have much time and I usually think in English 20 minutes a day. Sometimes it can be more. I try to translate my thoughts from my mother tongue into English. Yeah, from my own language into English. We say translate from one language into another one. So I try to use simple phrases. I feel real progress. So good progress or real progress. Is it what you want to hear from me? Okay, so is it this information? Excellent. Thank you. I got your point. I see it's your great dream to speak English fluently. So it's a great dream, you really want it, yeah, to speak English fluently. And you try to use more advanced and effective methods. More advanced means better and modern methods, and effective methods which really work. But I can tell you one thing directly. Or I'll be straight. I'll tell you one thing directly. What is it? You need to think in English rightly or correctly. I try to think in English, what's wrong? So what's wrong or what's the problem? What you do has nothing to do with highly effective methods of learning English. So what you do, it means it's not about effective. It has nothing to do with, it means it's not about, or it isn't about highly effective or very effective methods of learning English. So it isn't effective. It isn't so effective. Okay, so you make progress. Yeah, I would say you make progress. And we won't deny it. So we won't say, no, okay, you don't make progress, it's bad. No, we won't say it. But it's 10% of what you can do. So, you know, maximum is 100% and it's 10% of what you can do. Okay? You know, I feel great progress and that's enough for me. I have a limited amount of free time. It means that I don't have much free time. Obviously, or clearly, I can't learn English all day and think in English all day. Please understand that I have so many cares, duties and responsibilities. Okay? It means that you have a lot of things which you need to do, really. You can't even imagine it. I have so many things to do. Yeah? A nice phrase. So you can say, I have so many things to do, or so many things which I need to do. So a nice phrase, things to do, okay? We can say, I have a lot of things to do, I have so many things to do, or which I need to do, really, so many that you can't imagine. Okay, so don't take it close to your heart. Don't take it close to your heart. It means don't worry, relax, it's okay. I generally understand all these things take place in your life. I generally understand means I really understand, so I truly understand. All these things take place, it means they exist in our life. So they happen these things exist in our life, it's true. I just want you to pay attention to a couple of facts. Yeah, I just want you to pay attention. Pay attention means that I just want you to look at or pay attention to a couple of facts. Couple of means two facts which can help you improve your English greatly and reach new heights. New heights means reach a new level, so a more advanced level. Okay? Okay, I'm listening to you. Please be serious and don't be skeptical. Don't be skeptical means, okay, don't think it's bad. So first of all, you need to listen to this information and then you'll decide whether it's bad or good. Okay? So many people look for this information, they try to find it, and they are ready to pay a great deal of money. A great deal of money means lots of money. But they can't find it. I mean, they can't find this information. Okay? Can I continue? Yes, please. There are several big problems. There are some big problems, but the main problem is that you don't think in English. Do you understand what I'm talking about? You just translate. Is it bad? Not bad, but not perfect. So it means but not very good. Okay, not excellent. Your task is to be able to think only in English. So to be able to think, it means that you need to think only in English. You should try to do it only English. So without your mother tongue, okay? Good. How should I think in English? Can you describe it? Okay. Can you describe it? It means actually how does it happen? How does it happen? Okay. So what you have is the following. So you have this thing, yeah? So for example, you see a car and first you have this idea in your mind, in your mother tongue, so in your own language, and then you translate and you do it all the time. So first you say it in your mother tongue, you translate into English and you do it all the time. Okay? So you do it all the time. So, and as you understand, it isn't so good. It isn't so good. Right. You know, it's a good speaking practice. It's good, not bad, not terrible, yeah. But it can't be called thinking in English. It can't be called, yes, it's passive voice. It can't be called thinking in English. No. When you see something, you need to have this word only in English at once. It means immediately. So you see a car and you have this idea in English. Okay, so I see a car, this is a car, or something like that. So without translation. It's a very important thing. Really? Certainly. Or means of course. Let me add one more thing. It means that I want to add one more thing. When you have some ideas in your head, you need to have them only in English, without translation. This practice can be called thinking in English rightly. But that's not all. Let me finish, okay? I understand. How can I achieve it? So how can I get it? What else do I need to do? As I understand, yeah, or as I see, you choose a certain time or during the day and try to think in English. But in fact, it isn't so effective. I mean that you choose just one interval, yeah? So split your day or divide your day, yeah? A certain time. Just split your day or divide your day into several parts, into some parts or intervals. So what I mean is that it's better to think in English. It's better to think maybe for 5 minutes. But when you do it more regularly, yeah, so you know, just you say 20 minutes, yeah, just one time a day, it isn't enough. It isn't enough. So you need to do it more regularly. Okay? So isn't it too much? Isn't it too much? So when you do it more regularly, I think if you want more progress, it's okay. So don't miss every opportunity to think in English. So in other words, you need to take every opportunity to think in English. Well, I'll try. I see your confusion. And what worries you? So confusion, it means that you feel confused. So I'll try, but maybe you still don't understand how you can do it. You still have problems, and you feel worried. So what worries you? I'll answer your question. You are worried that you'll be only translating and using your mother tongue too. You can't do it only in English, right? You read my thoughts. It means that you really understand what I think. You read me like an open book. So everything is clear. So I have some ideas in my mind, and everything is clear for you. Everything is clear for you. Please continue. Yeah, nice phrases. Oh, please continue, okay? I feel that you know my problems better than me, and most importantly, it means, and the most important thing is that you have a clear idea how I can solve it. Okay, so how can I solve it? So what I can do? Okay, your main problem is that you don't do it regularly. You need to do it as often as possible, so regularly. So as regularly as you can, and you need to translate first. Yeah. So you asked me about translation, and it isn't bad you need to translate first. It's the first step. When will I be able to think only in English? It's possible if you have lots of daily and hourly translation practice. So you need to have lots of daily practice. It means every day, and hourly. It means every hour, but maybe for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, but every hour translation practice. If you can't think in English, it means that you need more regular practice, that you don't have enough practice. So you have practice, but little practice, not enough practice, okay? Only this way. More practice, daily and hourly translation practice. Only this way. And there is one more thing that can't be left unnoticed, that can't be ignored, So I know that people often fail to notice it, but we need to pay attention to this fact, okay? So what is it? Okay, what is it? Most students think in English, but they use very unnatural phrases, very unnatural, yeah, not really good. And so native speakers don't, speak this way. And clumsy sentences. Clumsy means also unnatural. So they think that it's right. Maybe other people will understand, but it isn't correct. So it isn't. It isn't spoken this way in America or England. Okay. So you need to think like a native speaker. It's the next level, the next step. Okay. So how can I get this skill? You know, you can acquire this skill, or you can get this skill after the first 2 steps. To have it, you need to improve your English in general and have an advanced level in English. Otherwise, you'll be thinking in English while speaking unnaturally and making lots of mistakes in grammar and vocabulary which are not so evident. Really. So students make lots of mistakes, and the problem is that they don't realize that they make these mistakes. So you need to have an advanced level. So try to improve your level in general. So we have lots of video courses, yeah, which can really help you. And the next thing, you need to try to think in English, and you need to have this practice so as often as you can. Okay, so thank you very much, my friends. I really hope that you enjoyed this video. Okay, thank you for your support. Thank you. See you. Hi my friends, welcome to the channel English Professionally, and this video is how to learn English words. So I really hope that you'll support this video with your likes, shares and comments, okay? Thank you very much. Okay, so are you ready? I hope so. Okay, I'd like to ask you several questions about English. So several questions means some questions about English. No problem, you're welcome. What interests you? So what interests you? So what is interesting for you? What do you want to know? I'd like to know more English words. Right. It's very important to be able to use them effectively. So to be able, it means that it's very important, yeah, when you can use them effectively, very well, very well. So I mean in your speech or when you speak. Yeah, that's the problem. I know about 3,000, yes, I know about 3,000 English words, but I can't use all of them in my speech. I see what you mean. It's called, or we call it, yes, it's a good structure, it's called passive vocabulary. Passive vocabulary, okay? So you needed to turn it into active vocabulary. Turn it into means to make it active. So to make it active, okay? Not only passive vocabulary. So it's when you can speak and use these words. I absolutely agree with you. I absolutely agree with you. Yeah, good phrase. So I really agree with you. How can I do it? First of all, tell me what methods have you already used? Yeah, you know that we use present perfect with already. Have a look at our playlist on grammar, please. Well, I tried to learn 100 words a day. How was it? You know, I learned 100 words in one day and I was so happy. However, means but then I faced some problems. Then I had some problems. So the learning process was getting more and more difficult, or was becoming more and more difficult. Really? The new English words I was learning. So the new English words which I was learning were getting or were becoming more and more complicated. So you know that we use continuous with this structure more, and complicated means really very, very difficult, and I was at a loss. Yeah, I was at a loss means I didn't know what to do. Yeah, I didn't know what to do. I was disappointed. I was really sad. I was really upset. I was so unhappy. Yeah, and I stopped doing it. So we say stop doing something, yeah? Stop learning English, yeah? So, or I gave it up, okay? Another way. Okay, it isn't surprising. It isn't surprising means, so I'm not surprised, I suppose, or I think that you tried to learn 50 words a day and you gave it up after a while. You gave it up. Gave up means you stopped it. After a while means after some time. So some time passed and you stopped it. You gave it up. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's right. I even tried to learn from 10 to 15 English words every day. I see. I know what you're going to say. You experienced the same feeling. You experienced means you had the same feeling and it became very boring for you. So not interesting, became very boring for you, okay? It was quite predictable, so it was easy to predict it. So it was easy to know, yes, to know actually, to know about this result. Why do you think that you need to learn a certain number of words every day? So a certain number means just some numbers like 150, 10 or something like this every day. Who told you that? Really, who told you that? It was my idea. Some people say that we need to learn a list of 10,000 English words. I know this idea. So a list, it means that when they are on paper, yeah, and you look at them, or maybe in a video, and you learn them. So in one place, when they are in one place. I know this idea. It's really very good, but it's mostly for people who want to revise their knowledge. So what does it mean, revise? For example, yeah, good phrase, someone learned English earlier and he wants to remember most common or most popular English words. In this case, or in this situation, or in this case, this method is really good. If you are a beginner, you can look, let's say, at let's say 1000 English words, but not much more. Yeah, you won't be able to remember them. So won't be able, it's for can't in the future. So in the future, so you can't do it in the future. You won't be able to remember them and use them effectively. So like your active vocabulary in your speech. So you need to do other things. Okay, you need to do other things. I understand. So what are your ideas? Really, what are your ideas? If you ask my opinion, so if you want to know what I think, I'm sure that learning English online in a video format is very effective. It's very good on the channel English Professionally. You can read and hear these words at the same time. You can hear the correct pronunciation or the right pronunciation. Okay? So you can hear not just separate words, but how they are used in context. Not just separate words like football, ball, video, but you have lots of examples. But how they are used in context, they are used. It's passive voice. So how people use them in context. So real examples. It's a real revolution in learning English. So it's a very big change. It's a very big change, and it's a very positive change. Okay, should I try to learn English words without examples? I think it's mostly a waste of time. It means that you can spend some time on doing it, but it isn't effective. It doesn't work, okay? So really, to memorize English words or to remember English words, you need to hear them. This thing is really extremely important, very important. So you can't ignore it. You can't ignore it, so you can't say that that's not true, okay? That's not right. So there are so many books which help you learn English words, but I suppose, or I think that's the previous generation. So it's not about modern methods of learning English, okay? So video format of learning English will be dominating. So will be the main format, the most important format, yeah? More and more. So we talked about it, that we use continuous with more and more, will be dominating more and more. So when you learn a foreign language, you need to hear it. In addition to this, it means that I also want to say one more thing, or I also want to add something. It has a very positive effect on your listening skills. As I understand, I just need to focus on a video format. Actually not. It means that in fact not. Actually not, yeah, a good phrase. To avoid misunderstanding. So what is misunderstanding? It's a situation when you don't understand something completely, and to avoid means if you don't want to have misunderstanding, if you don't want to have this situation, unpleasant situation, not good situation, you need to understand the following, or you need to understand this thing, okay? So there are different channels for English learners, but I can't say that that's a perfect solution. It means that it's a very good solution. Solution is a way out. So way out of the situation. It would take a current situation into account. Yeah, it would take the current. Yeah, it would take the current situation, because we know the situation. Okay, so it would take the current situation into account. What is the current or the present, the situation which is nowadays? It would take the current situation into account. It's a nice phrase, take into account or take into consideration. It means that you will look at the situation which is now. Or I can say it this way, you would take the current situation into account, okay? So we need to see the quality in the first place. Quality, yeah? Not just quantity, and abundance of information. Abundance means when there is lots of information and high quality, okay? At the same time, yeah? So, you know, it's a problem. So sometimes there are just few videos, yeah, and sometimes there are lots of videos, but they are useless, okay? So you also need to do different exercises. And most importantly, nice phrase, have speaking practice, English speaking practice, okay? What's the most effective way of learning English words? Well, let's get back to our discussion, or let's get back to our discussion. So focus on the video format, yeah, just concentrate on it, it's a good solution. But use additional tools. Additional means use other sources, use other websites, books. It's also good. So what do you mean, or what do you want to say? If you have this opportunity, or possibility or chance, speak English more and more. It will help you have a very large active English vocabulary. So it's a very important thing. You need to have a very large active English vocabulary when you know these words, and when you can use them in your real speech, when you communicate with other people. Okay? I mostly do exercises and I read books. So mostly means mainly, or just it's the main part of what I do, okay? I mostly do exercises and I read books. Should I go on reading? So go on is a phrasal verb. It means continue. So should I continue doing it? Doing exercises, yeah? And reading. It depends on what books you read and what exercises you do. It depends, yeah, we say depends on. So it's about, yeah, what books you read and what exercises you do. If I look at my experience, it means what I did, so how I learned English, I can tell you that I was afraid of speaking. We say afraid of speaking, that I was really worried, I was very worried about that. Yeah, I couldn't speak. And I had the following problem, or I had this problem, and I knew lots of English words, but I couldn't use them in my speech. I had a barrier, so I had some problem and I couldn't speak. What did you do? How did you solve that problem? So what did you do, and so you didn't have that problem any longer? So really, what did you do? How did you solve that problem? It's a good phrase. Okay, I remember the words of one lecturer at university. So lecturer, a person who gives lectures, okay? So yeah, who speaks in front of students. So how is it connected with our subject or with our conversation? Let me finish. His words were the following. They are still in my memory. Tell me these words, please. No problem. I had to teach one subject and I didn't know much about it. I learned it while teaching, or when I was teaching, yeah? So my knowledge was getting better and better after giving more and more lessons. So if we look at my teaching career, so I had a similar problem. So I was afraid of speaking. Yeah. So, and then I started giving English lessons. So I was speaking English more and more. The level of my students was growing and we were speaking only English. Yeah, so first using elementary words and then more and more advanced words and phrases. By the way, yeah, I specialize in speaking. Okay, so, and I think it's the most important thing, and I think that we need to help students, first of all, speaking, and I also help other people improve their grammar and listening skills. So I decided to create this channel to help other people. Okay, should I speak more to remember English words? Okay, so you can remember English words without speaking, but it will be mostly passive vocabulary. I know that most people learn English because they want to speak English. It's their main aim, so it's what they want to do. first of all. It's their greatest dream. So you need to speak English whether you want it or not. So whether you want it or not means so you want it or not, so it doesn't matter. You need to speak English. So if you want to have a very large active vocabulary, so speak more. It's a very important thing. I can't deny this fact. So I can't say that this fact, that we don't have this fact, that this fact doesn't exist. So that's true. That's true. You also need to speak on different subjects. So not only about, not only about traveling, not only bus tickets, not only about learning English, but different subjects, okay? Well, it's easy to say it, but it isn't so easy to do it. So I don't live in America or England, and I can't speak English quite often. I don't have money to pay for English lessons. I see. If people have money, it's better to take English lessons with a professional English teacher who can correct your mistakes and help you build confidence. Build or help you get or gain confidence. Fluency, it's when you speak English fluently. Confidence, it's when you speak English confidently. And help you feel comfortable. Yeah, not uncomfortable, comfortable. But don't think that you can't enlarge active vocabulary. So please don't think that you can't enlarge or widen, or you can't make your active vocabulary larger or learn English without it. Without taking, private lessons or paying money. So you can do it, but this way is a bit longer. No problem. I perfectly understand you. It means that I understand you very well. Should I find a speaking partner? It's desirable. It's a very good idea. It's desirable, but there is one more thing which I'd like to mention, or which I'd like to say. You need to listen more and more. Listen to English speech. The channel English Professionally is extremely helpful, is very helpful. So I know lots of people start listening to the English radio or watch English movies, so they watch English movies, or and you say start listening to the English radio or watching, if you want to say start watching English movies or read English books or reading English books in the original, So in the original, it means that so native speakers wrote them and there are no changes, But then they give up this idea as they feel disappointed, as they feel sad or not satisfied. So so if you want to enlarge your vocabulary and your level isn't upper intermediate or advanced, start with simple things. You've just asked me about books, and I'll answer your question, okay? Yeah, it's really so interesting. Go on, please. With great pleasure. It means that I'm really glad, to continue talking about it. So if you are a beginner, start reading books for beginners. So read one book. It can be difficult, but it's just in the beginning. Where should I take these books? So there are different famous publishers such as Cambridge, Pearson, Macmillan, and so on. They have English books for different levels, so the choice is stunning, very big. So these books are with CDs, with CDs. It's also very important for your listening skills. Okay, good. So to tell you the truth, I know it really helps. You need to know all the words which these books contain or which these books have. How can it be? These books contain most common English words and they're used in context. I see. I can buy them or download everything. It's up to you. It means as you wish, so you can buy or download, so it's your choice. Okay? So it's your choice, really. I know that people often prefer to buy. Really? Why do they do it? For two reasons. When you want to download something, you usually spend much more time than you planned, and social networks and other things distract your attention, so it's difficult for you to concentrate. And secondly, So the second reason is that if people pay money, they have more motivation. They have more motivation. And if you don't pay, you can be less serious, yeah? So, you know, tastes different. And maybe one more reason, just, you know, they want to thank this or that writer. So it can also be a reason. Well, what about reading English books in the original or classical literature? Okay, so in the original, so when we don't have any adaptation or classical literature, actually this question is really good. I can repeat my words. Forget about it if your level is lower than upper intermediate, okay? So you can spend lots of time, but ineffectively, not effectively. I want to read. I like reading. I am not telling you that you shouldn't read. Reading should bring you satisfaction. It's a very pleasant feeling, so when you read, you should be happy, yeah? If you see lots of unknown words or unfamiliar words, yeah, words which you don't know, I don't think that it's so pleasant to read it, so it's very unpleasant. Now, yeah, it's the first reason. Yeah, I got your idea. What's the second reason? Secondly, you don't need all these words, really. First, you need to know most common English words or most popular English words. You need to know them first. Why should you translate very rare English words which you'll never need and which are used only in books? Really, I don't understand it. Well, that's clear. It means that I also understand it. I understand. I fully support you. I support you completely or fully. Let me add one thing. So I want to say one more thing. Yeah, if you want to read and widen your vocabulary, keep in mind one thing. So just remember one thing. Yeah, have it in your mind. What is it? You need to learn modern vocabulary, yeah, but not, so let me repeat one more time words and phrases which are never used. You need to study modern English, only modern English. If you like classical literature, you can read it in English, but not at the beginning of your way. Don't think that it will solve all your problems. It can be a good hobby after you reach at least means minimum, an upper intermediate level. Well, what other things should I do? Should I read modern magazines or newspapers? What about cards with new words? How about words with pictures? Thanks for such brilliant questions, means excellent or very good questions. Learning words with pictures, yeah, just with pictures, can be very good if you're an absolute beginner. Yeah, really, if you're a beginner, it can be very good. It's also very good for children, yeah. You can learn, I suppose, or I think up to 300 words using this method. So using this method, or when you use this method. For example, you see a bear and you say, yeah, this is a bear, and that's clear. However, you need examples. However means but you need examples and lots of practice. Otherwise, it means that if you don't have this practice, you'll get bored with it very quickly. So it will be very boring for you. Did I answer your question? The fourth one. So what about my first three questions? Okay. You should read modern magazines. You should read modern magazines and newspapers. It's a must. So you must do it, really. You won't learn English without it, so it's modern English. There is a wide range of vocabulary there. So wide range, it means that there is there are lots of words. There are lots of good words and interesting words there. In comparison with classical literature. So in comparison with means if we compare it with classical literature, so you can look at, you know, these books and classical literature and you'll see the difference. Okay, so definitely it means, of course, you should do it, but first reach an upper intermediate level. I see. What about my third question? What can you say about cards? I think this method has the right to exist, especially if you learn English words with examples written on these cards. Yeah? It's very important, just not just words and translation, but examples written on these cards. Anyway, so it means anyway. Okay, but I don't think this method is really effective. You need to see these words in a different context. Not just in one sentence. It isn't enough, okay? So really, and what is more, you need to build your own phrases and sentences with these words. So you should make up your own phrases and sentences. And you also need to hear these words in different situations. So 50 or 100 times to remember them. Really, to remember them for all your life, but not for a week or a month. Thanks a lot. What can you add? Oh, I see it's a very good idea to learn English vocabulary with the help of special books. For instance, there are such books as vocabulary for elementary students, intermediate, and grammar also for intermediate and elementary. And you know, when you study grammar, you also improve your vocabulary because you see lots of examples in English full of new and interesting words. Yeah, and so they actually, you can see them again and again. Okay, and it can also help. Have a look at these books, for example, published by famous publishers which are abroad, mostly in England or America, okay? What's the difference between these books and learning words with the help of cards? There is a big difference. All these words are grouped in a special way. You learn very important English words related to work, so words about work, related to work, about work, for example, related to, or for example, that connected with business and so on, yeah? So it's very important to learn English words in groups, okay? So it's easier to remember English words when they are in groups. I see. I've never thought about that before. I think this kind of vocabulary books will appear on the channel English Professionally in a video format for different levels, yeah? Not just for elementary students, but for different levels. Sure. Yes, of course. Especially if you and other people support this idea, okay? What else can I say? What else can I say? Good. What else can I say? Different dialects can be helpful too. If we look at the channel English Professionally, there are different video courses which include topics and dialects. It really helps if you want to enrich your vocabulary or to widen your vocabulary. I haven't talked about it. Learn English words in English conversations and monologues. If this vocabulary is simple and relevant, so relevant, it's the vocabulary which you need. In other words, or I can say it another way, have a look at the playlists, different playlists, yeah, on this channel, but we can go further, so we can create video for each topic, so most important words, topics, dialects, and exercises, so questions for speaking, for example. That would be great. So what about grammar books? Study these books if they were published by famous universities, so I trust them. I don't know why, so Cambridge, Oxford, maybe some American universities or famous publishers, okay? As a rule, these books contain very useful vocabulary, so very important thing, yeah? In other words, you study grammar and revise English words. Sometimes you can come across new words, you can meet or come across new words, and this method works too. Okay, so, well, I haven't run out of questions yet. Run out, it means that they haven't finished yet, so I have questions and I want to ask you some more. No problem, you're welcome. How about different websites for English learners, applications, and the method of associations? To be honest, this video format is a huge step forward, is a big step forward. Text and videos can't be compared, yeah? So we can't compare them, different things. I believe that video English lessons where quality is in the first place are much more effective. You can visit different websites for years, but if you want to have a perfect results, a very good results, it's better to watch it in a video format, not just ordinary videos but video courses, yeah? If you like certain websites and you feel progress, certainly you can use them, but I suppose that never be able to replace this kind of video courses completely. I mean, kind of courses that we have, yeah? So most websites for English learners can be really helpful for people who search for something online and search for, it means that who look for something online and who want to get this information quickly. What about applications? Why not? They can help you, but other sources and methods should be also used. I often hear that people talk about some associations. I got it. I suppose they can be helpful, but actually it's easier to do without them in most cases. The thing, you see, the thing is that the number of associations is limited, and you can spend lots of time on remembering these associations. So you need to speak English fluently, spontaneously and almost automatically without long pauses or breaks. At the same time, associations can be extremely helpful if they help you achieve this aim. What do you mean? I mean that different memories, emotions and other things can help you boost your vocabulary, so improve it greatly, but it often comes from experience or practice, as we often say. Is that all? Well, you also need to train your memory. Try to memorize something every day and you won't regret. So you won't be sad, you won't feel pity. So it will be a good thing, for you. Is it enough? I have to add that you need to plan your learning process. Have a plan. Don't think that this thing is unimportant. You need to plan everything thoroughly or very deeply, lots of planning, build a program. So if you can't do it by yourself, ask for help. What about synonyms and antonyms? That's quite good, but we usually learn them in context too, okay? I'm sure, so I'm sure this lesson is really good. Life gives us lessons, I'm really glad that you like it. I suppose you need some time to digest this information. It means to think about it and make some conclusions, Absolutely, it means, of course, absolutely. Last but not least, it means the last thing but not the least important thing, It means that this thing is also of great importance. Start doing something, Don't put it off, Don't put it off. It means don't say, okay, I'll do it tomorrow, and then said, okay, tomorrow, and then again and again. No. If you want to change your life, do it. Remember one thing. Your future is in your hands. Time flies. And it will never get back. So, time flies really. It will never get back. It will never return. Choose the best materials. Choose the best books, my friends. Videos, and success will come. Success and good progress will come. We all make mistakes, so everyone makes mistakes. Don't repeat these mistakes. Learn from other people's mistakes and use the wisdom of generations. Use the wisdom of generations and use the wisdom of this channel too. Okay, so my friends, thank you very much. So I hope that you really like this video, how to learn English words, and you really like our playlist on how we can learn English effectively. Just have a look at our playlist and enjoy learning English and make good progress as well. Hi my friends, welcome to the channel English Professionally, and this video course is very special. So it's how to speak English like a native speaker. So I really hope you like the idea of this video course. Okay, thanks a lot for your support, for your likes, shares here on YouTube and on Facebook too. Okay, are you ready to start? I hope so. I have been learning English for years. I have been learning English. We use this structure with for. I have been learning English for years. It means for a very long time, so for many years. And I think my English isn't perfect, so isn't so good. Although, it means but, I can express my ideas quite clearly. So I can express my ideas. It means that I can say what I want to say quite clearly, so very clearly. Yeah, so and without mistakes. Okay, so I don't make mistakes. I speak English correctly, yeah, so I can express my ideas, yeah, quite clearly and without mistakes, but I feel that my English isn't perfect anyway. Yeah, and I have a question. How can I speak English like a native speaker? I mean, like people who were born and live in England or America, for example. What can you recommend? What can you recommend? So what's your advice? Okay, I got your point. Sorry, what? Yeah, so you see, I got your point. And sorry, what? I mean, I want to tell you that I understood your idea. So, in fact, I got your point means I understood your idea. So, I understand you. It's the first problem. So, people mostly tend to use or people mostly use, so have this tendency. Okay, so people mostly tend to use a very limited range of vocabulary. So a very limited range of vocabulary means that, so in fact they use only popular words, so not very difficult words, not very difficult phrases, in contrast to native speakers. But native speakers, actually they do the opposite thing, so they use more difficult words and more advanced words and vocabulary. Okay, and I don't know why, but English grammar is taught a lot. It's taught a lot. So at school or at university. So really, teachers, yeah, give us, lots of information on grammar, but I believe, or I tend to think, there isn't enough focus on vocabulary. So there isn't enough focus on vocabulary. So I think that we are mostly taught grammar rather than vocabulary, but not vocabulary, but we really need vocabulary to sound like a native speaker. So is it really so? We learn lots of English words. Okay, I see. The problem is that, yeah, a nice phrase. The problem is that you mostly learn, or you mainly learn unnatural phrases. So unnatural phrases or expressions, unnatural expressions. So phrases which don't sound natural. Okay, maybe they are okay for you, but they aren't okay for a native speaker, so it doesn't sound natural. Okay, and you focus too much on English words rather than phrases. So you focus too much, or you concentrate too much on English phrases. So maybe you try to remember only English words, but if you look at the English language, it isn't about English words, it's about English phrases, and you need to focus on them first of all. Okay, and I can tell you this thing. So I have been teaching English for almost 20 years. Yeah, I've been teaching English for almost 20 years, very long time, and I've come to the following conclusion. A nice phrase, it means that I have this idea as a result, so I can make this conclusion, and really we have it. I've come to the following conclusion, to this conclusion. Okay, so what's the problem? Really good question. What's the problem? The problem is that, yeah, nice phrase. The problem is that students mostly study books written by non-native speakers of English. So this, yeah, word, a native speaker. So a non-native speaker, it's quite the opposite thing. So people who weren't born in England or America, yeah, so they have a different mother tongue, okay, so written by non-native speakers of English. Yeah, I think that you know this thing, as they are more clear for them. Yeah, so when they actually have actually a translation, yeah, from their language into English and the opposite, and these things are easier for students, so they are very popular. Yeah, and I won't deny, it means that I won't say no, yeah, they can have a good structure, and lots of grammar, so they're usually full of grammar, different exercises, but as I see, or as I notice, as I understand, they lack common English phrases. Lack, yeah, it means they don't have enough. They lack common English phrases, yeah, but not only common English phrases. I mean English phrases which are really so widespread, which are really so common, or which are really so popular among native speakers. It's the problem. So we have these books, these materials, but I mean the phrases, and so the English phrases, sentences which are used here aren't so natural. So it's a problem. So I often actually meet this thing, okay? And so what's the way out of this situation? So what can we do? So should I study English books written only by native speakers? Well, I have to say the following. So have to, it means must. So I have to say the following. I have to say this thing. I have nothing against books written by non-native speakers. So I have nothing against, so don't think that I'm against, yeah, books written by non-native speakers, that I only support native speakers. No, actually it isn't so, yeah, and I just want to be sincere, I want to be open, and I want to tell you this one more time. I have nothing against books written by non-native speakers. It's okay, but, yeah, or anyway, they should have international qualifications. So it's a problem, and most people don't realize it. So non-native speakers who write English books or books on learning English should have international qualifications, okay? So what kind of qualifications? So what are these qualifications? So teaching qualifications, it's an important thing, so they know, I mean, modern and effective methods of learning English, of learning and teaching English, and most importantly, yeah, and most importantly, the most important thing, some qualifications confirming that they have a strong advanced level in English, yeah? Confirming, it means some qualifications showing or which say that they really have a strong advanced level in English. So I believe it. I believe it should be a common practice. So it should be everywhere. So really, it's a problem. It's a problem. So, and I will tell you why. So quite soon. Yeah. So really, yes, that's it. So yes, that's it. Yes, that's true. So getting an education in teaching, it means that, so if someone got an education in teaching, if someone is an English teacher, it doesn't guarantee, so it isn't always so that this person will know English perfectly, yeah? And you know, I want to tell you something from my experience. So really, from my experience, I can tell you, really, that most students, yeah, if you look at my experience, maybe it's an exception, but that's true. So I can tell that most students, yeah, I mean in my group, yeah, or around me, weren't serious about learning. So they didn't want, you know, to study. They just wanted to get these qualifications, yeah, to find a good job, yeah, and but they got. But what happened in reality, or what happened in the end? So anyway, they got the same qualifications, yeah, the same qualifications as me, although, but their knowledge was really weak. yeah, the knowledge was really weak, so they weren't top students, they weren't A students, yeah. Their actual marks or their grades were below average. The knowledge was really weak, and it's a sad fact, really. It's a very disappointing fact that it often happens. So, yeah, the thing is that people often, enter a certain university just to get some qualifications, but they don't care about real knowledge. It's a real pity, okay? So what do you want to say? I want to say there should be special requirements, or there should be special rules or criteria for people who write books on learning English, related to international standards and qualifications. Yeah, and in fact, we can't study English books full of grammar and unnatural phrases. So I think it's the main point, okay? So it's important to look at the writers of these materials and to look at their qualifications. So I believe that a really professional teacher, English teacher, should have or must have international qualifications, yeah, just as I said, confirming that they have a strong advanced level in English, and secondly, some teaching qualifications. Otherwise, it means if it doesn't happen, I think that we need to think more, yeah, before choosing this book as the main one, okay? So it means related to international or standards or connected with international standards and qualifications. And I know that it's a problem. It's a problem for many countries. And so it's my just point of view, okay? So you might disagree, but I just decided to tell you what I think, okay? Next. So what is next? However, there are good books too. Yeah, there are good books too, yeah. But the problem is that students mostly judge a book by its cover. Yeah, a nice phrase. So what does it mean? The students mostly judge a book by its cover. It means that there are so many colorful, bright books or books with very good, colorful illustrations, and students choose them first of all. And only later they realize maybe that this book isn't so effective, and they often use ineffective material. So it's very difficult, to choose the right book or the best book for them. It's a very difficult thing, so really, because they see maybe just pictures, illustrations, and it misleads them. Okay, I will write down this word for you if you don't mind. It misleads them. So mis means wrongly. So it actually, in fact, it's different. So it's wrong. It's wrong. It misleads them. It's like misunderstand. It's misunderstand, mislead. Okay, so it's wrong. So it misleads them. So they choose, but not the best way. Okay. What about materials written by native speakers? Okay, it's also a good question. Okay, so they're usually quite good. Yeah, they're usually quite good. They may lack good grammar. Yeah. So that's it. So as I see, they lack good grammar. They don't have enough explanations of grammar or examples. Yeah, sometimes maybe, but they can really help you with fluency. So these phrases are very natural. So these phrases aren't unnatural. They're very natural. So it's an advantage. And where can I find these materials, and what books should I read? Well, I believe it isn't about books, and it isn't only about reading. Okay, really, you asked me about materials, where I can find these materials, about reading, but I suppose you need to focus on other things. So it can be different materials, not only books, yeah. So I know that students often ask, okay, what books should I read? So there are two things in their mind. So the first thing is books, and the second thing is reading, so this idea of reading. So I believe that it can be different materials, not only books, yeah? So what can it be? For example, videos, yeah, a good idea, podcasts, conversations, so audio or video format. But for more efficiency, yeah, for more efficiency, it means that if you really want to learn English very effectively, you need to listen to them. You need to listen to them, not only reading, and see the subtitles at the same, at the same time. It's a very important thing, yeah? Really, you need to listen. If you only read, it isn't effective, my dear friends. It isn't effective. Really? Yeah, a good question. Right. And you need it to do it to make sure, or to be sure that you understand everything. You have to understand everything, to be able to understand everything. Yeah. When your level becomes advanced, or when your level gets advanced, you'll be able to understand everything and without subtitles, yeah? It will be okay, but first, so if you understand 50% or 70%, it isn't enough. So you need to understand 95%, 90%, and only after that it will be comfortable for you, yeah, to watch or to listen to it without subtitles. But first you need to see the text, okay? So what else can you add? You also need to focus on pronunciation. It's a very important thing. So reading something in English, so want to improve your pronunciation, yeah, but when you speak, your pronunciation is very important. So you need to listen more, to English speech and repeat. So listen and repeat. So if you can't repeat, or if you don't have time, or if you are tired of repeating, just listen more and more. It's a very important thing, okay? Well, what for? So not only to train the pronunciation of certain words, yeah, sometimes students think that we need just to know the pronunciation of this or that word and it's enough, but in fact it isn't. Yeah, but intonation as well. So you need to focus on intonation. So if you don't focus on intonation, so you speak very monotonously and unnaturally. For example, you can read it, okay? The thing is, there is a special rhythm in English, but not. So the thing is, there is a special rhythm in English. So you need to focus on intonation. Okay, so how can you improve it? Just by listening. So listen more and more. And so this understanding, so this right way of pronouncing English words, phrases, and sentences will come. It's just a matter of practice, okay? So the thing is, there is a special rhythm in English and you need to get used to this rhythm, or you need to get accustomed to it. Anything else? So a good question. Okay, so to sound more like a native speaker, you need to use more phrasal verbs, yeah? It's a special area, a special zone in English, in the English language, okay? To use more phrasal verbs, please focus on it. So there are common phrasal verbs, idioms, and linking words, yeah? And linking words. Okay, so what is an idiom? For example, I'm going to give you a couple of examples, okay? For example, it's a piece of cake, or the exam was a piece of cake. How will it translate it? The exam was a piece of cake. So what does it mean? So a piece of cake, actually, it's an idiom, but it has another meaning. So a piece of cake means very easy. So the exam was very easy, or maybe your English level is strong advanced and you think, oh, this lesson is so easy. You can say, oh, this lesson is a piece of cake for me. This lesson is a piece of cake for me. And it's an idiom, yeah? And you need to know lots of idioms. You need to know lots of phrasal verbs, okay? You need to know lots of phrasal verbs. And linking words, it's an important thing. Yeah, okay, maybe you knew this, yeah, idiom, piece of cake. I'll give you one more. For example, I can say that my grandmother has green fingers. Okay, so my grandmother, or she has green fingers. Yeah, and if you hear this phrase, yeah, you immediately start thinking, okay, so something is wrong with her fingers, but in fact it isn't. So it's a special phrase, it's a special expression in English, and it means that she is very good at gardening. Yeah, so she grows fruit and vegetables, and she does it really well. She is very professional. She's very professional, so it means so. Yeah, and so we have the same situation with phrasal verbs, with idioms. So to understand them, you need to know what it means, as it's very difficult to guess it in the context. And linking words, it's, you know, it's about some special phrases which we use to link our speech and to make sound more natural. It's like, you know, actually this lesson is full of these linking words. Yeah, like nevertheless, anyway, and so on. Yeah, and not only, and so on. It's full of these words. So, and sometimes students use only just simple tenses, simple structures, and they forget about linking words. Please don't forget about it. So if you need to know more linking words, and if you support this idea, we can make a special list on most common English words with examples. Yeah, 50 maybe linking words or so, but it's very important, yeah, to use them. Please don't ignore this very important thing. Okay, good. And I think I can only speak English like a native speaker if I talk to them, if I talk to native speakers. Am I not mistaken? It means that, am I right or not? So, am I not mistaken? Am I not mistaken? So, am I right? So if you can do it, I mean, if you can talk to native speakers, you can speak English to them, it's great. No doubt, it means, of course, it will be an advantage, or it will be very good, it will be a plus, and it can help you improve your skills greatly. Nevertheless, or anyway, but nevertheless, look at this thing from another side. Yeah? So there is one more side, yeah? So if you take English lessons, the amount of speech you hear, so you hear some speech, but it isn't a lot. Yeah, it's very limited. And you need to listen more to native speech. Yeah, just turn on the radio, or yeah, you can listen, I mean, to some interesting programs or podcasts, or, you know, you can watch some movies, programs, and so on. So listen a lot. And you don't need to pay for it. You don't need to pay for it yet to train your listening skills. So, and you will hear lots of interesting and natural phrases. So you don't need to pay. Okay, I perfectly understand it. Okay, just imagine it. If you listen to English all day or for a very long time, how many useful expressions you can hear? Or if it's a question, can you hear? Yeah, can you hear? If it's a question, just imagine it. So if your lesson is 1 hour, so it isn't enough, and if you take these lessons twice a week, it isn't enough. So to speak English like a native speaker, you need to listen to this natural English speech much more than just, you know, 2 hours or 3 hours a day, much more. So listen to this English speech a lot. And if you have an opportunity, if you have this chance or possibility, try to have more speaking practice. Yeah, it's good to speak, but the problem is that maybe, yeah, or if there are no native speakers around you, no problem. Yeah, sometimes, you know, people are worried, oh, there are no native speakers around me, just I can only speak English with non-native speakers. It's okay, don't worry. So what can you do? You can use these natural expressions or phrases which in your speech which you have heard. Okay, so it's okay, you just need to listen more and just catch these English phrases and expressions and use it in your speech, and you'll speak like a native speaker. And I really hope that you'll follow all these useful tips. Thanks a lot, my friends. Hi, my friends. Welcome to the channel English Professionally. And this video is very special. I really hope that you'll support this video. I mean, with your likes, shares, and comments. Thanks a lot. And you see, it's about how to learn English during the sleep. Really, it's very important, and we'll be talking about very effective ways, yeah, of doing it. Okay, good. Effective and ineffective. So, have you ever wanted to learn English during the sleep? So, it means when you sleep. You know, it's my dream. It's my dream, I really want it, but I'm very skeptical about it. So skeptical, it means I don't really think it works. Yeah, it's just a beautiful phrase. Yeah, just a beautiful phrase. How to learn English during the sleep, or when you sleep, or while sleeping, when sleeping. Okay? Okay, to learn English when you sleep. Okay, who told you that? Really, my friends, who told you that? Why are you so sure that it's just a beautiful phrase? So, what's your experience? What's your experience? Well, I don't have free time at all, but I have a great desire to learn English. One day, I felt so depressed. I felt so bad. I was so sad, so unhappy, that I decided to make the videos on this channel, English Professionally, play during the sleep. Yeah, so as you understand, so I chose the videos which are on this channel, English Professionally, and so they were playing all night. Okay, so I went to bed and they were online. Yeah, so they were playing and playing. I expected great progress. So expected means that I thought that I would have great progress. I was very curious to know about it. So curious means I really wanted to know about it. Yeah, I really wanted to check this method. So to check means to see. So this method works or not. So works or doesn't work. Okay. So I know that there is a very good technique how we can learn English while sleeping. Yeah, so really a good technique, or there is a good method while sleeping. So you can say while sleeping or when sleeping, when you sleep, it's okay too, or during the sleep. I just feel that your experience isn't successful, so isn't good, and I really want to know what you did wrongly. So what you did wrongly, okay? So I'll ask you a few questions to make sure that I understand you correctly. To make sure, it means that I want to be sure that they understand all the situation very well, okay? Okay, so when did you go to bed? After midnight. Can you say it more precisely? More precisely or more exactly? So the time, okay? Okay, at 1 o'clock in the morning. Okay, at 1 o'clock in the morning, yeah? But you know that you also need to work on your English. So you know that we generally say not in the morning, at 1 o'clock at night, yeah? So just work on your English too, yeah? You need to improve it, okay? Okay, so thanks for understanding. And so the next thing is, how long did you sleep? For 9 hours. For 9 hours, okay, I see. As far as I understand, you got up at 10 o'clock in the morning, right? That's it. It means, yeah, that's true. Okay, I have one more question. Did you wake up during your sleep or not? Did you wake up during your sleep or not? Well, I slept like a baby. So it means that I didn't wake up. So please remember these phrases. Sleep like a baby or sleep like a log. So you sleep without waking up. So there was a big noise. There was a big noise in my room because of these videos. Yeah, because of these videos. But it didn't cause. Yeah, sorry. Just if something is wrong, just Okay, thanks for understanding, because it's difficult to type and think, yeah. But you know that I just want to make sure, yeah, that everything is okay. So, and if you see something is wrong, we correct it. Okay, thanks for understanding. Okay, so really, there was a big noise in my room because of these videos, but it didn't cause any problems. It didn't cause any problems, or it didn't make any problems. It didn't cause or it didn't make any problems. I slept as usual, so usual or normally, so nothing disturbed me. So yeah. Okay, I see. There is just one more question about your result. Did you feel it? Frankly, I got up and it was difficult for me to concentrate. I hated that noise and I wanted to turn off the sound immediately. So just turn off, so I didn't want to listen to it immediately, so it means that as soon as possible. And it's what I did, okay? So I turned it off. Did you feel so irritated? So irritated or angry, not satisfied? So maybe I was wrong, but I've got used to having a rest during the sleep. So got used to, it's a nice phrase for speaking. We say used to doing, it means that it's a normal thing for me. It's a normal thing for me, yeah, to have a rest during the sleep and have a clear mind. Have a clear mind when you can think clearly and when you can concentrate in the morning. But it wasn't the case. It wasn't so, okay? It wasn't the case. Okay, I can imagine your great annoyance and irritation. Annoyance, so you were annoyed, and irritation, you were irritated, so you were angry. Okay, so okay, I want to know, did you improve your English? Were you able to remember all these things? So were you able, it's about your ability, so could you remember all these things? Unfortunately not, I was really angry. Do you want to hear my opinion? Of course. I'll tell you what was wrong and what you need to do to learn English effectively while sleeping. I can't wait for it. Please continue. The method which you used doesn't work. It's absolutely ridiculous. So it's ridiculous means it's absurd. So it's absolutely ridiculous. It's really, really absurd. It's a very bad idea, okay, that you'll be sleeping and remembering all these things. Really, it borders on the ridiculous. A nice phrase. So yeah, it's about it. So it's really ridiculous. You need to do it. Yeah, we say you need to do it another way. You need to do it another way. So what is it? There are two possible ways. Please listen. The first one is the following. So if you suffer from insomnia, or your sleep isn't deep, yeah? So insomnia, it means that you can't sleep, yeah? Or your sleep isn't deep, yeah? And you wake up quite often, yeah? This method is really good, yeah? You'll be able to remember many things, yeah? It's one way, but it's not for all people, as you see. But there is the second method. One more, yes, I would say is more advanced. More advanced, it means better or much better, and it's suitable for all people. So all people can do it, really. All people can do it, okay? So what do you mean? The explanation is quite simple. It's when you sleep and see your dreams in English. It's how you can learn English effectively when sleeping. I think it's impossible. I know many people who studied English very intensively during the day, and they managed to achieve it. The most important secret, so they managed to achieve it means they could achieve it, they could do it. The most important secret is that you need to learn English a lot before going to sleep, so you are likely to see your dreams. It means that there is a very big chance that you'll see your dreams in English and learn it, yes, during the sleep. Okay? So you'll be sleeping and your English will be improving at the same time. So very good. So what's your idea? You may think it's very simple. Yeah, I think that you may think it's very simple. In turn, it means, but I want to tell you this thing, yeah? So I have a question for you. Why didn't you set this aim I mean, why didn't you set this aim? Why didn't you have this aim to learn English when you sleep? So is the first question. So yeah, you need to have an aim. And why didn't you do something to achieve this result? Why? So really, why didn't you say, okay, I want to learn English effectively, I have no free time and I want to learn it when I sleep, so I want actually to have dreams in English. And why didn't you do something to achieve this result and good progress? So if you really think it's very simple, just I can answer you, yes, this thing, I can tell you this thing in turn, okay? And you know, I'm very interested in this matter, and I'd also like to hear from you. Please let me know what you think about all this. Okay, thank you very much, my friends. Thanks a lot for your support, and I'm really glad that we have this, great video on our channel English Professionally, how to learn English during the sleep, yeah? And have a look at our playlists as well. Hi, my friends. Welcome to the channel English Professionally, and this video course is for you. How to speak English fluently, confidently, naturally, fast and easily. I really hope that you like the idea of this video. Thanks a lot for likes, shares and comments. Okay, thanks a lot, my friends. Okay, are you ready to start? I hope so. It's my greatest ambition to speak English fluently. So it's my greatest ambition, or it's my greatest desire, it's my greatest wish, okay? So you can also use these words, desire or wish. It means that you really want to do it, you really want it, okay? So it's my greatest ambition to speak English fluently, and I don't have the slightest idea how to make this dream come true, okay? So I don't have the slightest idea. It means I have no idea. I don't know how to do it. So I don't really know how to do it. So really, I know nothing about it. How to make this dream come true. So how to do something so I have this high level in English. So to make this dream come true, okay? So we all have dreams, and really I hope all our dreams will come true one day. So it's my dream, and really I don't know, or I don't have the slightest idea how to make this dream come true. Well, a lot is said about fluency. A lot, it means many things. Yeah, many things are said, or a lot is said. It's passive voice about fluency. I mean about fluent speech, fluent English speech, and most people put it in the first place. Put it in the first place, most people think that it's the most important thing to speak English fluently. So not grammar, but English fluency. Nevertheless means but, I do think. So I do think means I really think this thing isn't enough. So it isn't enough, yeah? So if you are fluent in English, so if you're only fluent in English, it isn't enough, okay? There are other things too, okay? So what is it all about? What is it all about? Or what do you mean? Or what do you want to say? It's about the following, or it's about this thing, okay? So not only do you need to speak English fluently, but you also need to speak it confidently, naturally, fast and easily. So yeah, it's a great structure. Not only, so we call it inversion. So you see that we have a different word order. So do you need? So normally we say you need, but if you have this structure, you say do you need to speak English fluently, but also, yeah, we call this structure not only, but also. It's a very useful structure for speaking, okay? To speak it confidently, naturally, fast and easily. I can't make it out. So you know that make out is a phrasal verb. It means understand. So if you say I can't make it out, it means I can't understand it, okay? So I hope you understand it. Alright, or okay, I'll tell you what it means and how you can achieve it in the short run. So how you can achieve it, it means that how you can have this result in the short run. Yeah, one more interesting phrase, in the short run, it means so in a very short period of time, so in the short run. So the opposite phrase is in the long run. In the short run, it means so fast or quickly or as soon as possible, okay? So, most people continue learning English ineffectively. So normally we say continue doing, okay? So most people continue learning English ineffectively. So when they don't have a result, okay, ineffectively. So when it isn't effective, spending. So it means that, and they spend years, so many years and even decades. So decades is more than 10 years, so maybe 20, 30 years and decades on it without having a decent result. So without doing something, so without having, and they don't have a decent result or a good result, a satisfactory result, so that the result is good enough. So really, it's a real pity to see it and realize it, okay? So honestly, really, I want to be honest with you. I don't want you to be one of them. Our understanding of this learning process must be crystal clear. So crystal clear, when it's very clear, so it's very clear, you know how you need to learn English, okay? So great, or good, yeah, good. So to speak English fluently, means if you want to speak English fluently, you need to be able to speak it spontaneously in a great variety of situations. So to be able, it's like can. So if you can speak it spontaneously, so in a great variety, or in a great number of situations, so in different situations, not only when you travel, so not only when you talk about hobbies, what's your name, not only in these simple situations, but in different situations, in a great variety, number of situations, yeah, it means that you can speak it, fluently. Okay, to achieve it, so if you want to have this result, you shouldn't be dependent on books or other materials. You shouldn't be dependent or you shouldn't depend on books or other materials, yeah? So it's a real problem. So when students just they learn something so they can use it, and they aren't able to use it, yeah, in different situations. Only you can use it in simple situations. So everything must be in your head. Really, everything must be in your head. So English words, phrases, and your good knowledge of grammar, okay? So if you are capable of constructing English sentences by yourself, if you are capable, it means that if you are able to construct, or if you can construct English sentences, construct or make up English sentences by yourself, it means that when you don't have to learn everything, so yeah, you just know some English words, phrases, and you can talk about any subject, so it's easy for you to build different English sentences. You're on the right track, or you're on the right way. If not, so if you can't do it, if you can't speak English, so if you maybe you can only learn some English texts and you can only use some phrases from these texts in your speech, no, it isn't good. So you need to change your method of learning English completely or fully. So something is wrong, so you need to think about it, okay? So is it okay if I use only simple sentences and phrases, but not very difficult ones or complicated structures? So is it okay? So yeah, if I use simple sentence phrases, so for example, like I want, I like, so I need, so I don't know much about maybe difficult English grammar structures, or I don't know intermediate or advanced vocabulary, so is that okay, or I need to use more difficult ones?
yeah, more difficult words, phrases, or complicated. Complicated means difficult, extremely difficult structures. Yeah, a good question. It's really a good question. So it's okay, yeah, if you can speak English, fluently, and you use simple words, but it's not perfect. It's not perfect, or but not perfect. It isn't an excellent result. So you need actually some improvement anyway. Okay, so it's quite satisfactory. So it's quite good, or maybe a little worse than good. But we all start with it. We all start with it, so it's good. So it's very good, yeah, that you can do it, but you need to actually move forward. So if you continue working, yeah, you know that we generally say, normally say continue doing on the improvement of your English. So improvement. So if you really want to improve your English and you work on it, you want to do something to do it, so you'll be able. So it can in the future to use more advanced structures and vocabulary. Okay, so it means that, okay, yeah, first you need to, to speak English fluently and use simple phrases and vocabulary. Yeah, and then you know that you'll be improving your English, your level will be getting higher and higher, and you'll be able to use more advanced structures and vocabulary. Okay, what is speaking English confidently? Why do you need it, or why do I need it? Okay, so it's a feeling and knowledge, yeah, and knowledge, not only feeling and knowledge, that you speak English correctly, or that you speak English rightly without mistakes. If you don't have such a feeling, you're always unsure about your English, which makes you feel uncomfortable. So if you don't have such a feeling, so it means that you, for example, said something in English, or you wrote something in English, and you're sure that all the sentences are correct. So you don't have any mistakes at all. It's an amazing feeling. So you really need to have this feeling. Yeah, and you're always, if you don't have this feeling, you're always unsure about your English. Oh, maybe I speak English with mistakes. Oh, maybe I made a mistake, maybe not. And this feeling is so uncomfortable. So I really don't like it. Okay, and which makes you feel uncomfortable. You know that fluency and confidence. So fluency, when you can speak English quite fast and spontaneously, and confidence, so when you're sure that your English is correct and it's really correct, are very closely connected. So there is a close connection between these two things, closely connected. So yeah, it's important to have both fluency and confidence. Okay, and you know that the more confidence, the more fluency. Yeah, a very nice conclusion. So if you have more confidence, so if you're really sure that you don't make mistakes when you speak English, so it means that your level of fluency is much higher, yeah? Because you don't waste time. Yeah, you don't waste time on thinking, oh, maybe it's correct, maybe not, oh, it's terrible, it's stupidity. I think, maybe not stupidity, but you need to work on it. So you need to work on it and improve it. It's possible, okay? And you don't waste time on it, yeah? So you just need to work a little bit on grammar, yeah? And you speak automatically since you're confident. Because you're confident, so you need to speak English automatically. It means quite fast and correctly. So fluency and confidence, two things. Thanks for such a perfect explanation, or a very good explanation. How can I gain this confidence, or how can I get this confidence, or how can I become confident in English? And what about, or how about, speaking naturally, fast and easily? Well, to become really confident in English, so if you want to become really confident in English, you can't do without lots of simple exercises. So you can't do without. It means that you really need lots of simple exercises on grammar, or on grammar and vocabulary, right? When you see that your results are good. So you see that really your results are good, so your answers are correct. So it's the shortest way and it's free. So it's a very important thing. Please don't ignore it, or you'll only have an illusion that you speak English correctly and fluently and confidently, okay? So as far as your second question is concerned, or if we look at your second question, so we do need, or we really need to speak English naturally, fast and easily. Okay? If you speak English naturally, it implies, or it means, you speak it like a native speaker, yeah. So, and it's very important, yeah, because I know lots of people who speak English, so they think they speak English naturally, but unfortunately it isn't the case. It isn't so, okay? And they don't realize it, yeah. Don't learn only English words. Really, sometimes people believe, oh, I learn a list of 30,000 English words and my English will be perfect. No, no, no. Yeah, 1,000 times no. Things don't work this way. It's only an illusion. So, yeah. So the reality is completely different. And in fact, you need to use English phrases, not only English words, English phrases and different structures, I mean grammar structures, so to sound like a native speaker, not just I like, not just, for example, yeah, students often say I like, okay, I like it, I like doing it, but please, for example, about some other phrases, similar phrases which sound more advanced, which you can use instead of I like. So what are these phrases? Okay, so I like is just one of these phrases, and I have a question for you. Can you just tell me maybe 10 more phrases which mean more or less the same? So when you want, you can use these phrases talking about your hobbies, about your preferences, and so on. I mean that you can use different phrases such as I'm keen on, so I'm into, it means that you really like it, yeah, so I'm fond of, or not just I'm interested. Yeah, I'm interested, you can say I'm interested, yeah, I think it's a nice phrase, but it's important to use different adjectives, adverbs. So for instance, you can say, yeah, maybe you didn't understand it, for instance, but in fact, for instance means the same as for example. It's one more thing. So students always say, for example, for example, for example. There are lots of other things which mean for example. For instance, yeah, it's one more, or such as. So try to use different vocabulary. And for instance, instead of I'm interested in it, but anyway, it's a nice phrase, you can say, for example, I'm particularly interested in it. So it's really my particular interest, it's particularly interested in it, and you need to make your English speech richer. Okay, so yeah, it's an important thing, so focus on vocabulary. Okay, how can I speak English fast and easily? So by having lots of English practice. So if you have lots of English practice, I mean a regular English speaking practice, that's great. It should be your habit, something which you do regularly. If you have it, you feel, I mean that if you don't have it, if you have it, you feel comfortable, yeah. So by having lots, it should be your habit. If you have it, you feel comfortable, right? Or you feel uncomfortable, yeah, that's what I was getting at, yeah, just the idea is the following. So you feel uncomfortable, so it's an unpleasant feeling, so you feel uncomfortable, and I believe that we need to be in a good mood, and we need to feel really positive. So if we don't feel positive, if we aren't in a good mood, it means that there is something wrong. But not with the people around us, but with ourselves. So let's try to be optimistic and positive. So I prefer to be full of positive energy, and if I feel uncomfortable, I don't really like it. So it's just about the state which is inside me. So I prefer to be optimistic, and really, personally, I don't like this kind of feeling, okay? So, and I feel uncomfortable, or you feel uncomfortable, you haven't spoken English for a day or more, or just about, it can be rightly actually said about any habits, okay? Just you need to do it regularly. So, and you need to maybe watch English videos regularly on the channels. You need to speak English regularly. And if you haven't spoken English for a day or more, really, you feel uncomfortable because it's your habit. So you need to have this kind of habit. English speaking practice, but not only English speaking practice, but as I have already said, regular English speaking practice, okay? So I hope that you got my idea. And so, two more important points. Okay, it's also important to learn English easily. Don't try to learn it in a week or so. No, it's not. Yeah, it isn't the case. So it's impossible, and it can only lead to frustration. So frustration means a feeling of disappointment when you're so sad, and maybe you feel depressed, frustration, disappointment, depression. So very negative feelings which have a very negative effect, yeah, on us. So learn step by step using simple materials and doing lots of simple exercises. So you need to start with simple materials and simple exercises. Yeah, you need to feel satisfied. It's very important feeling. So when you feel satisfied and you feel optimistic, yeah, when you really like learning English, you need to have a feeling of enjoyment and satisfaction. Okay, so learning English, yeah, you know, it isn't actually a boring thing. Yeah, it should be for pleasure. So for excitement, for enjoyment, yeah, for fun, yeah, just you feel progress and you see it, you realize that you make progress, and that's a great feeling. Yeah, and if not, look for a more effective method. So it is said all genius things are very simple, and you need, I suppose that you need to use simple, effective, and very useful materials. Okay, thanks a lot, my friends, for your support. See you.
Hi my friends, welcome to the channel English Professionally, and this video is 30 common problems of English learners and how to solve them. Yeah, it's very important to solve our problems, and I really hope that you'll support this video with your likes, shares and comments. Okay, thanks a lot. Are you ready? I hope so. Okay, so the first problem. I have no time. It's a very common problem, or it's a very common excuse. Yeah, excuses. People say, okay, I have no time, but in fact they can't find time for it, but they don't want it, okay? And yeah, we need to manage our time better. Yeah, so we need to plan everything. So we have time. So, but we do, I think, lots of maybe things which aren't rational, stupid things, crazy things, and so we can't do it. As a result, we can't find time. So, second, I don't know how to learn English effectively. If it is so, I think you need to have a look at different videos on the channel for beginners. Yeah, start with something simple. Yeah, with something simple. Have a look at or look at. 3. It seems so difficult. Right. In fact, English is easy. You just need to choose the right method of learning English, or the right way of learning English. Yeah, it's the main problem. So English is so easy, and I really hope that the videos and video courses on the channel can really help you. I want something impossible. I want something impossible. So what does it mean? For example, I want to learn English in a month or in 1 month. Yeah, so people want to learn English very fast, in 10 days, in 15 days, but it's impossible. Yeah, so don't think that you can do something impossible. Yeah, try to be realistic. Next, my memory is very bad. It can be so learn more and train your memory. It's a very important point. You need to train your memory, and your memory will be getting better and better. Really, it will be better and better. I have tried different methods without success. Okay, so I have a question for you. Have you ever learned English seriously on this channel? Yeah? So maybe, right, you have tried different methods, but you know, we have not just videos, but good video courses for different levels. So English grammar for beginners for different levels, so vocabulary lessons and so on. Just find time and have a look at these lessons, have a look at our playlist. I'm sure I need to pay lots of money to learn English. It isn't right. I'm sure you can learn English without paying money. It is impossible to learn English online for free. The mission of the channel English Professionally is to help other people learn English online for free, so it's possible. It's possible. Okay, next. English phrases are different from my language, yeah? So no problem. So I know that sometimes it's very difficult to understand some phrases. Maybe some prepositions are difficult for you. You often need to remember it. Yeah, just remember. Yeah, you often need to remember and have more practice. I'll have to learn English. I'll have to learn 12 English tenses. It's so difficult. It's so difficult. 12 English tenses. So I don't think so. I don't think it's a real problem. So please have a look at our playlist on grammar. So we have very detailed videos on English tenses, and I think that everything will get clear. We don't have articles in my language. It's a fact. So we need to remember most common phrases in English. So read more. So listen more, and this understanding will come. Yeah, so this understanding can't come immediately. Right, it's just a matter of practice. Okay, next. Language barrier. Break it down. So learn more, listen more, and it will be easier for you to speak. I know grammar, but I can't speak. Okay, study some English topics or conversations. Try to have more speaking practice. I don't understand English speech. So watch more videos on the channel, so really, so you can listen to it, right, and you can see the text at the same time. So this method really works. So, and you know, there are lots of videos, so lots of vocabulary, lots of grammar. So, and I'm sure that it will help you improve your English greatly. Laziness. It's my problem too. So try to have a plan for every day, yes? So you need to do something every day, just do it, and progress will come. Next, no aim and motivation. Set some aims or have some aims and try to get this motivation. So it will really help you. So you need to understand why you are doing it, why you are learning English. So when you understand it, so when you get this understanding, yeah, so everything will be much easier, believe me. Okay, pronunciation. To speak English well, you don't need to have a perfect pronunciation, yeah, so you have a very good pronunciation, yeah, in the beginning, and then it will be getting better and better. You just need to listen more and you'll improve it, yeah, just listening and it'll be improving and improving, yeah, and it's very important. So listen and repeat. Lack of practice. Lack of practice means that you don't have enough practice. Lack of means not enough, yeah, not enough practice. So trying to find more time for this practice. As they say, I mean, practice makes perfect. So the more practice you have, the better, yeah, the better it is for your English. So you need different practice. So grammar practice, listening practice, speaking practice, writing practice to its memory of your hand. So no system, yeah, it's a problem. So study English systematically. So you need to train different skills, not only grammar, not only speaking, not only listening, to all these skills, and you need to have a plan. So I don't want to sound stupid. Don't think so, yeah, don't think so, please. We speak for communication, really. You aren't, you aren't, sitting in front of your teacher. Yeah, so when you speak, so the main purpose of your speech is communication, yeah. So actually, native speakers don't pay, much attention to the mistakes. They are interested in you as a person, but not in your mistakes, okay? So next, I'm afraid of making mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes, really. Everyone makes mistakes. Just speak more and work on your English. So really, you need to work on your English, on your grammar first of all. So if you want to make fewer mistakes, you need to work on your grammar first of all, and you'll be making fewer and fewer mistakes. So grammar, not only theory, but you need to do exercises as well. So doing exercises is a very important part of good English progress. Okay, a low level of some English teachers, yeah.
so it's can be a problem, but you can use different materials, and I wouldn't depend on one teacher really. So if you have an English teacher, that's great, so you have English classes, but it doesn't mean that you can learn only there. You can find other materials, resources, you can learn English by yourself, so it depends on you. So if you say, so my English level is very low because I have a very bad teacher, it's an excuse, really, it's an excuse. So you can have these classes, that's good, it's much better than nothing, but you need to study by yourself as well. It's a very important element, okay? Spelling, it means that you don't understand how to spell some words, yeah? It's about writing, so get used to it. So you need to get used to it. It will become a normal thing. Just you need to read more, and it will be normal for your eye. Yeah? So reading, it's difficult to understand what is written. So the main problem is that you need to widen your vocabulary. So try to make it larger. Learn new English words. So really, it's a very important thing. Yeah, just try to memorize. Yeah. English words and try to understand how they are used in context. Very important thing. Well, lack of vocabulary. So when you don't have enough vocabulary, so enrich your vocabulary. It's the same problem. So try, how can you enrich your vocabulary? So there are different things. So you know that you are watching you're watching this video, yeah, and that's great. You're also enriching your vocabulary, and you know that the videos on this channel contain lots of useful vocabulary for different levels. So we have English topics, conversations, and even when you learn grammar, you also improve your vocabulary. That's because these sentences, which are in grammar lessons, videos, or courses, so they also contain interesting vocabulary. So you just need to listen, read, and do grammar. Okay. So my English isn't fluent. I can't speak English fluently. Have more conversational practice. Yeah, really, you can't get fluent in English without this practice. So you can, pay lots of money, you can read lots of books, yeah, on speaking, but it won't help. It won't help you unless you start practicing speaking English. Yeah, so you need to start speaking English with someone. Just find this person, okay? Or it's better to find several people. Yeah. Okay, slang. So if you feel that you need it, you can study it thoroughly, no problem. So or watch more movies. So we often meet them in movies. Okay, so next, I can't speak English like an educated native speaker. Yeah, so really? So you can speak English, yeah, but it's another, level when you speak English like an educated native speaker. So it's a problem, yeah, of structures. So you need to read more to improve your vocabulary, improve your English, and watch more educational programs, not only movies, yeah, not only classical literature, but more educational programs, and try to understand everything. If you don't understand, it means that your vocabulary is very poor, is the first reason. And the second reason might be, is that it might be the following. So that your listening skills aren't good enough, so you need to work on them and improve them as soon as possible. Okay, focus on certain exams or programs. Yeah, don't forget that first of all, you learn English for yourself. I know that many students, yeah, they learn English very intensively before some exams, but I suppose that we learn English first of all for ourselves, not for a teacher. Yeah, and in appropriate materials. Yeah, so that you study English with a book, and you may think this book is good, but in fact it isn't. Okay, yeah, just you can try to use different materials, and you need to find the best materials for you. Choose them, and that's why I created this channel. So I really decided to upload very good materials, not just reading, because I suppose that reading isn't effective. You need to listen and watch. It's like a real English lesson, but what's in the first place? It's your progress, the quality of information. Okay, my friends, thanks a lot for your support, and really hope that you like the idea of this video and similar videos, and we'll continue uploading new lessons on grammar, speaking, vocabulary, and for different levels. Okay, thanks a lot for your support. Thank you. See you.
Hi, welcome to the channel English Professionally, and this video is called How to Start Speaking English, and I prepared 10 secrets which can help you to speak English better, really, to speak English much better, and I'm sure it can really help. So let's have a look at all these 10 secrets, okay? Please listen to them. First, lose your fear. I know that there is one very common problem. People are afraid of making mistakes. I know that it also comes from school. Don't be afraid of it. Speak English for communication. Please do it. Start speaking English. 2. Don't only memorize. It's very stupid. It's a very limited approach. You need to be able to make up different English phrases, structures, and sentences by yourself. It's what we're doing here. 3. Improve your listening skills. If you can't understand other people, you can't speak effectively with your partner. You need to interact, you need to show interest, you need to react, you need to keep the conversation going. 4. Learn more English words, so mainly most common English words. Enrich your vocabulary. It will help you understand your partner better. 5. Practice English with other people. Find a speaking partner. I suppose it's obvious. I mean that if you want to speak English quite well in real situations, you need to train. Find different speaking partners. 6. I also think you need to have a good English teacher. It's desirable. It can be a huge advantage. I'm sure it's very important, but at the same time, you can do without it if you don't have money for it. It's okay too. 7. Use simple language. Sometimes you can't speak effectively because you try to make up very difficult structures. For example, you can say it very simply, I want to speak English very well, or you can use more difficult vocabulary. For example, I want to speak English fluently, or I want to speak English completely fluently. But if you don't know these words fluently, speak English fluently, it's okay too. So the first sentence is correct. So if you say so, other people will understand you. 8. Speak to yourself. Speak aloud. It can be a very good practice. You can try it. 9. Think in English. Try to do it from time to time, then it can become your habit. If you do this simple exercise, I'm sure that later you'll call it a real miracle. This training is extremely useful. 10. Guess what it is. You can write your ideas and you can write about your experience in the comments below too. So, but number 10 is watch interesting English channels. Yeah, watch interesting English channels such as English Professionally or, for example, English Professionally. Okay, I hope you really enjoyed this lesson and you also like short videos. Thanks a lot. See you. Bye. Hi, my friends. Welcome to the channel English Professionally. And this video is very special. This information is really very important. And you see that this video is you can learn English only in 10,000 hours. True or false? So you'll see, yeah, some interesting ideas, some important information, and really you need to decide so it's true or false. Okay? Good. So really, this video isn't a joke. I'm really serious. I'm sure you need to know this information. Please watch all this video and tell us your opinion about all this. Really, what do you think about it? Okay? And thanks a lot for your comments, likes, and shares on this channel and in our group on Facebook. So all the links are in the description below. Okay, thanks a million. And okay, are you ready to start? I hope so. Good. So, some people say that it's possible to learn English in an hour or in 2 hours or in 10 hours or something like this. Do you think it's possible? Really? What do you think about all this? What's your opinion? Please write about it in the comments below. If you ask my opinion, I think that 10 hours is enough
to learn the basics of English. The basics of English means the most important things, okay? Good. So, really, what does it mean to know or to learn English? It can be understood differently, yeah? So first, to speak English and understand simple things. Second, to understand a lot and to speak English quite well. Third, to speak English fluently and correctly. Next, to speak English perfectly or completely fluently and accurately. So accurately means without mistakes. So fifth, the most difficult thing, to know English like a native speaker, to know everything about English. So really, can you say that you know English like a native speaker, or would you like to have this level? So I think that it's a good idea. Why not? And you know that if we are saying that to know English like a native speaker, to know everything about English, so what does it mean? Okay, first, so you need to know lots of English words. So I would say at least 50,000 English words. So different idioms, phrasal verbs, slang, grammar, collocations. Collocations means very natural English phrases. So real spoken English. And you also need to have perfect listening skill. You need to understand absolutely everything. So non-native speakers of English and native speakers. Really, you need to understand absolutely everything. It's obvious. It's obvious. Okay? So good. So yeah, we were here. Okay, let's go on. And you see that you need to speak like a native speaker. It's very important. Okay, what else can be important, or what other things can be important too? Pronunciation and intonation. These things can't be ignored, really. We can't ignore them. Okay, that's clear. So what about 10,000 hours? Why am I talking about it? Actually, there is a concept, or there is an idea. So what this concept is all about, yeah? So it is a very interesting question. It means the following. So if you want to be a real expert in one area, you need to spend 10,000 hours on it to know it perfectly. So it means to know it much more than really well. You know, I used to play chess, so I can't say that I'm a beginner, and at the same time, I can't say that I play chess like a real master, but my level is close to it. So I like this game. I took part in different competitions, championships. I spent lots of time on chess. I started playing chess regularly, professionally, when I was 6, and I finished my career when I was 15. So I had to prepare for different exams, and unfortunately or fortunately, I don't know, I finished my career. So how regularly did I play chess? Let's calculate it. So 3 days a week, so 4 hours, so 3 days a week, 4 hours, for 4 hours. So how much is it in in a month or in a year? So it's 12 hours a week. So you see that one day for 4 hours and 3 days, so it's 12 hours a week, and it's about 50 hours a month, or 600 hours a year. So you may think that there are summer holidays and it's less, right? But sometimes you need to prepare for the lessons or something like that, or something like this. So approximately I play chess for about 10 years, and it's about 6,000. It's about 6,000 hours. So I achieved a lot. I was playing chess professionally. So we might think that I had played chess for about 10,000 hours. Yeah, if I had played chess for about 10,000 hours, I would have reached a very high level. It's partly right, but not absolutely. Let's talk about English in English, yeah? So, right. So, you know, people usually study English at school for 10 years. So please correct me if I'm not right. So it's 9 months a year. How many English lessons do they usually have? I suppose it's every day, so one lesson a day, and usually study 5 days a week. Yeah, 5 days a week. So it's 5 lessons a week. It's about 20 lessons a month, or it's about 180 lessons a year, and it's 1,800 lessons during the whole school period. Is that all? I think not. Why? What about homework and preparation? I think it's about the same time, yeah? It's about the same time for homework and preparation. So I think, so we need to multiply 1,800 by 2 and you'll get, so 3,600 lessons. So lessons or hours? Lessons, but we are talking about hours. So how much is it in hours? Let's calculate it. Yeah, so you see that it's 3,600 lessons. Right, so it's 3,600 lessons. So one lesson lasts for 40 minutes. So there are 60 minutes in an hour. So it's 2/3. So what do we need to do? So we need to divide. So we need to divide, 3,600 by 3. So it's 1,200, and then we'll multiply it by 2. And we'll get 2,400 hours. So it's a lot of time. However, I'd like to ask you one interesting question. So how well do you usually know English when you finish school? It's usually this level, intermediate or upper intermediate, so if so, it's quite good. It means that you spend around 2,500 hours on achieving this level. How many hours will you need to achieve the next level? So on average, I think if your level is intermediate, you'll need around 2,500 hours to reach an advanced level. So right, in total it's 5,000 hours. So if your level is advanced, it's very good. Congratulations. However, we need to mention one thing. So if you are an advanced student, it doesn't mean that you know English like a native speaker, so it's another level. This level is super advanced, and to reach this level, you may need 5,000 hours more. So it will be about 10,000 hours. Unbelievable. How can it be? I can't believe my ears. I can't believe my eyes. So this information is shocking. So English in 10,000 hours, is it a myth or reality? So it's true or false? So what's your opinion? So my opinion is the following. I believe in miracles, and I'm sure we can learn English much faster. Or maybe not, yeah? It depends on several factors. So what does it mean to learn? If you know nothing about English, I think it's possible to reach an intermediate level in half a year. I think it's real. I think it's possible. I try to be realistic. So, and an advanced level in 2 years. So if you study English really hard, but you need to choose the right method of, you need to choose actually the right method of learning English. So if you choose the incorrect way of learning English, you can spend 20,000 or 50,000 hours, but you won't get the result you want. So what is more important, quantity or quality? Quality is in the first place. It also depends on your abilities. So to sum up, if you want to speak English well, it won't take long. It's easy. So I have helped lots of people to start speaking English fluently and correctly. So if you want to know English like a native speaker, I think it will take about 10,000 hours or a little more if you use the right method of learning. So you need to feel progress and growing confidence. So I think you have it thanks to the channel too. Okay, right? And please, yeah, it's very interesting, to know what you think about all this. Yeah, so you can leave your comments. below this video, and thanks a lot for your likes, shares and support on this channel and in our group on Facebook. Okay, thanks a lot, my friends. I hope that this information is really interesting and useful. See you. Bye.